All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is December 11th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in New York City with our video conferencing in our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel. You can also find recordings of our past meetings on our YouTube channel. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. Next meeting dates are January 8th, 2025, January 30th, 2025, and February 20th, all in 2025. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. I do have an announcement regarding January 8th. The January 8th, 2025 full board agenda, due to the holidays, will be posted on Monday, December 23rd. The supplemental deadline will also be pushed to Thursday, January 2nd. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Yes, I have two announcements. One is that in order for the commissioners who are rarely at the office to spend some time with staff today, around 12:30, we are going to actually take a solid 20-minute break. We will let you know when that happens. We have sad news at the agency. Kenneth Joe, who's a 10-year veteran at our agency, passed away last week. We send condolences to his family, and I mostly feel bad for the staff who have found refuge in him, found friendship in him. And because of the holidays, I take this time to remind all of you that work is not everything. This is the second person passing since I've been chair while they're still an employee of this agency. So it's not easy when your staff pass away. And I ask you to spend time with your family, take care of yourself.
I want to take a moment to wish everybody a happy holiday and my sincerest condolences to Kenneth and his family, and everyone to be safe and be well. Thank you.
Thank you. And my sentiments to this office as well on the passing of their colleague, and also my best wishes for everybody here.
All right. Are we ready for Buffalo? All right.
Yep.
So first item in Buffalo is number 68B, 3232 Transit LLC. I believe the attorney and applicants are here in New York
This is
City.
a reconsideration.
Yeah, well, there is several people
Right.
in Buffalo for this matter as well. I believe do you have support in Buffalo?
Sure.
Do you have support in Buffalo?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we do. We have considerable support in Buffalo.
But this is a request for reconsideration.
Good morning, everyone, and condolences on the loss. Robert Romano, I'm here with Sharon D. Kaur, who is the principal of 3232 Transit LLC. We come to you today seeking reconsideration of her original disapproval, which I believe is back in August. Ms. Kaur has since that time gone back to the individuals that wrote letters of recommendation. It was a big concern to this board that the letters of recommendation seemed to be boilerplate. She heeded that knowledge and took that advice and went back to the individuals. We submitted new letters of recommendation. And as Commissioner Maya, you had voted in favor of this previously. And I believe Commissioner De Leon, you had said that you had seen growth in the sales. So sales seem to be sufficient. It appeared by your reaction at that meeting that you were okay with the number of sales. This is, as I said, as I said previous meeting, it was an 8,600 square foot location with 6,000 square feet of retail. We have council member.
What's different?
What's different is the letters of support that we have. The SKUs that Ms. Kaur is going to describe to you that she will be carrying that she did not make the board aware previously. And again, letters of recommendation and in-person declarations from elected officials that are in Buffalo that wish to speak.
Assembly members in Buffalo that are here in support of the applicant, so.
So if you, okay,
I hear from them.
would you like to speak about the?
No, I actually want to know what's different. Like, is there,
Well, what's
I mean,
different?
besides the fact that you did your work better and you got new letters,
Well, I
what is
think,
actually different considering that you actually got 3 votes last time? So even the makeup of the board is not different. So I don't know.
well,
what
for
we're talking about
one
here, or
thing,
you
the
just-
letters in opposition that came from the closest store, I question that veracity of the store itself. It came to my attention that the store itself is owned actually by, there are 2 owners. One is not disclosed on the license as far as I could tell. Marilyn Ben Hatzel is the sole licensee principal from what I can tell from LAMP, and I also called to check. And her.
Well,
do-
presumably that was an existing condition last time as well.
Well,
I mean,
I
that's
was not aware that her daughter was availing the license. And they also carry non-alcoholic product on their website. So in terms of the veracity of their submission, I question it.
Did you file a complaint about that?
Yes, I did. So that is with enforcement.
Did anything change? Are you offering a smaller square footage? I mean,
We
this
are- we-
store
we-
is
oh.
8,600.
We will,
Which is-
we are willing, we are stating here that we will go on the record, it's 4,500 square feet.
What is that?
Excuse me?
I didn't hear you.
4,500 square foot retail.
And this is the same, her husband has a store, right?
Her husband does have a store.
How far is that from here?
It's in South Buffalo, I'd say maybe 10 miles,
10 minutes?
10 miles.
All right, let's vote on recon.
Go ahead. For the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon,
I'll grant reconsideration.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya,
Grant reconsideration.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote no on reconsideration.
All right, so recon has been granted, right? Commissioner Maya, you said grant, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so recon has been granted. Do you want to hear from opposition first in Buffalo?
Yes.
Okay. So if the opposition in Buffalo would like to come up and speak.
Sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am.
We can't hear. Are
I think we're
you?
looking at Albany.
I'm sorry.
No, we're
Go
looking
ahead.
at Buffalo.
At
Go ahead,
Albany
I'm
up in the top left.
No.
I'm Doreen
Uh,
Justinger, owner of Buffalo Liquor, located 1.9 miles from the proposed application. My opposition letter went into thorough explanation. I'll try to be brief with a few bullets. Sales.
I'm sorry,
are
before you get started here, can we just get a sense of how many people are speaking on this application that's in that room, please?
So on the opposing side, there are 8.
There are
8
8
different
stores.
8 stores.
8 stores, okay. And then what about in support? Who's there in support, please?
Yeah, who's in support, Nicole? If you can,
Okay,
I
I see 3 people. There are 5 people.
Yeah.
All right. Can I actually just take a moment to write down what stores are opposing, please?
Yep,
It's Buffalo, ma'am?
Buffalo Liquor,
Buffalo Liquor, how far are you?
1.9 miles.
Okay. Who else? Can you guys come up?
yeah, if you guys could come up in a line to put your names and stores. on the record.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I am Janine Babcock, Cordially Yours manager, and we are 1 mile away.
Okay, 1 mile.
I'm Bernard, B&B Liquors, about 3.5 miles.
3.5 mile, thank you.
I'm Tim Delaney, Elmo Wine and Liquor, 4.4 miles.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Javier, 3 miles
Sorry, what's the name of the store?
from Centerville Liquor.
Okay,
Centerview, he said.
Centerfield?
Centerville,
Centerview.
Centerview, and it's 3 miles, you said.
yes.
Go ahead, next one.
My name is Glenn Miller. I own Southgate Liquors, and I'm about just under 5 miles away.
Okay,
Hi, my name is Amit Ahuja, Yellow Brick Liquors, and the store's about 5 miles away.
okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelly from Best Value Wine and Liquors, and we're about 4.5 miles away.
Okay. I don't remember what she said. Okay, thanks, Buffalo Liquor, go ahead.
So my opposition letter was very thorough. I'll try to, consolidate it. Sales in our area are not increasing. Looking at the pure dollars of the closest stores don't tell the whole story. Inflation has driven prices up. I took it a step further and I looked at my foot traffic, actual receipts. In 2023, my store was down 3,448 orders from 2022, and this trend continues into 2024. I am still down 1,036 orders for the first 10 months, and my average sale receipt is also continue to decreasing.
Yeah,
For 2024,
I gotta start saving when I do
for the
these.
2024,
I never
my
know when
store
I'm gonna come back to
sales are
reconsideration.
behind
Don't
2023.
have math that I did back then.
And the applicant also called out different items that they would be providing at their store. My store meets all the same criteria, including a full ADA store, a full website with delivery, 10% New York State products, nothing new in the new store or proving new public convenience. The community leader support letters do not understand the need and convenience factor. Their support focuses on filling a vacant building and safety issues. These do not fit the need and convenience determination. The town is also declining according to the US Census Bureau. I request that this application based on no demonstrated need or public convenience be denied.
Thank you.
You can go ahead.
Good morning, Board. My name is Janine Babcock, and I represent Cordially Yours Wine and Spirits. I'm here with the owner, Marilyn Ben Hetzel. The political support submitted by the applicant shows obvious new business encouragement. This is to be expected. Our political support addresses the specific detrimental effects of another store in such close proximity. The issuance of the new liquor store license goes well beyond that. The burden falls on the applicant to show public convenience and advantage, which clearly they failed to do the first time. Adding to the fact that four closest stores have proven there would be great harm to them in approval. I would also add there's no differentiation in products and offerings that all of the stores currently display, including the fact my store has over 300 SKUs of New York State products dedicated in a separate area of the store. I respectfully ask for this application to again be denied. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bernard LaRoque from B&B Liquors. I'm the same way. We're down 1,606 customers from last year to this year. It's about 50 grand that's out of my purchases, and I hope you decline the slice. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition? or-
Nah,
Nope, there we
you're
go.
right.
Yes, yes. I'm Lenny Castelny and Kelly Castelny. I don't know if you guys.
And we
wanna
have
come up.
Gina from Southgate.
Yeah, we'll kind of speed it up for you guys.
Thank you.
Gina and represents Southgate Liquors, which is also in West Seneca. Javi is also in West Seneca and Centerview. Just a couple years ago, there were 3 stores in West Seneca. If this store gets approved, that would allow a 60% increase in the number of liquor stores in a small town that is declining in population according to the census. It's not a huge decline, but to add, 60% new stores, the town board has given them letters, but the town board has not come to any of our liquor stores to discuss our sales. They're just trying to get elected and showing that there's growth, business growth in the town. As far as public convenience goes, cutting a pie even one more slice in a small town is just going to actually increase prices, because with increase in minimum wage and other costs, it's just going to raise the cost for us to make the amount of money that we were making before, which is not a huge amount. So we all would like you to decline this as well, just like 4 months ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Javier, or Tim?
Good morning. My name is Tim Delaney from Elma Wine and Liquor. We're about 4.4 miles away. Same thing as everybody else has said. From 2020 to 2023, my sales are down when adjusted for inflation, which is something that the board should consider when looking at anybody's numbers lately. My actual transactions are down about 8.5%. My insurance is up 50%. My non-owner payroll is up 50%. So it's becoming less sustainable. Another store does not add any benefit. There's no products, as you are aware. Pretty much all products in New York that are available to one liquor store are available to all other liquor stores. We can order any products that our customers want, and we do at our store. We do delivery, we do local delivery ourselves. We do not use DoorDash. But they were going to do differently. That's not different than myself or other stores. It's just kind of some of the things that are going on. Cannabis is eating away. I just got word this morning that a non-alcoholic retail store is going to be opening up near me as well, serving non-alcoholic liquors. So that trend of non-alcoholic beverages is rising as well. So another liquor store is not adding any more public convenience to the area. That's it. Thank you very much for your time.
There we go.
Yeah, hi. I'm Javier from Centerview Liquors. I'm 3 miles away, and I want to be focused on that sport letter. I asked my town supervisor from West Seneca, and he replied me the email that I spoke just about any business that wants to be located in West Seneca. Competition between similar stores, businesses, not something that in the town that's involved.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? Can you just say that again? What does the town supervisor say?
So he replied me the email. He said,
Would you like me to read
yeah,
it?
please.
I have a louder voice. So the town supervisor replied, "Good morning. Thank you for your email. I support just about any business that wants to locate to West Seneca. Competition between similar businesses is not something that the town gets involved with." And that was from Gary Dixon.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Amit Ahuja, Yellow Brick Liquors, about 5 miles from the site. Just wanted to let you guys know that I had applied for a license, a new license a few years ago, and I was denied, but then I was forced to buy another owner out. So in this case, I just don't understand that how I was not allowed to open a new store. So I support the denial of this site, and I would like the board to consider the minimum wage is going up too, as you guys are aware, so it's just gonna get more harder to get the labor in for the higher minimum wage. The profits are gonna be less. My peers have been flat if you consider the inflation, so I would just like you guys to consider all these factors and deny the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's it for opposition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to hear from the support right now?
Yeah, we have the officers, the elected officials, representatives.
Okay, we have several council members. I guess we could start. Is Council Member Robert Bridenstine there?
Yes.
I'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely, thank you. Good morning, my name is Robert Bridenstine. I am an elected town councilman for the town of West Seneca, and I've been a lifelong resident in West Seneca. I am here in support of the applicant for 3232 Transit Road. A few of the things that have been stated I would like to address. The town is, like all portions of New York State, virtually seeing a decline in attendance and residencies. However, West Seneca is an economic booming, growing powerhouse within
I'm
the
sorry,
South
can you
Towns.
just, I'm sorry, did you just say that population is going down in West Seneca?
Population in New York is going down. The population in West Seneca is stable. We are seeing multiple apartment units and dwellings being built in the town, just a mere half mile from the proposed store. I believe, don't quote me, but it's approximately 92 units, as well as other major residential single-family patio homes being built within the town. So yes, population in New York is decreasing, but it is stable within the town of West Seneca and the school district in West Seneca. Along the transit road corridor where the proposed site is being recommended, it is true. It fills a nearly 20-year vacant property that has not been developed or found anyone interested in investing. However, there is significant economic development and investment along the transit road West Seneca corridor that runs from the town line of Depew, bordering Elma, and all the way to Orchard Park. This economic development has seen significant investment in commerce coming in of a retail nature. Coupled with added properties of residential natures, this is a convenience factor. I live in this area and regularly partake in businesses in this area and have actually spoken to residents that immediately abut this property behind in a large subdevelopment of residents. They have expressed to me as an elected official interest, desire, and appreciation for the investment in this property. With regard to the supervisor's letter, obviously as an elected official, he and I speak regularly. We did so this morning at breakfast about this, and we do support economic development, and it's one of the reasons why the town of West Seneca has not raised property taxes in 5 years, and in the last 2 years, we've actually lowered property taxes for residents. Because of economic development and investment in businesses and residences with a smart, forward-thinking approach, we want businesses, and to the best of my knowledge, the closest similar establishment in the town is over 3 miles away. I respectfully request that this be approved and that we, as a town of 46,000 residents, get to enjoy the same economic benefit of neighboring towns who are allowed to have similar businesses take foot in their towns and benefit their communities. I do believe this is a matter of convenience and interest as well as need and support, and I would encourage the authority to approve this applicant. Thank you.
Do you have anything to say about the applicant?
Yes, absolutely. I've met the applicant on a number of times. I don't
what
submit
occasion?
letter. I'm sorry?
Under what occasion?
To tour the facility, to talk about the safety, security, the parking plans, to tour the proposed facility, as well as interviewing the individual for what their involvement within the community will be.
Okay.
Mr. Romano, who's that gentleman? What's his name?
That is Robert Bridenstine. He's a council member.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Who owns
Thank
the
you.
building?
The ownership's here.
The ownership is here, as I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe next we have the Community Development Coordinator for the Chamber of Commerce of West Seneca, Sherry Forsythe.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sherry Forsythe, Community Development Coordinator at the West Seneca Chamber of Commerce. Our organization has over 300 members, and the Chamber also serves as an economic development arm of town government. So we work closely with town officials to create a business-friendly environment in West Seneca and to promote development that will benefit our town and its residents. So as a part of my role, I work with businesses moving into West Seneca to provide support and assist them as needed. I don't normally do this though. In fact, in 4 years in this position, this is my first time speaking here to support a business. At the Chamber, we feel strongly that this is a business that will be an asset to our town. As the Chamber of Commerce, we support the entire business community, so we will only advocate for a business in town if we believe it does provide a needed service. As Bob had mentioned, this part of the town has been growing, definitely commercially in that Transit Road corridor, and the space that this store would occupy has been vacant for a long time. So when a good, strong business moves into a space that has sat empty for so long, it's definitely a benefit to the town and to the taxpayers. So on behalf of the West Seneca Chamber of Commerce, I respectfully request that this license be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, next we have Jake Schul, Assemblyman Jake Schul from the office of Patrick Burke.
I'm sorry, where?
Sorry, good morning, my name is Jacob Scholl. I'm the Constituent Services Manager for Assemblyman Patrick Burke. He represents the 142nd Assembly District. And I'm here on behalf of the Assemblyman to support the application referenced. As mentioned, we've seen overall economic development in this area of town, and with that, a rising business sector. This has led to increased commerce and traffic going through this section of West Seneca down south to neighboring towns. The Assemblyman believes that taking an otherwise unused vacant property that's been untouched for 20 years, making it a contributing factor to this economic development is the benefit of constituents across the town and this district. You see how other stores have been afforded the opportunity to take root and find success, and we believe, given these economic and business conditions, that a new entrepreneur would be able to be supported by the town. So with that, the Assemblyman urges the board and respectfully requests to approve the reference application. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Paul, Chief of Staff for Paul Bologna, Mike Norris, Assemblyman elect.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I do want to send my condolences to the State Liquor Authority. My name is Paul Bologna. I am Chief of Staff for State Assemblyman Mike Norris. I am also Assemblyman elect. So come January, I will be the Assemblyman for the 144th District. So the question may become, since this location is not in the Assemblyman's district, how does this affect our district? Well, for one, the neighboring business right across the street, Mayer Brothers, who I've spoken to about this, they're a cider mill. They have a number of orchards, apple orchards in our district. In addition to which, there's a grocery store that just got put up down the street in Transit Road, Niagara Produce, which is headquartered in our Assembly District, the 144th District. In addition to which, the landlord of the property is also a constituent of ours. This feels like a no-brainer to me in terms of approval. This entire corridor is something that people use on a regular basis. I can tell you that during the fall, Mayer Brothers is a staple for our community. In addition to which, having a, I'm sorry, can I, what was that?
There's side conversation, sorry.
It's okay, you can continue, sir.
Continue, sorry.
I appreciate that, thank you. Mayor Brothers is right across the street. The convenience of having a walkable cider mill, a walkable grocery store to this proposed location would be an incredible convenience and fill some of the blight in the community of having a vacant property. Now, I'm sure we're all aware that retail and standalone brick and mortar stores since COVID and since inflation have been struggling. So I would strongly encourage your board to consider putting in a prospective tenant that supplements the complementary businesses that are right in the corridor. Like I said, all of the business owners that are headquartered in our district are very supportive of this store going in because it is a complementary business to the other businesses in the area and for economic growth. So, in just one side note, so Mayor Brothers actually has lost 23 jobs in the town of Newfane, which is in our district. Again, this having this store in this location, which is literally right across the street, Seneca Street, I believe, would increase foot traffic for Mayor Brothers, increase foot traffic for local farmers, and really help the community as a whole. So I would strongly encourage the board to approve this hastily, so I appreciate that much. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
37. Yeah, that's not right.
Whenever Ms. Core would like to speak.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Core would like to speak.
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank you guys for reconsidering my application, and I just want to make a couple of notes that I think you guys should consider when voting to approve the application. I know some of opposition has raised questions on what we would be doing different. So one of the main things that we would be doing different at this location would be providing these modern services, right? Curbside pickup, online ordering, online websites, delivery options, which again, they all say that they do provide. But what we would be doing differently is providing it at fair pricing. So all of these stores are upcharging the products that they're serving through these delivery services.
Not true.
I have some numbers. So they're selling Tito's vodka 1.75 at $40.99, while the market average for this price is $35.99. Another product, Hennessy 1.75, they are selling at specifically Cordially Yours $119.99, while the market average for this price for this product is $69.99. There's a bunch of other products that I have similar to this. So these inflated prices, they're not serving the public. It's not convenient for the public. What we would be doing is providing them these same products, these same services for exactly what they would be getting these products in person. We wouldn't be upcharging. We wouldn't be, upcharging them and ensuring that it is a better option. Additionally, I know that they say they have online websites. I believe out of the 4 closest stores, only 2 have a website. And one of them, Cordially Yours, their website is, I don't think it has been updated in over a year and a half. They don't have their products fully online. And on top of that, they have links to Drizzly, a retail app that they use for delivery that is no longer in existence. I think that's been not existent for over a year and a half. Again, we will also be having diverse products that, will meet the needs of the community. They will be readily available, right? The public won't have to go in store and wait for the product to come in. We'll be carrying a diverse product selection that's readily available for them. Additionally, I know that a lot of them are complaining about their declining sales, but they're not doing anything different to kind of increase their sales, right? So their hours of operation are, I think, until 9 p.m. daily, with the exception of Sunday, where they're closing at 5, 6 p.m. What we would be doing differently is opening from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. with extended hours on the weekend and also staying open till 9 on Sundays. I would like all of these factors to be considered. I know it was mentioned that we did not meet public convenience last time, but I wanted to go in detail so that you know that we will be keeping the public in mind, right? Offering fair prices, better services, and just a better retail experience for them together. Again, thank you for considering the application again.
Do the members have any questions?
Board, we still have one person in opposition that you didn't call.
Oh,
Or, I mean, in support, I'm sorry.
In support? Oh, well, that's on Bob, so.
Who would that be? I don't have.
Is that the landlord?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know.
Thank you to the board for contemplating this request for consideration. My name is Michael Christopher, and I am an officer of the property ownership where the subject liquor store be open. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's obvious that a landlord would want their prospective tenant to gain licensing to open her planned business. However, it goes much beyond that. My family has owned the property at 3232 Transit Road for over 50 years. We're still a family-owned property, and it was originally purchased by my grandfather. We know the community. We've been there for over half a century. This corner in West Seneca has very nicely developed into a retail hub with focus on food and beverage, as many of the other speakers here have said today. On one corner is Mayor Brothers Cider Mill, famous for their cider, other beverages, and delicious baked goods, especially in the fall, a hub of the Western New York community. Across the street is the newly opened Niagara County Produce Market and Food Center. This liquor store opening represents a terrific addition to the community, congruent with a theme that meets local needs for public convenience.
Let me ask you a couple questions. Have
Yes.
you been dealing with Ms. Kerr on the lease?
Yes,
Or are you dealing with Mr. Kerr on the lease?
we're dealing with Ms. Kerr, and we actually have a real estate agent involved, so they've
Okay.
been dealing with them as well.
Is there a plan to sell the property to Mr. Kerr in the future?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So you said your family's had the property for 50 years. It looks to be relatively redeveloped or reconstructed. When was the present building built?
Sure. So my grandfather bought the business in the 70s. Ironically, it was a food market. It was a fruit stand and a pizzeria. My dad inherited it when his father passed away in 79. My dad built half the building, left the other half as kind of just a roof and walls. We got a tenant into the left side of the building, the southernmost side of the building, and then we redeveloped the unfinished side about a year later. So it has been in its current state since the mid-90s.
Since the mid-90s, okay.
Yes.
And on the other side is a furniture store, is that correct?
Across the
Carpet or
street?
No, on one side of the building. Is it a carpet or furniture store?
It's a carpet store, Kenny Carpet.
Carpet store, okay.
They
And the
have
other-
also submitted a letter of support.
And the other side is vacant?
Yeah, so it's currently configured as a two-unit commercial property. One side is vacant, the other is the Kenny Carpet Store. They have been there for over 30 years. They're a phenomenal tenant.
It's only for two units, that building, because there appears to be like 3 or 4 doors on the other side.
It's currently configured for 2 spaces. The space that is the subject space has multiple doors going into the same space.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else you want to say?
Oh, sure. I have a few more paragraphs. Additionally, we all like to live in communities where we see local businesses thriving. Said conversely, we do not like to drive into our hometowns and see empty storefronts. The retail commercial real estate market is very challenging these days, as others have said here today. This specific address has been vacant for years to the detriment of our community and the other tenant in the building, Kenny Carpet Store. This is our opportunity to give a local business a chance to thrive and turn that around. Lastly, as a landlord, we are very selective in who we consider renting to. This prospective tenant, this applicant, has been ideal to work with. We are confident in her ability to successfully operate a business that is a fantastic addition to the local community. And it has been brought up that the property has been vacant for several years. We maintain it out of our own pocket, so we're paying the heat, the electric, the maintenance on the HVAC machinery, exterior maintenance, plowing, lawn cutting. So we've been doing that out of our own pockets in the entirety of that vacancy. We, as I said, we've used two real estate brokerages to find a tenant, and they've brought several prospects to it. We're very selective because we want to find the right tenant. We want to find a tenant that's going to stay. We want to find a tenant that's going to be a great addition to the community. And also, the Kenny Carpet store next door has been a phenomenal tenant. We want to make sure it complements their business well and they work along together. So we've said no to a ton of tenant
All right, I think we're okay. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Do the members have any questions, or are you ready to vote on the application? Ready to vote.
Have a short conference.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. We're back on the record after a conference with council. How would the members like to be ready to vote?
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, well, I want to thank everybody for their presentations and for taking the time to come here today. I acknowledge the support of the elected officials and their office members who are here today. I have to know for the record there is also opposition from 2 council members of the city and 1 assembly member also. So we have opposition on both sides of the fence in terms of elected officials. I think the indication that the population is stable but not in growth is significant. And I found the opposition compelling, particularly the first presenter who gave a pretty detailed breakdown of how she made her analysis. So with all that said, respectfully, I don't see anything has really changed, and I'm going to have to vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay. We are on reconsideration, and so no. I'm getting to the decision. We were on reconsideration, which brings us here to this moment. For me, I already voted in favor of this in, I believe, July 2024. So whatever statements I made on the record then still stand to me, and I'll add a few more. We're down here in New York City, but the corridor between Albany and Buffalo up to all the way to Canada is something I'm fairly familiar with. In the socio-economic and conditions upstate, to me, always lend itself to the people who have the gumption and the ability to take a risk, like Ms. Kaur, is that how I say your name? You're 25. And I don't see West Seneca as some declining place myself. In the vicinity of Buffalo and the various towns in Orchard Park, where the stadium is, not far away, not too far away. So for the social factors of places that really need to fill up with businesses, and for the economic factors that were stated by Mr. Bridenstine and I think Ms. Forsyth, and in addition to whatever I've said in July, I do find public convenience an advantage, so my vote remains favor.
And Chair.
I really appreciate that, so many of you have taken the time today to attend this board meeting. It's certainly unusual for a liquor store application to get so much attention from elected officials. I, however, want to reaffirm my vote that I do not think there is anything that was not considered in our last vote, considering also that our third board member at the time had already joined our board. The integrity of this board is not to be changed by political pressure. We really try to be consistent and try to be as scientific as we can be when we make a decision based on public convenience and advantage. I think we understood the factors, and the vote is the vote. And so I continue to believe, when I look at the numbers, that the demand of alcoholic beverages in the area is going down, that there is no public convenience and there is no need in that area for a store of this size, even if it were to be cut in half. The application was suggesting almost 10,000 square foot space. So with that, I really, again, appreciate all your participation. In my view, to some extent, it's, it doesn't really move the needle because the numbers are the numbers. And so with that, I'm going to vote to deny.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone in Buffalo.
Thank you so much.
All right. So I apologize for our folks in Buffalo and Albany, but we do have an interpreter here in New York City for a limited time. Those. Since everyone's here that needs the interpreter. First item is going to be 68D, Il Posto, Trattoria, Rustica Corp. How are you doing?
Good morning, members of the authority. Arhelio Rodriguez here as counsel.
Nicole and Buffalo, can you mute, please? Oh, is Nicole there?
I got it.
Nicole. Nicole?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yep. If you can mute, please. I didn't know if you already did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Arhelio Rodriguez here on behalf of Il Posto, Trattoria, Rustica, DBA, Cafe TABU. I'm here with John T. Espinal, the principal of the business. And I'll say a few words as an overview and then pass it on to the principal, Mr. Infante. This is a reconsideration request regarding a change of class upgrade from restaurant wine to OP liquor. Reconsideration was granted at the last full board, November 20th, and this was adjourned to allow us time to review investigators' reports from visits on February 16th and March 8th. Investigators also visited this past weekend on December 6th. Although no report was issued on the most recent visit, it's my understanding that there were no issues on this visit by investigators. With respect to compliance on the terms of the temporary permit, there's no debate that the applicant was compliant with conditions 2, 3, and 4 of the temporary operating permit. Those are that outdoor space closing time is 10 p.m. weekdays and 11 p.m. weekends, no outdoor music, and recorded music only, no dancing. So there's no issue on those. Also notable is that they had a non-tobacco hookah license, which the investigators took a picture of on their last visit this weekend. The licensee's been operating, it's also noteworthy that there's a pending alteration application and that the applicant is not operating in that adjacent space while that application is pending, and that was confirmed as well this weekend. With respect to the temporary permit's first condition, which is the closing time no later than 12 midnight, the reports note 2 instances of patrons being served after midnight. The applicant here reasonably believed that the restriction was that he couldn't let patrons enter after 12. So there was serving of alcohol after 12. He was under the impression that he couldn't allow additional patrons in at that time. Our position is that the public convenience and advantage here, which we've provided numerous documents on, including the local merchant association, which is Inwood Merchant Association, the New York Latino Restaurant and Nightlife Association. We provided letters by all the public officials in the area. And the venue is the owner of the venue, Mr. Infante, has a strong reputation in the area, and he's very active in the community. Our position is that we'd like the authority to approve this change of class as the public convenience and advantage is served. I'd like to now pass it on to Mr. Infante to say a few words.
No, yo quería decirle a ellos que I want to tell that.
Interpreter can actually stand at the
Oh,
microphone.
same. Yes, sir. So yo quería decirle a ellos que por favor me den una oportunidad. I just want to ask for an opportunity. Que yo he sido una persona que siempre voy con lo correcto. I am a person that always do the right thing. Estoy en este mundo de los restaurantes por primera vez. I'm in this world of restaurants for the first time in my life. Cada día estoy aprendiendo más. Each day I'm learning a little more. Porque este es mi primer trabajo después de 12 años. Yo fui pelotero profesional toda mi vida. This is my first time. I was a baseball. My first work in this area. I was a baseball player, professional baseball player for most of my life. Y tengo todo una presión bien grande porque el landlord hasta hoy me dio la oportunidad. And I'm under pressure because the landlord up to now gave me the opportunity. Que si yo puedo tener la licencia, me deja el local. Si that no, if I can get the license, he gives me the local. Porque le debo mucho dinero y él sabe con esa licencia yo no puedo pagar. Because I owe him a lot of money and without the license I can pay him back. So, yo le pido que me den una oportunidad. Yo So- siempre estoy trabajando con la comunidad. I'm haciendo lo que asking más just for puedo. opportunity because I'm always working for the community, with the community. Es lo más que yo puedo ayudar y solo le pido una oportunidad. so I que just- los errores son de los seres humanos. So I'm just asking for an opportunity because to err is human. Eso es todo y que muchas gracias. That's all I want to say and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Gracias.
All right, thanks for coming.
Wait, are you ready?
Yeah.
Does council have anything further? You good? All right,
We have nothing further.
everybody ready?
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Well, first thing I want to do is thank council for their addressing all of the concerns that we had in a very comprehensive way. I'll note the results of the SLA recent visit, which I believe is supportive. And I think it's very important that the applicant has accepted responsibility. And I also want to thank our interpreter. He's the best one I've seen.
Thanks a lot, sir.
With all that said, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approved for reasons stated by Commissioner De Leon.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. And we still need you, Mr. Escobar. We still need you. All right, so the next two are pretty much combined. So 53 is Ruby Deli Corp. And then you can pull up 68F Ruby Deli 2 Corp as well.
I'm sorry, which did you call?
53 and 68F.
53 and 68F.
Good morning. My name is Henry Warakomsky for Ruby Deli Corp. Did the board get the bank statements that we emailed last week?
All right, so you brought Maria with you?
Yes.
Okay.
So who is Jonathan Fernandez? Is he a principal or not?
Jonathan Fernandez is here. Who? Jonathan Fernandez.
No. Oh, she's the one.
Okay, can you just have them come closer and
Yeah.
then have them explain what is going on with these two delis? Who's selling what to whom, and how much did we pay?
¿Quién le está vendiendo a quién y cuánto están pagando?
Yo lo compré en $20,000.
I bought it in $20,000.
You bought it for $2,000?
$20,000.
You bought it for $20,000 from someone else?
De parte de alguien.
Sí.
Yes.
And then now you're selling it to him?
¿Y ahora se lo estás vendiendo a él?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, when did you buy it?
¿Cuándo lo compraste?
Como el 2018.
Around 2018.
And that's the one in Hempstead or that's the one in Roosevelt?
Y eso es en Roosevelt.
The one in Roosevelt. So now you're selling it to him.
Ahora se lo estás vendiendo a él.
Sí.
Yes.
For how much?
¿Por cuánto?
Por lo mismo 20,000.
He seems in $20,000.
Okay, he said that he paid you $10,000.
Él dice que te pagó 10,000.
Sí.
Yes.
So you have another note on the business?
¿Tienes
He still
otra-
owes you $10,000?
¿Tienes alguna notificación de que te debe $10,000?
No, pero yo confío en él.
No, but I trust him.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Oh, so he still owes you $10,000, but you don't have a note.
Él todavía te debe $10,000. Yes.
Yo confío
So
en él.
you bought it for $20,000 and you're selling to him for $20,000.
Tú lo compraste por $20,000 y se lo vendes por $20,000. Yes.
Why do you want to sell it to
¿Y
him?
por qué se lo quieres vender a él?
Porque la razón de que yo paso bien enferma y
Because I'm always sick.
Okay, you're sick. I'm sorry about that.
Was he previously the manager of the location?
¿Es previamente era el manager del lugar?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay.
And did you pay him in cash?
¿Y tú lo pagaste en efectivo, en dinero efectivo?
sí,
Yes, in cash.
And for how long has he been the manager of that location?
¿Y desde cuándo le ha estado administrando ese local?
Como
La compramos juntos mismo.
compramos juntos.
We bought it together the same day.
You brought it together?
Yeah, lo compramos juntos.
No, ella lo compró, yo siempre soy el manager de ahí.
I mean, she bought it and I've always been the manager. Since she
How long
bought
have
it.
you guys known each other?
¿Desde cuándo se conocen ustedes?
Oh, mucho tiempo.
Mucho
Long time
tiempo,
ago.
sí, desde El Salvador.
From El Salvador.
Oh, I see. So okay. So you are now also applying for a different location, also with the same name.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's from someone, that's a new business that you're establishing?
Ese es un nuevo negocio que tú estableciste.
It's Ruby, someone significant, or we just like that name?
Ruby es algo significante, no solamente su nombre.
Oh, me gusta el nombre.
I like the name.
Okay.
Oh, is there any relationship between the two?
¿Hay alguna relación entre los dos?
No.
No.
Okay. All right.
You want to vote on the first one, 53, Ruby Deli Corp for the corporate change? Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready.
Es la votación ahora.
All right, I'll vote to approve.
Vota aprobar.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
Maya también.
and Chair.
Yes, I vote to approve as well.
Presidenta aprueba.
All right, and then for 60,
Thank you.
for 68F, which is the new temporary retail permit for Ruby Deli 2 Corp.
Y para Ruby Deli, el permiso temporal.
Yep, Commissioner De Leon.
I will also vote to approve.
También aprueba.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
Yes, I vote to approve as well.
All
Thank
right.
you for coming.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Application to return?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All
Have a good
right,
day.
all approved. And thank you, Mr. Escobar.
Es un pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's all I got. Does anyone else need a Spanish interpreter? No? All right. Thank you. Wait. Do you have, you do?
Yeah, in the back. His daughter is here too. Two in the back.
Is that him back there?
Yeah.
Okay, which one is your
Number 12.
12? See, this is what always happens.
Number 12.
So he says number 12.
Yeah,
Let me pull it up. You can come up, Mr. Bird.
All right, you gotta request it ahead of time, guys.
Yep. Mr. Escobar. Yep, thank you.
Okay, Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. This case is an application for a change in method of operation. They're asking to add a DJ on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're asking to change their operating hours to close 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday and 4 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. In 1923, they were found to be operating in violation of the rules and regulations. However, they entered a CNC plea, they paid their fine, and they have operated for the past 18 months without any incident. As a matter of fact, last week, there was an inspection by SLA enforcement, and they were told by the inspector that there were no violations. I submitted a letter from the landlord stating that the premises had no issues with the town of Huntington Station. And they also submitted his affidavit saying that since the violations, he has kept the premises under close scrutiny and he has viewed any violations. The premise is located in a standalone building in a strictly commercial area. A change in method of operation, if approved, would really not impact any residential area. And this is a family-owned and operating business that is the means of income for the entire family, and they're struggling to keep the business open. And they need the requested changes in order to draw more patrons to the restaurant and make it profitable. And we're asking you to rescue this family business by approving the changes.
Why do we have an affidavit from the landlord? Why?
Well, he wasn't able to be here. He wanted to be here.
No, I'm saying, why didn't we get the certifications and the approval directly from the town presented to us?
I'm sorry, sir?
Why didn't we get the certifications and the approvals of the town directly from the town?
Oh, I believe that in the violations last year, there was some violations about the fire department. And the landlord said he went immediately to the town, to the fire department, and was told that that was not the
I
case.
understand that that's what the landlord is saying.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, how come?
We didn't get certifications from, I'm sorry, that's my fault, sir.
Does the town approve this change?
Yes, the town had no problem with it.
Do we have anything from the town?
No, I only have the landlord's word. The town was notified.
Those withdrawn. That stuff having to do with the town was withdrawn.
Was it?
Yeah.
Only charge two. Only charge two.
Only charge two. Okay, so, sir, counsel, so for the 2023 matters, anything having to do with the town, were those were withdrawn by council, those charges? Is he going?
Those, no.
Am I off on this?
We entered the CNC for those, to cover those charges. Yes, we pleaded conditional no contest.
Okay.
There was a civil penalty.
I'm corrected. I had the counts grouped. I'm sorry. My mistake.
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
Can I ask
Just
one
took
more-
17.5 in fines.
One more
less than
question.
a year ago.
Yeah, they were severely punished for what they were doing.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
They're asking to go to 4:00 a.m. on
Yes,
the
sir.
weekends.
On Friday, Saturday, yes, sir.
Friday and Saturday?
And Sunday.
And Sunday, and a DJ.
And they're asking for DJ on those nights as well.
Okay.
That's what they think will bring in an increased business. Otherwise, they're really on their way out.
Just so, whatever this question means, if they had to pick 4 a.m. on the weekends or a DJ on the weekends, what would they prefer?
They would pick a DJ.
They would take a DJ over 4 a.m.?
Yes, they would, yes.
We would take the 4.
Oh, you want the 4 a.m.?
Of course, because they're passing it already. That's the whole point of this exercise, sir.
You can only pick
Everything we found happened after 12 p.m., 12 a.m. I mean, they've got 2 cases.
They asked for the later hours.
Okay, so to my question, 4 a.m. if they had
Over
to
the
pick,
DJ.
Say 4 a.m. rather than DJ.
It's unusual to have 2 very, very big enforcement matters against a license in a very short period of time.
However, that's finished, it's been resolved. They paid their fine, and it's been 18 months they've been clean. I mean, that should stand for something. And they've been
I
struggling.
understand, but
Yeah.
you've been here for a long time, sir. This is how this prior board used to function. You know, if you wanted a license, they were swearing up and down that way will follow no DJs, no live music, recorded only, no security, no promoters, that they were removing the DJ booth and 12 a.m. and that they were going to start out as a restaurant. They should have come back to this board after 1 year of good record to apply for the changes, but instead.
So they just took
they
it upon
went and-
themselves. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
So you're taking the words out of my mouth.
Yes.
It's hard to create
No.
a track record where you've paid $21,500. Like,
But, I mean, they have been clean for 18 months. Right, it was egregious what they did. And they did it to survive, that's what they tell me. and they're still trying to survive. You know, it's like in the pandemic when people did anything to
You know,
survive.
we operate on self-compliance. It, you know, it's like it's,
Can you give them another chance? I mean, we can negotiate the hours. I mean, 4 o'clock sounds to me like it might be a problem. I mean, perhaps we could settle for something less than 4.
I don't know, you want to do 2? I mean, they need something.
We settle for 2.
Look, you know, my concern is, you know, first of all, I appreciate the landlord's affidavit, but he is just an interested party. He has a self-interest in this.
He
right?
does, certainly
He
does.
doesn't want to lose a tenant. They've had, on multiple occasions, been found to have been operating outside of the approved method of operation. They paid a number of fines, as you've indicated, and I'm really concerned that we don't have anything directly from the town, you know, that we're getting from the landlord that the town doesn't have a problem with it. That's a real stretch for me. So I just cannot approve this without a direct input from the town.
You want to try to go to the town? I can kick it out and you can try to
Yeah,
get something.
you
from the
adjourn it,
town.
I'll try to get something from the town.
You
Thank
want
you.
to try? I'm asking you. You should have already tried because this is a big ask.
I'll do it.
I'm saying, have you tried?
No, I haven't. I took the landlord's word for it. I shouldn't have, but
1:30.
Commissioner De Leon?
1:30 is fine.
1:30. Try to stay in compliance. I'm sorry. I know that, you know, there are a lot of applications today that are here because of the holiday, but you've got to stay in compliance until we hear from the town.
absolutely. Thank you very much.
And please reach out for an interpreter before the meeting,
I
just
will.
to remind us. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we do have one more item that needs an interpreter, but the representative isn't here yet. I just don't think so. 18 Kiss Me Bar Corp. I think they're still waiting for their rep. What was that?
Estamos esperando al abogado. Buenos días.
Mr. Escobar?
Kiss me back.
I-
Señora, su caso es número 18.
Sí, es Kiss Me
Yeah,
Bar,
she's a
pero
Kiss
el
Me Bar.
abogado no está. Buenos días.
Yes, it is. And you need your representative. Sam Park? Sam Park is your rep?
El abogado no ha llegado. Lo estamos esperando.
Well, either way, we need to
He
wait.
hasn't arrived.
So
They're waiting.
if the interpreter can stay for a bit,
I know, but he's usually really late, but.
Yep.
And the people in the back, what about them?
They already left.
Everybody's together. Oh, okay.
What application is it?
It's 18.
He's coming soon, but he's a little late, so he's coming.
All right.
What do we do?
Well, do they have a rep?
No, she doesn't.
She doesn't?
He's 47.
47 El Retumbo Rest Corp. 47. Can you put your name?
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Sandra Reyes.
Sandra Reyes.
The licensee?
El número el nombre de la licencia.
El de cuál licencia de conducir.
No, what license?
The liquor license.
De la licencia de licor.
No me hago, yo puedo ir por mi teléfono. y
Can I go and pick it up my phone? It's on my phone.
No, what? No.
Is
Are you
she-
the owner?
¿Usted es la propietaria?
Sí, pero no.
Your name is on the license, right?
Sí.
Yes, but I don't have it here. It's
No,
on my
no,
phone.
that's okay. We don't need to see it. So,
El mío y mi hijo.
does she understand that her windows cannot be tinted in front of the business?
Sabes que las ventanas tuyas no pueden ser oscurecidas en frente del negocio.
Sí, me lo dijo el policía y lo quité en el momento cuando
Yeah,
él llegó.
the police told me and I removed it when he
You
told me.
removed it
Yeah.
since.
Yes.
En el mismo momento que el policía
He said
estaba-
it right there, right at the moment.
Okay. So you also understand that doors cannot be locked
Entonces
because
también
it's a fire hazard.
sabes que las puertas no pueden ser cerradas con llavín en caso de que haya una emergencia de fuego.
Sí, ellos me lo explicaron.
Yeah, they told me that too.
Okay. And then also that she needs to keep the books and records that reflect the transaction of the business on premise.
Ajá, y también,
It could be in a computer or on her phone, but it needs to be readily available
también tienes que tener
for
los
inspection.
repos de las transacciones que hagas. Puede ser en libros o en una computadora, pero las transacciones de entrada, salida, de mercancías que vendes o no, tienen que estar registradas. Okay.
So is the gambling machine still on site?
¿Todavía la maquinita de jugar está en el lugar?
No, ya tiempo la sacaron.
No, I removed it a long time ago.
Okay, you understand that you still have an outstanding fine of $2,000 from that charge?
¿Sabes
Is
que
that right,
todavía
Donna?
tienes una deuda una multa pendiente de $2,000?
No, pero si quiero yo lo puedo pagar ahora.
Yes, but I can pay it.
You can pay it
¿Tú
in
puedes pagarlo?
addition to this fine that you're offering?
Tú puedes pagar esa multa que están ofreciendo.
Si dice que tengo que pagarlo,
Yes,
tengo que pagarlo. No me gusta, no.
if you tell me that I have to pay, I pay because I try to avoid problems.
Okay. These violations are very serious.
Estas violaciones son muy serias.
Okay.
Okay.
It's, you know, the fire hazard and the visibility have to do with the safety of your patrons, and that's why.
Ajá, el problema es la visibilidad y la cerradura tiene que ver con la protección de tus clientes, con la seguridad de tus clientes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're offering $4,000 for this charge, and you still owe us $2,000, not us, but the agency and the state,
Son
$2,000.
$4,000 por este cargo y estás ofreciendo $2,000 también por la otra violación.
¿Y cuánto es por todo entonces? ¿Cuánto es en total?
So how much is in total?
The total is $6,000.
En total son $6,000. Okay.
Okay.
Why were the doors locked?
Sorry.
Why were the doors locked?
¿Por qué estaba cerrada la puerta con llavín?
No sé, tal vez alguien pasó y la cerró. Yo sé que siempre tienen que estar sin pasador.
You know,
No me percaté.
I don't really know. I didn't realize of that. Maybe someone just locked it down, but I didn't realize.
And the police said they observed. Say again? Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Send the hopper to get added.
The police said they found a number of intoxicated people in the kitchen and with no employees present.
Y también la policía indica que encontraron mucha gente intoxicada, borracha en la cocina sin ningún empleado presente.
El baño está cerca de la cocina y ellos estaban esperando para el baño estaba bien ocupado ese día.
The
¿no?
restroom is by the kitchen, so there were people waiting by the door of the restroom, and it's close to the kitchen, so they were waiting there.
I think the chair is going to advise you, but I think this has to go back to council. There's a number of things that need to be
Creo
addressed.
que esto tiene que volver de nuevo a la abogada porque hay varias cosas que hay que determinar.
Do you have a representative of any sort?
¿Tienes algún representante de algún tipo?
No.
No.
How many are there? Two?
I see 2 cases waiting for me in Secretary's office. No, one is a CNC and one is a default, so it looks like. Let me confirm.
There are a few pending cases that you haven't responded to.
Hay varios casos
And
pendientes.
so while I really respect that you are here representing yourself, I think it could be helpful if you work with a representative who can sort of help you negotiate and consolidate everything and figure out a reasonable resolution with Office of Counsel.
Hay varios casos pendientes que estamos litigando y entonces ella te recomienda que consigas un representante, un abogado que pueda integrar todos los casos, entonces, bueno, plantearlo aquí. Okay.
Would you have her state her name for the record?
¿Tienes here, sir?
What is her name?
¿Cuál es tu nombre?
Sandra Reyes.
Sandra Reyes.
Yeah, there are a lot of representatives in the room. I cannot recommend anybody, but it would be really helpful if you can.
Hay muchos representantes aquí en la sala. Ella no puede recomendarte a nadie, pero sería importante que tú te comuniques con ellos a ver quién te quiere representar.
Yeah, but we're going to send this back to council's office.
Esto vamos a enviarlo de nuevo a la oficina de.
We're going to send you the notice for the $2,000 again.
De ellos.
And then we're going to consolidate the other multiple cases because you're here today, so we don't want you to have a default on your license, and you should just consolidate everything together.
Consolidar todos los cargos pendientes que tiene y bueno, a partir de ahí, ¿entiendes?
Okay.
Who is Rodolfo Reyes?
Me.
My son.
Okay. How old is your son?
¿Qué edad tiene tu hijo?
25.
25.
Okay.
He's also on the license with you,
Él
right?
también está en la licencia contigo. Yes.
This is our lawyer over here.
Esta es nuestra abogada corporativa.
We'll consolidate it and maybe have council's office reach out to her. Is there something?
Ellos lo van a consolidar, entonces a ver si la oficina de ella se comunica contigo.
So we can do that to begin to negotiate and discuss with you all of the open matters, but we need your contact information, the best number to get a hold of you.
Can you write it down?
Y negociamos todas las cosas consolidadas. Entonces, puedes toda la información dónde localizarte.
And you have to stay in touch because otherwise it's defaulting.
This guy's up.
You want to actually vote?
Go back to council's office. That's my vote.
Commissioner De Leon
I concur.
and Commissioner Maya.
Concur.
If we can't get a hold of you, the process continues.
All right, since Sam Park isn't here and our interpreter is going to have to leave, how do you want to handle 18? You want to hold?
Tell her to come back next time.
Okay. For 18, Kiss Me Bar Corp.
We have to stay.
Kiss Me Bar, ma'am. Kiss Me Bar Corp.
Well, give them the opportunity.
Thank you.
You want to wait for him or you?
Es que yo hablo español, pero no sé.
But if Mr.
Yeah.
Yo creo que si estaba él pendiente, debe estar él aquí.
Thank you.
Sí.
Yeah, we have an interpreter. You want to call the case and get her?
Yeah, ask her what she wants to do. I mean,
Señorita, entonces usted qué quiere hacer?
Pues, como no ha llegado, si me cuenta.
So as he's not here, if I can get another appointment, would be better.
okay. 1-8.
Yo le agradezco.
El 1 de enero, el 8 de enero.
Está bien. Yo les
Okay.
agradezco
We're
mucho la
sorry.
atención. Muchas gracias a
I
ustedes.
appreciate it and thank you very much.
Lo
Okay.
siento por la pérdida.
No
Muchas
worries.
gracias.
All right, thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Just stay in
All right.
compliance, please.
Now
Thank you.
you're done, Mr. Escobar.
Oh, thank you.
so much.
Thank you, sir.
If I don't see
Happy
you,
holidays.
Happy holidays.
Gracias, igualmente.
January, that's 18.
Not in response to your question.
All right. So again, I'm sorry for the folks in Buffalo and Albany. You did have to go through those. So back in Buffalo is number 28, GBS Holdings, Inc.
28. Oh, wait.
This is the father.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Chester Minken. I'm the consultant that handled the liquor license applications. And my heart goes out to the Liquor Authority and the death in the Liquor Authority, as I worked there 22 years. And he's part of my family too. And I know how everybody's heart aches on this, as I just lost my son 5 days ago, who was 53 years old with a heart attack. And he was a consultant like me and worked for me. So My heart goes out to you.
I'm sorry for your loss as well, sir.
I'm representing GBS Holdings Incorporated Military Liquors. The licensee is here with me, Jagtar Singh, and his son is here with him also, Bobby Singh. And we're here to, an alterations application, and we're here to answer any questions concerning this alteration.
How many years have you had the store, sir?
8
years, okay. All right.
Is there a one person in opposition supermarket? Yes, not.
Yes.
Yes?
My lawyer is here.
This is kind of.
We're in opposition to NIAGARA. Oh, GBS is an alteration. We're not in opposition to GBS. We're in opposition to Niagara Outlet, which is going to be called later. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Are you okay?
I'm good, yeah.
All right, sir. Mr. McKenna, we're going to vote.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah. Based on the gross sale figures that I see and the projected increase in sales, I vote to approve.
And Commissioner Maya.
I vote to approve.
And Chair.
I'm going to find public convenience advantage. The applicant has been exemplary in having a store for 8 years. I'm going to vote to approve the alteration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Sorry for the long wait.
Next is 38, King's Lounge, Inc.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
You're the licensee?
Yes, my name is Christina Stevens and I'm the owner.
Okay. The employee, Mr. Green, is no longer with you?
No.
Okay.
And the information I have is that you were aware of his situation.
Yeah, he's my cousin. He's a family member, so I employed him, you know, trying to give him a second shot, and I didn't know that wasn't allowed. So once they told me that it wasn't, I let him go. He is in the process of trying to get, you know, the certificate of good conduct that they told us for him to apply.
Yeah, if he gets a relief of disabilities, he can work for you on the books, not off the books, but on the books.
And are you still employing bartenders and you pay them in cash?
Yes, I contract out for the bartenders that I have.
Okay. How many bartenders do you use?
So usually I only get them when I have like a big event, like a party, if somebody rents out for us. But my daughter works for me as a bartender. I bartend. I also cook there. So it's usually a family business. I go through a friend who has bartenders that work under her. I pay her and she pays them in cash.
So who regularly bartends when you don't have a special event?
Myself or my daughter.
And then who's in the kitchen if you're bartending?
If I'm bartending, the kitchen is closed.
Okay, the kitchen can't be closed. Kitchen has to be open.
Okay.
I understand these are family members, but you might be better served by getting a permanent bartender that's on the books.
Okay.
Just my opinion. If everybody's ready to vote, there's an offer of $3,500. I will accept the $3,500.
Mr. Maya.
Accept $3,500.
And Chair.
I'm going to accept. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next is 56, Olivia's Wine and Spirits, LLC.
56. Man, there is no areas.
I know, I'm so hot.
It's blasting.
All right.
This
is morning, sir.
My name's
Is there any protest there?
I don't believe so for this.
Okay.
My name is Justin Giuliano. To my right is Michael Munger. I am the consultant that assisted Mr. Munger in processing the application.
Okay,
Our present
just
date-
because there's a lot of people in here. So,
Good. All right, members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, I'll note the support that you have of the Assemblyman. I also note that the gross figures do indicate a projected increase in sales for 2024. I have no issue with that. There is a question that I have about owning a restaurant and maintaining daily presence at this location. Can you tell me how that's going to be done?
Yes, actually, Mr. Munger is in the process of selling the Heights restaurant, and then he will be dedicating full-time to the liquor store.
Okay. All right, I'm going to vote to approve.
And Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve.
and Chair.
all right, I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. The next store is 7.3 miles away, and then the next one is 11 miles away. This applicant has experience in the retail tier of alcoholic beverages, and so I vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting.
Next is 68G Ranchos 2 LLC.
Good morning, Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski of the Tarantino Law Firm. I'm joined by consultant David Dizak as well as applicant Magali Sanchez for Ranchos 2 LLC. Ranchos 2 is going to be a Mexican restaurant. Ms. Sanchez currently has a license that she's had. She received her temporary in June. She runs another restaurant that is just under a 10-minute drive from the proposed location here. The proposed plan of operation so that she can manage both restaurants is that she will be at the currently licensed restaurant during the mornings, have a manager at Ranchos 2, and then be there in the evenings, particularly if there's any later night events. She's had no problems at her current location. I think she's a wonderful applicant. I live in the area where this is going. Whatever it's worth to get my hair cut next door. And I think she's a fine applicant for this. I think it serves public convenience and advantage, and we ask that her license be approved.
Does Saul Sanchez have any connection to the business?
No, Mr. Sanchez is Ms. Sanchez's brother. My understanding is he sustained a very serious injury, has no ownership, no interest, will not be present in the businesses whatsoever.
And O'Daly Sanchez, who is that?
That is a cousin. That's a cousin who's helping finance this, but she has no ownership. She doesn't live in Buffalo, no connection to the restaurant in a equity standpoint.
There was an omission in the personal questionnaire that she failed to answer if she would be an active part in the business or not. She will not?
She will not. I believe that was just a typo, just an oversight. I apologize for that.
The method of operation is just like the other restaurant.
A little different. They're gonna up the ingredient offerings. They have some more traditional Mexican items that they like to bring into the menu, and they're not gonna rely on a late night crowd. It's gonna primarily be lunch and dinners. They would like the option to have some dance nights with the DJ, but that is not the primary method of the business that they're gonna be running.
So what are the hours here? What are we looking at here?
Let me just see what the proposed hours were. We would like the option to be open till 4 on the weekends, but that is not, there's no anticipation that that's gonna be regular.
Well, did the city of Buffalo put conditions? What are
The
those
city of
conditions?
Buffalo, yeah, there were
Yeah.
conditions on the prior owner, and we'd be happy to comply with those.
Okay,
If-
and what
if-
were they? What were they?
Let me see, I think I pulled that.
I don't believe there are any prior
conditions?
I thought it was 1 o'clock.
I think it was for only a 6-month period, and what did they accomplish there?
Oh, Ms. Sanchez is saying that she believes it was a 6-month period where they were, oh, here it is. Sunday to Thursday, 11 to 10, Friday to Saturday, 11 to 1. No third-party promoters, patio closing at 10 p.m. daily. And Ms. Sanchez believes that was in place for 6 months, that they were compliant with that.
Do you have anything that says to the contrary from the city?
No, and the information I have is just from what's reported in the authority's memorandum.
So you, I mean, this is a temporary permit, so are you willing to live by those limitations as well? Roughly, essentially, it would also be 6 months as our queue continue to move. You want to try that for 6 months, and then the actual license will come back here, and we'll see how you're doing at that time?
Yeah, I think that's great.
You can do that.
Yes.
All right, so you said Sunday to Thursday.
11 to 10.
I'll do midnight. I mean, 10 is.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
10's weird.
And then Friday to Saturday, 11 to 1.
Yeah, let's do Sunday to Thursday, midnight, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. If the commissioners would agree, I'm okay to try DJ, live music, jukebox. No third-party promoters, security guard is needed.
Absolutely.
And then the actual license, please, will come back to full board.
Very good.
Commissioner De Leon.
Looks like the city of Buffalo has a little bit of a concern over an incident that occurred last March. I'll approve with the same conditions as specified by the city of Buffalo for the next 6 months.
Thank you.
Well, until the actual application comes.
Until
back.
the actual application comes back.
So the chair made the change to 12 a.m., right? Because the 10 p.m. was the stipulations? Is that how that works?
No, it's due to midnight. Do midnight, Sunday to Thursday.
But are you okay with that?
No, I'm okay with whatever the city of Buffalo.
Commissioner Meyer.
I'm okay with Chair Fan's statement of stipulation Sunday to Thursday till 12 a.m., Friday to Saturday at 1 a.m., as well as the other statements. So I agree with Chair Fan, so I say yes on those conditions.
Okay. And main application to full board.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, you know this already, Jacob. The initial temp is 6 months. If you do not hear from us to come to full board with the actual application, you've got to renew that just one more time, okay?
Absolutely.
I'll do that. I'll handle that.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, board.
Yes. And obviously these conditions will apply to the renewed temp if there is one. I just want to make sure that it's not limited to 6 months.
Okay. Just while they're operating on a 10.
Yes.
Yes, Jacob.
All right. So next is number 29, Niagara Outlet Wine and Spirits, LLC.
Good morning again, Robert Romano. I'm here with KJUN Singh, who's the sole principal of Niagara Outlet Wine and Spirits LLC, and I believe there's opposition.
And that's the applicant right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And opposition if they want to come up.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, members of the board. I will also express my condolences for the loss of your colleague. It's always difficult, especially this time of year.
Thank you.
Members of the board, I am Sean McKenzie, McGavran Grimm. I'm here this morning on behalf of Supermarket Liquors and Wines Incorporated, which is located at 8438 Niagara Falls Boulevard, which is 0.6.
What number are we on?
29. 29 or 28?
29?
I thought it was 28. Oh, no, I was GP.
29.
It's 29.
Put it in New York City because Bob signed in for it here, but it's actually at Buffalo, so it's 29.
Okay, who's with you?
I'm here with Thomas Castellani, the owner of Supermarket Liquors.
Oh, you're protesting.
I am. I'm in opposition, yes, to the issuance of the
Okay,
license
and
for
so who are
Niagara.
the other folks standing around you?
We're from Military Liquors, about 2 miles away.
You're protesting?
Yes.
And are you guys all protesting?
That's the app, right? The other side is the applicant.
You're the applicant?
Yes.
And who's the third person in the back?
Here's my father.
Oh, okay, so you're protesting on this side, 2 stores protesting, 1 applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, and you're representing the applicant?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman. Supermarket Liquors and Wines Incorporated at 8438 Niagara Falls Boulevard, which is 0.6 or 0.7 miles from the proposed location. Supermarket Wine and Liquors has been in business since 1984. It has 25 employees, 19 of which are full-time. And I submitted 2 letters of opposition. The first one I submitted was prior to having received the FOIL response and wanting to make sure that something was in. So just briefly, and importantly in that first letter, it describes the characteristics and demographics of the city of Niagara Falls. The city of Niagara Falls has lost over 50% of its population in the past 50 years. As someone who was born and raised there, it's an economically depressed area. My family had its first liquor store in Niagara Falls, and we eventually moved it out up into Amherst for that very reason. But the conditions and the demographics and the statistics of Niagara Falls, I'm sure have been run by the board before, so I won't belabor that point. What I'll do is I'll talk about my December 4 letter, in which I have received the FOIL response from the State Liquor Authority, and there were several items within the application which I believe should cause the board some pause, and should really be scrutinized because it just doesn't add up. To start out, the applicant's sole shareholder lists his profession as a truck driver and owning a trucking company in Fresno, California. The mailing address that applicant has in the application is in Fresno, California. That doesn't indicate to me, and I respectfully submit it shouldn't to the board, that the applicant has any investment or even knowledge of the community in which he intends or hopes to open this store. Additionally, in either late October, the SLA received notification that the floor plan that was submitted with the original application was no longer going to be followed, and that the entire structure was going to be torn down and it would be a new build. There is no indication as to who's going to pay for this. The lease states that lesser will perform work done in Exhibit A, but there's no Exhibit A. There's no indication of how really large the footprint will be, except in an email which states it'll be 20,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet for the liquor store. That's a pretty large store, especially to be 0.7 miles from what is the largest store in Niagara County. So
I think it's safe to assume that the landlord is paying for all of those expenses. And just for those who are watching this YouTube channel, in case you were interested, that is also the husband of their first application we heard today, who owns a liquor store.
yes, so I learned from the FOIL request that the premises is owned by Harpreet Singh and Lakhwinder Maithon. Both of them, each of them owns their own liquor store separately and have owned this property for less than a year. I think it's also very relevant that you're talking about a 10,000 square foot store with 7,500 square feet of retail. And the applicant has stated that he has $70,000 to open this premises and make ready and open for the public. I mean, in a store that size, shelving alone would cost $20,000. The inventory would be triple what he proposes that is the seed money for the entire process. And it's indicated in the application that the source of these funds is a loan from another business that he purports to own, but I don't see any provenance within the application which confirms that. So I think just even without even getting into the gross sales, I think the application, and I respectfully submit to the board that the application is deficient. Now, to speak briefly about the existing liquor store, Supermarket Liquors, as I mentioned, has been in business for a long time and employs a lot of people. It's a staple in the community. Over the course of the past, from the gross sales show from 2020 to 2024, that sales are down. Its gross sales in 2019, I referenced in my letter. Its sales this year are down from 5 years earlier, even given the fact that the cost of product is increased. With inflation, gross revenues are significantly down. And this walks hand in hand with the fact that operating costs, as everybody knows, have significantly increased. Some by up to 50%. Labor costs are up 50%. Utilities are up 20%. The cost of goods sold are up. So unless you're experiencing significant and consistent growth, you're not just losing sales, you're losing money here. And that's what's happening to the largest stores. And also, GBS Holding, Military Liquors, who the Sings are here with me today. The authority just granted their alteration application for them to expand their footprint. So you know, because they have had increased sales, and I think their opposition letter spelled out pretty clearly why they've had increased sales. The next closest store to them, Cameron Liquors, was closed for a period of time. I think due to a fire, although I don't recall specifically. So I think when you add it all up, the fact that it appears as though the application is deficient, the applicant seems unqualified, there's questions about the landlord, there is deficiencies in how the footprint of the building will be. It's going to be a new build now. And then you have the fact that the gross sales for all the closest stores around, for my client, are significantly down. And when you put all the stores together, I believe are down or at best flat. I think I respectfully submit to the members of the board that when you put that all together, I think it warrants a denial of this application. I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bobby. I'm son of Jagtar Singh, owner of Military Liquor. Like he said everything. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about that again. I read it, they were gonna offer more Indian whiskeys, delivery and everything. That's basically what has been helping us to do anyways. I carry a lot of SKUs of Indian whiskeys that they're saying they're gonna carry. I already delivered, used DoorDash, and all my gross sales are already included in those. But the commission has.
Your store is called what?
Military Liquors.
Military, how far is that?
2.1.
About 2 miles.
Oh, I see, that's GBS.
GBS.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Didn't we just, no, that is military.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't we just approve your expansion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, great. I just want to
Yeah,
clarify.
Yeah, we just happen to have a same date for both.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
It's funny how these things work out. Okay, so we just expanded the second closest store significantly.
Yeah, and basically whatever they're gonna offer, we pretty much have it. And I think the applicant hasn't even been to any supermarket liquor, because if he had seen the selection, it would have been already enough. Delivery-wise, DoorDash, third-party apps, we already used that. Sales were up. Before we were the only one in Niagara Falls that was doing it, but now there's a few other stores that are doing it, so they're cutting in on our delivery side sales too. So I would like to oppose this, and hopefully it will be denied.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks for staying for this.
No problem.
All right.
Go ahead, no, you go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, out of respect, you go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to address a couple of those points. First, I was instructed by my client not to oppose the expansion of GBS Holdings. They said there's plenty of room for growth in the area. We specifically did not object. The closest store, Supermarket Liquor and Wines Incorporated, was coming to today stressing that they were having a difficult time when in fact they do over $10 million a year in business. That's a huge number for a store. And they've consistently, their sales have been going up. The same can be said, I believe, if you look at GBS Holdings, I'm showing a significant increase in 23 to 24. Same can be said for Summit. And now with regard to the fourth closest store, that store is out of business. As far as I can tell, and looking it up in LAMP and trying to make a phone call and Google, that business has been closed since August 2023. So I'm not going to go so far as a stretch and say this is going to be a replacement store, but there certainly will be increased sales from the closure of that store and increased traffic in our store because of that. I'll spare you the in-person declarations of all the political officials that have submitted letters of support, but I will point out that they all come from the city of Niagara Falls. And the city of Niagara Falls has had a 50% growth in tourism, both in numbers and visitors in the past 5 years. It's very, very significant.
But you also agree there's 50% of population loss? Do you
No,
agree with that
that's in
number?
50 years. If you go back 4 or 5 years, it's minimal.
But for the tourists, there is a store that is 23,000 square feet that is 0.6 miles away. We're all in agreement about that, right?
Yes, but this is much closer. My understanding is this is much closer to the central core tourist attraction area.
0.6 miles closer.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Which, if you're a tourist, chances are you're walking anyway. And the building will be a newly constructed $3 million investment by the landlord. He does not have any, as far as I can tell, and I believe Mr. Singh, when I've spoken to him on numerous occasions, the only connection they have is they met via a real estate broker at a church who told him about the space. He is in Buffalo significant amount of time as a trucker. However, if this is granted, he is moving to Buffalo, period. End of story. He will live in close vicinity to this store, and he intends to own and operate this store. He's operated a business successfully for years. It didn't reflect in the application, but for a year and a half, I believe Mr. Singh had worked in a liquor store, managing a liquor store. Again, the fact that the second closest store came to you for an increase in their size speaks volumes in terms of the currents of economic currents in Niagara Falls. And Mr. Singh, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Hello, my name is Gurjan Singh. I just want to say, because first we want to open open website so people can order and people can see the price on the online website, and also we can do the DoorDash cost more. I personally deliver the liquor so people can save money. Also, we can do the every week testing also we can do the membership plan so people can save money. Also, we can bring more product like the Indian whiskeys and rums. So people can, the Indri is the most popular, the India. So because the 12 million visitors come visit to the Niagara Falls. So when they cannot see the liquors, they need a liquor, so they can Google it and they can see my website. So they can know what we have on my website. So easy to find and it's closest to the Niagara Falls. Also, the fourth closest store is close from my location and is one-stop shop. It's the big plaza is gonna be built, and behind is a big supermarket, and is many stores over there. So people can save time, save money. Is gonna stop. Is closer to the highway too, and people can stop. And they can easy to find the liquor and everything. One-stop shop.
Mr. Romano, could you tell me about the Fresno connection, I'll call it? He's from Fresno. What's going on? How's he picking Niagara Falls for a...
Mr. Singh, I think you're best to answer that. Why
Yes.
Niagara Falls?
Yeah, I know that, but.
And from California.
Well, let me make it more clear then. What's the relation of, are you cousins? How do you know the person's landlord?
No, I just go to the church and I see the flag and then I call him and then we know him.
All right, I don't know that he's understanding.
He
I'm just trying
doesn't,
to- He's from Fresno. He's never lived in Niagara
but
Falls, right?
well, he's spent a lot of time in Niagara
Okay, that's
Falls,
what I'm asking.
traveling,
So that's a better
one of
way
his
to ask.
routes.
Okay.
And I think he has some family in the area. Is that
Because
correct?
I worked 2 years I live in 2 years in Buffalo. I work with the liquor store. I know how to manage the store. I work with, I know how to deal with the sales, inventory, talk to the vendors. I know also I have 5 years experience with the trucking business and I know how to run the business. And we already have 7 employees for my trucking business and I know the business.
Okay. Is that what's going to happen with the trucking business?
So I have a management team my dispatch holding and also we I'm just waiting for the approval because we just got married two years ago. We just got married and we just planned to my spoils. The family lives in Brampton. It's closest to the Niagara Falls. And also.
Is the trucking company based in Fresno?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Is it going to remain based in Fresno?
So after we get approved, we can switch to the New York State. We can move to my company to the New York State. I'm just waiting for the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The members have any further questions?
I don't.
You ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Commissioner De Leon?
I thank both sides for their presentation. Regarding the gross sales, I'll just say again, and this is me and only me, my colleagues do not have to use any formula that I use, that the sales would be projected to go up slightly in 2024 over 2023. If I have 2023 and 2024 numbers, that's what I use. I don't need to go back. I want to know presently how things are and what they're projected to be going in the future. But that said, the one protest store supermarket is projected, according to my math, to slightly decrease in sales. I also have a lot of concerns that were echoed and raised by counsel for a supermarket in opposition. This is a new building with no plans that have been submitted for that building. A $70,000 investment does not appear to be enough for a 10,000 square foot building. There is an increase according to tourism stated by council, but also a decrease in population. And we just approved the expansion of another store, and there's a pretty large store only 0.6 miles away. So with all that said, I'm not finding public convenience and advantage, and I have to vote to disapprove.
Commissioner Maya?
Regarding one of the latter statements of Commissioner De Leon regarding the recent approval today of GBS Holdings, Inc.
Wait, don't use the evidence from the other.
Excuse me?
Don't use the evidence from the other application.
Okay, I'm not. It's just that we have a concentrated area where apparently people would like to put package stores, and then on the same day, moments later, we have an objection from GBS. I find it anomalous in these areas where everyone complains about the economics, but then people want to build a business and then complain about it at the same time. We've had other cases. I've seen other cases with a Target and a Walmart and a Home Depot, and it's a massive highway 190, and you're not far from 190. So I do find public convenience an advantage, and I'd vote yes.
And Chair?
I'm not going to find public convenience and advantage. There is a mega store, 23,000 square feet that is 0.6 miles away. I would encourage the applicant to become a New York resident and try to apply again, perhaps at a different location.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and the next item is number 68E, Eastwood Liquor Corp. The applicant is in Buffalo, but I believe there's opposition in Albany. So, just to note, your agenda sheet is correct. Last meeting, correct reconsideration. I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's not reflected on the agenda sheet. but you guys did grant reconsideration of this application.
You mean I granted it?
No, we took a vote.
Oh,
to
we
grant
granted
reconsideration,
it.
then
I
you
see.
held it over.
Oh, I see. We already voted to recon.
Yeah, so now it's on to the actual application.
So what's the issue that's outstanding? Submit a letter of material detailing the source of Okay.
Mr. Pierkowski, if you want to put yours and your client's name on the record.
Sure, sorry. Jacob Pierkowski of the Tarantino Law Firm with Rhea Hans, the principal of Eastwood Liquor.
And we have opposition in Albany.
Is this E?
Okay, so we're both not.
Okay, you guys in Albany can go first. We already voted to reconsider, and I believe most of the opposition already spoke last time, so if you can just keep it short. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Alexandra Becker from Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna on behalf of, in opposition with Viral Patel from Syracuse Liquor. Per Chair Fan's request, we won't go into all the myriad opposition we've already put in here, other than stating that the area is completely oversaturated. You've got 2 stores within 6 miles, 10 stores in 4 miles. But the main issue that I think, the reason the board held this over and the main reason that we're here again today is the financial viability and concerns about the applicant herself. I would note that the applicant has, other than several brief years of work experience as a cashier, has no experience in this area. Her husband owns a liquor store, and perhaps most crucially, they had only put in $33,000 for their expenses in setting up a 5,400 square foot store, which if you look at our opposition, the average cost per square foot ranges at the low end of $40 a square foot, which would require over $200,000 in seed money, assuming low rental costs and all these other factors that we don't know, to over $500,000 likely needed to get this business up and running. As we pointed out, Mr. Patel, when he was setting up his significantly smaller store back in 2012, between fit-ups and inventory, spent over $350,000 at a time when we can all acknowledge everything from fit-ups to inventory were significantly cheaper. So we simply cannot see how this person can expect to set up a store of this magnitude with the amount she's disclosed, with 2 employees, all the costs attendant to the business, fit-ups, inventory, and anything else that she's requested. I see that council put in additional bank statements. We received copies of them, but it was redacted in its entirety, so we were not able to see anything, including amounts, who was on the accounts, whether there was any deposits, and whether those deposits, as Chair Fan noted in the prior meeting, were identified as to what they were. So we are operating fully in the dark beyond saying that we, this applicant has been given more opportunities to put in financial viability, and to the extent they've put in anything beyond the $30,000, we would seriously question why that's just coming in now and where it's coming from, and to the extent that they're limiting themselves to anything near the $33,000 they previously disclosed, it's not remotely enough to set up this business.
Ms. Becker, I am looking at the documents that are submitted to us. I don't see anything beyond the same 33,000 that was submitted before. Is that right, Jacob?
No, Chair, I did submit two years of bank statements to the FB supplemental email address. One is for the corporate account and one is for Ms. Hahn's private account. They show monthly deposits via check from a business called the FISHMARKET, which is where my client is employed as a cashier that was disclosed on her license or on her application. She currently has, as we sit here today, about $59,000 available to her.
All right, I'm sorry, you've got to come back because the board doesn't have what you submitted. When they,
Do we, Paula?
no, I
Yes.
can't.
Nothing.
I can re-forward it right now.
Yeah, I know, but I need to sit, I would have to look at it, so it would not be fair to you if I just scan it right now for you. It really wouldn't. So, Ms. Becker, I don't
Okay.
think you need to come back. Apparently you got what they submitted, but we did not.
Well, we just got 25 pages of redaction, so.
At least you saw the paper.
It
You want
exists.
to
Better than
access
me.
someone else's financial
Number is
information, Mr. Becker?
Number.
But we understand. I have a lot of notes from the testimony from last time as well, so we're okay.
Should I resubmit to the FB supplemental address just to make sure it goes to the
I
top of
don't
the?
think so. I think someone has it. I think it was just a mistake that it didn't get into our folder.
Okay.
Apologies to everybody involved here.
Can I note something,
Yeah,
sir?
absolutely.
The
Yes, please.
bank account from April only had $13,000 in it. Now you're saying there's $59,000 in there?
So there's
when
two
you-
accounts.
When you come back,
So-
I wanted you to reaccount for the increase, where it came from.
Yeah, and just real briefly, if I can right now, we submitted two separate accounts, her corporate account and her personal account. So in total, there's $59,000.
Okay.
So that, it'll show the increase. There's checks that are deposited every month from her work, from her salary. You can see that the amounts go up every month accordingly. The chair's question was about a $5,300 deposit in the April account that we submitted. That was the equivalent of, I believe it was 3 checks that she received during that pay period.
So you're saying that the total increase in available funds is going to be reflected in the bank statements, in deposits to the bank statements that you provided? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yeah, it's very simple.
It's all my checks which I've deposited in bank. It's all checks. Every month check I've deposited.
Okay,
Okay.
when we get it, we'll see it.
I'm sorry
Okay.
that we didn't get it. We'll talk to you again January 8th. Happy New Year.
January 8th, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, members, and condolences for the loss.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, same to you.
All right, Nicole, you can sign off. Thank you.
Bye, Nicole.
I just emailed them.
Next is in Albany. It's 35 Yellow Dog Wine and Spirits, Inc.
$38.
So 35.
35.
You're the licensee, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and put your name on the record.
James Marshall.
Well,
you have questions?
But I like the fact that he's accounted for the accepted responsibility and done remedial actions. I can go over it.
Yeah. So, okay, so there are a couple of issues here. So the thing is that it's a liquor store.
Right.
It's 18 and under.
Right.
However, he happens to be just outside of the 5 years if you look at the full board date. So I'll go with you if that's where you're at. I'll go to 5 or 6, whatever you want.
We'll split the baby if you want.
Do you have a system to, do you have a ID scanning cash register or anything like that, sir?
We do. We do, and we have counseled all the employees. Everybody's been told if there's another violation, that they will be terminated. Any new employees are gonna take an online course. We are now currently, my wife and me are reviewing the camera system on a daily basis to make sure that the employees are checking the IDs.
Okay.
It's actually within 5 years of the incident date.
Yeah, no, I know, but I just said the full board dates. I get it. However, he has been in business since 2017. How long have you been in business for?
We're in our 7th year.
Okay. All right, did the employee that made the sale, did they receive ATAP training before they made the sale?
No, I don't believe they have.
But now all the employees are getting ATAP training?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you had that certificate for the person who made the sale submitted as part of this case, you would have gotten a pretty significant reduction in the fine as well. But there are certain things that are working for you in this case. You've had the license since 2017. While you're a liquor store and it's held to, you know, slightly higher standard than grocery store, this is how, though it's a second sale, it has been almost 5 years since your first sale. So every 5 years, we kind of clean your record and go back to, you know, square one a little bit. So with that, Commissioner will tell you what the fine is.
Yeah, well, first of all, you know, the fact that the agent was not questioned or even asked for ID, as you know, is a serious matter. But I really have to acknowledge the letter that you wrote, sir, and the fact that you did not try to, explain away what happened. You accepted responsibility and then indicated that you took significant remedial measures, advising your employees, placing a sign on the door. All groups entering, each individual must be ID'd. You have a calendar by the register, and you have a license reader installed also. I really appreciate the way you've approached this.
We take it very seriously.
So do we, sir. You've proposed a $7,000 fine. If my colleagues will agree, I'll lower that to $5,000.
Commissioner Maya
5,000.
and Chair.
5,000.
All right, thank you. You'll get a
Thank you
letter.
very much.
You'll
Thank
get
you,
a letter
sir.
via email, so keep a lookout.
Thank you.
All right.
Next is 65 CSP New York LLC.
All right.
Good afternoon, Ryan Popolowski on behalf of CST.
35.
Thank you.
Is this gentleman?
He's the lawyer representing.
And I apologize, I was gonna have the store manager with me, however, I just found out that the store manager has changed and they are currently onboarding that new manager.
Okay, you want to come back?
I think we can proceed, just in interest, this should have been filed and I would ask to amend the plea form to a no contest conditional. And I apologize, there was some confusion when this was submitted on October 28th. I was unfortunately in the hospital and had emergency surgery that day.
Why don't I send this back to Office of Counsel and then you can submit a CNC because this is your third sale. That's why we were interested in speaking to the manager because a fourth sale would mean a cancellation.
I believe the notice says second.
Yeah,
Maybe
but I'm looking at the second. We imposed 6,500, which means that there was a sale before that.
Right, I thought you said this was third
And that-
violation.
This was outside by a few months.
Yeah, but this is a third violation just in general since the issuance of the license, even though it's not within the past 5 years. And
I understand.
I just get nervous if I am putting a big fine on it and then there's a forced sale, it's a cancellation. So
So my
maybe you
client,
should, but you're also saying to me that you want to submit a conditional no contest. So I want to give you the opportunity to do that if you're in the hospital, because that may save your client some money. So is that okay? If
yeah,
you
that's
go
more than
back,
fine. Yeah, if the board is now is unwilling to hear that amendment today, my client's authorized me to enter into the conditional $6,500 fine. But if the board wants me to come back,
no, it's going to be significantly higher than that. So you got to work out with counsel's office and look at the history and talk about that.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but take the 3 weeks and figure that out.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I believe you said
Return-
it was the 8th.
Well, we're going to return it to council.
Just going back to counsel's office, when you're done with the conversation, it will come back here. It may or may not be the 8th, depending on how long it takes for you to do the work, and I'm not going to make a requirement on that.
Commissioner De Leon, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And Commissioner Maya. So it's being returned to council's
And
office.
again, if they have an ATAP certificate or anything like that, you should try to get that into evidence, and that will help significantly.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I'm sorry you were not feeling well.
No, it's more than fine. I'm fully recovered now. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Next is 61 HAMDANS Enterprises LLC.
Hi, I'm Ali Hamdan.
So you are making your store go from 1,500 square feet to 300?
Well, the 1,500 is including the, it's all, I had, when I leased the building, I had to license the whole building, but my actual retail space is close to what I'm moving into right now.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Sir?
Yeah, I'm going to approve.
Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair?
The store is moving 2.3 miles and reducing in size. It will be closer to town, and therefore I find public convenience an advantage in this move. There is no change in the 4 closest stores. I vote to approve. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Next is 60 Good Taste Associates, LLC.
60 Good Taste.
Paula, how many more in Albany?
3, including the gentleman up front.
Okay.
So
There's protests from Green Long River. Is there protest there?
We do not have opposition.
So you're the applicant, if you can put your name on the record, sir.
So I'm going to let everybody in the room know that we're going to listen to these 3, and then we're going to go on a 20-minute break. So there's no real reason for you guys to be sitting in the room unless you really want to watch the YouTube channel for these next 3 items. I'm really sorry. We will be back about 1 o'clock.
Sorry, sir. If you could do that again, I'm sorry.
Okay, my name is Mark Handelman.
And if we can keep the background noise to a minimum when you're leaving the room, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have one question here about, sir, as I see it, you are the principal applicant,
Yes,
but there is an investment from the estate of a person who was an applicant with you. Is that correct?
yes, there was an applicant with me who invested in the business. He owned 12% of the business, and he is now deceased, and his estate is involved as a partner in the business.
I have, you have to explain how that's going to work to me, because if the estate has distributees, unless they had come to some agreement, they're all entitled to their share of the estate under the law, whatever it is that they're entitled to get, which could create problems. How do you envision this working? Because you're not dealing with an individual, you're dealing with an estate that represents all of the heirs and the distributees of that estate.
The articles of incorporation allow that if someone is deceased, any of the partners is deceased, the remaining partner or partners has the right to buy out the rest of the shares that are owned, the 12% in this case. And it's our intention to make an offer to buy out the rest of the ownership of the business once the estates finish the probate process.
Are you okay? Yeah. So there is someone who's been appointed the administrator or the executor, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and do you have any idea how many heirs or distributees there are of that estate?
There are several trusts that are, because it was a trust, the will was in the form of a trust. There are several relatives of the deceased who get trusts of their own within that overall trust. And then there are several individuals who are going to get a distribution directly. I don't know exactly the number.
Right. And, it would be my understanding, sir, that if any one of the distributees or heirs of that estate has an objection to how the estate is being distributed, they could file objections to that, which could hold up your ability to buy out the estate or that portion of the deceased member. That's how I understand it. I think that presents a real problem for you.
Well,
I'm not saying it's
again,
gonna happen, but it could.
It's my understanding that they're bound to sell the ownership by the estate to me at what would be a fair market value, and that it's just a question of once they get through the probate process and settle all the other aspects of it, then I would be able to, to buy out that share, and they would have to sell it to me.
Right. I can understand that they have to sell it. The question is, do they agree upon the fair market value? I think you've answered as best as you could.
Well, I'm not an attorney.
Well, let me ask you something. I think that we cleared up the issue of whether or not it's on a public thoroughfare, right?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor says that there's access by a two-lane driveway, correct?
Yes, there is access by a two-lane drive, very wide driveway.
Now, you have another active license at the same premise?
I have a beer license at the store next door, which is a retail specialty food store.
All right. I'll note that the gross figures that I received, 2 out of the 3 show a projected increase for 2024, although one of the figures for one of those stores came from 2022. That's interesting because I think we might have still been under the COVID and you're still showing an increase. And you also have the support of the local newspaper, which is the first time I've seen that since I've been here, as well as the Democratic Committee, the Rotary Club, the Stage Company, Local LTD, and the mayor. The only question I have is about this estate situation. And I might want to talk with council about that. That's all the questions that I have, sir.
Counselor, if you want to
Questions or?
What's the problem?
I said what I think the problem is.
You want to vote? You can vote.
We have to figure it out. We don't know. That's never gonna happen.
I understand. That's
If it
fine.
makes you feel better, we do have additional. So once the state's settled, they have to sign a notarized affidavit. Once the state is settled, they have to file a corporate change application.
Right.
And if he doesn't do that, it may impact his renewal when he goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've had been dealing with.
Yeah, I understand that your concern is.
And I can tell you, you can go into litigation for a long time, especially here in the city, because the settlement court is so backed up. But, this is where in Franklin, it might be completely different. I just don't know how it's going to go. Sir, let me ask you this, if this is amenable to you. Would you agree to come back, perhaps consult with an attorney that can write something up for you that would explain the logistics of how this would work in terms of the estate? Would you be amenable to that?
I mean, yes, if that's a requirement, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm only one of 3. I'd have to see what my colleagues say, but that would be my offer.
I would approve if I'm correct on what I'm about to say. I would approve if it's subject to a corporate change application, which means that when you sort out the estate, because right now there's an estate representative or a trustee, I can't tell from what you've stated. And if a corporate change application would work, I would say yes now. If not, I guess I'll say it that way because I'm not sure of that answer.
So a corporate change application, it may take a while.
to make it subject to. It may take a while to file and approve, and we only have a conditional period of 6 months, and then if they ask for an extension, it could be a year and a half. We do have as a condition of approval right now that we're going to require a signed notarized affidavit stating that a corporate change application will be filed once the shares are settled. And that would be a requirement, and it may hold up your renewal should you be approved.
My understanding, sir, I don't know how many heirs there are to this estate. If they are in agreement, they can do almost anything. Clearly, that portion has to be sold. If some evaluation or appraisal can be done and an offer made to those distributees at this time where you can get them to commit to accept a certain amount, then once you have that commitment, I think you're on solid ground. Absent that commitment, I think it's a little shaky, and maybe the attorney who's representing the estate can work that out for you. I'm just trying to think of as many options as I can, but I've kind of seen this play out here in the city really badly sometimes.
However, I just want to be fair. Our assessment is public convenience and advantage. I think the fact that he may end up in litigation, it's sort of his own risk in a way.
Well, I think the issue is really who's going to be the real owners and whether or not there's going to be a corporate change able to be filed anytime soon.
Fair enough. I just, from knowing about liquor stores, I think if I were an heir and I have a liquor store,
This is a different thing.
I would keep taking the money. I mean, personally, I'm going to find public convenience and advantage. Just, that's our standard here. It's the next store is 8.2 miles away.
So you vote to approve, Chair, correct?
Yeah, I vote to approve.
What is your vote, Commissioner Maya?
I vote to approve.
Okay, and De Leon, what's your vote?
Well, for the reasons stated, I have to vote to deny.
Okay, but you are approved. You'll get a conditional approval letter, okay, sir?
Okay, thank you very much.
And you'll have to meet the conditions before you can get the license. But you'll get a letter.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
It will be emailed to the
Thank you
address on
very much.
file.
All right, next is 50 South Cairo Liquor Store, Inc.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing? My name's Sagar Brahmi. I'm the owner and I'm representing South Cairo Liquor Stores. We are relocating 300 feet from our existing place
50
to adjacent lot.
Okay, so just for the record, he's moving 300 feet into a 3,000 square foot store. They bought the store in 2022, and the original store was a little bit less than 800 square feet. The next closest store is 2.3 miles away.
Yeah.
Are y'all ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all of the gross sale figures support this move. There does seem to be a projected increase in sales for 2024, with the exception of one store, which we didn't get any figures for. And the other store just didn't give us any figures for 2023. But all of the stores are significantly far away, the closest being 2.3, the farthest being 7.5. I'll also vote to approve.
And Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair?
I vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks for waiting.
Next is 17 West 37th Street Hotel LLC and 365 Management Company LLC. Do you have anyone in New York City, or is it just you?
I don't, it's just
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry.
Nope, that's okay. It's all right.
That's why I saved you to the end. Sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Yowie. I'm the attorney for the applicants, West 37th Street Hotel and 365 Management Company. doing business as the Courtyard, New York, Manhattan, Times Square. This is a hotel on-premise license application. I believe the sole issue here was the removal of security from the method of operation. At the time we applied, the hotel did have security. This was a transfer application. It was filed due to a change in ownership. The hotel has always had security. Security was terminated. The security company the hotel used was terminated last March due to poor performance. The hotel was actively seeking a new security guard company, but at the time that the examiner reached out on the application, security was not in place. So an amended method of operation removing security was submitted. The hotel has since engaged a new security company. There are 2 security guards. I have all of the security guard company information to provide on the method of operation.
Okay. I'm okay with it. I think we got a note from the community board saying that there is no objection, that there's no security guard at this hotel. So I'm okay with it. Thank you for showing up. I vote to approve.
And Commissioner De Leon?
Yeah, with the community board's approval, I vote to approve.
And Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, so we are going to go on a 20-minute break, 1 o'clock.
All right. Thank you, Paula and Hillary.
Take care.
Sign off.
Stairs to like say hi to the staff.
the seat is of kind of like, you know.
All right, everyone, we're back on the record after a recess. I'm sorry. So we do have members of the community board here, and we do make accommodations to community boards to support them arriving. So I am going to call them up first. First one is 68M addition. It's a reviewing the adopted advisory concerning the addition of outdoor space to licensed premises and newly enacted ABC Law 111-A. Is the community board going to come up for that, the outdoor advisory?
I signed in for that.
Signed in for it too.
Oh, did they?
Okay, go ahead,
So
Max.
we're just to be clear, we're not changing the substance of the advisory. When the advisory was adopted, the members did set a compliance date of January 1st, and it was stated on the record that we would come back in December to review that compliance date, but the substance isn't changing.
Yes, understood. Thank you, members. Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman, PC. We are General and Legislative Counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, which is New York City's largest industry trade association representing the on-premises retail tier. On behalf of our over 2,000 dues-paying members, our board of directors, and our executive director, Andrew Ridgie, we all want to thank you for once again considering the compliance date for Advisory 2024-1. It's a very important issue that feeds into the success of our very important outdoor dining program in New York City. The question before the members, as stated by the secretary, is whether to extend the compliance date, which is currently set for January 1st of 2025. We believe you should extend it. And the reason we believe you should extend it is because there will not be enough businesses that have been issued licenses by the New York City Department of Transportation by January 1st in order for them to be able to comply with your advisory by the date that you've set, leading to the gap that we warned of the last time we discussed this, the gap where a business can legally operate on a pending status with their sidewalk cafe under city law, but can't legally serve alcohol there. I have two updates for you in terms of the facts of the situation. The first is based on our best information and belief, which comes from conversations with our members, other anecdotal evidence. We don't actually have data from DOT on this. A grand total of 0 licenses have been issued by the Department of Transportation under the new outdoor dining program at this stage.
I thought there were 2.
Okay, well, I was going to say if it's not 0, then it's close to it. But our understanding I'm not aware of any. So 2 is obviously not anywhere near the 2,600 that had applied before the August 3rd deadline. The second piece of information that we update that we want to share with you is that we recently had a meeting with DOT's licensing staff last week, and they informed us that as they shuttle their applications that they're processing through the various steps that they're required to administer, they're prioritizing the roadway cafe applications. The reason for them prioritizing the roadway cafe applications is because roadway cafes are going to require a little bit more infrastructure to set up for a restaurant than a sidewalk cafe. A roadway cafe is required to have a fairly heavy 3-foot barrier. Many of them will have platforms. These are materials that need to be ordered, fabricated. There are some companies that lease these. Deposits need to be put down. So businesses need to know sooner rather than later whether they're going to get a roadway cafe license or not. So DOT is trying to get to those first. The reason why that's relevant here is because by consequence, the sidewalk cafe applications are going to be gotten to, on the whole, second. Now, the sidewalk cafe season is year-round under our city law, unlike the roadway cafe season, which is seasonal, only operates from April to November. You could have a sidewalk cafe any time of the year. And so when you put these two facts together, what we have is pretty much nobody is going to be able to file the municipal alteration application with your agency by January 1st, because pretty much nobody is going to have a sidewalk cafe license by then. And because we can't, by your advisory, we can't file the municipal alteration application without having actually been issued the sidewalk cafe license, we will have the anomalous situation where under city law, the businesses are allowed to operate.
But the item we have on the agenda is extending that 1/1/24 deadline and changing it to allowing 60 days between someone receiving their actual permit from the municipality to actually filing the alteration with our agency. So can you comment on that?
Sure. So the 60 days is new, and that's interesting to react to. I mean, what our ask was going to be, and what our ask is that you move the compliance date to April 1st of 2025, and there's really good reasons why that should be the date. That's the beginning of the roadway cafe season, and so it's our understanding that DOT that is the date they're targeting to be through the 2,600 applications that were filed by the August 3rd deadline. So if they're done by then, that's when the compliance date should be as well. It also keeps it simple. There's lots of dates under this program. There was August 3rd, there's November 1st, November 30th, January 1st. April 1st is a date that's already there on the books because it's the beginning of the roadway cafe season. It would be great if we could tell the industry that's also the date that you need to file your municipal alteration application with the SLA by. It one less date to keep track of. If, Chair, you are suggesting that by whatever compliance date there is, you're going to additionally have a 60-day grace period, we think that's wonderful. And that would help also address the gap that we've previously raised concerns with. That's all we have, and thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you're in agreement that 60 days makes sense for 60 days from the issuance. Presumably there are businesses out there around the state that already have these municipality permits, and those people can file essentially from today until 60 days from now.
Our concerns with New York City, and so,
I understand that,
but if you're, so if
our
we're,
concern is statewide.
understood, New York City is obviously a major component. If you're going to do a compliance date of April 1st and then plus 60 days, I think that really addresses the gap. If that's not what you're suggesting, if you basically keep it January 1st but do 60 days, we're not in favor of that.
January 1st, we're eliminating January 1st and just saying 60 days from whenever they decide, because
that's great.
We have our conversations as well, and we are obviously in support of our sister agency DOT, who's starting a new program and going through a whole new licensing process, and we are not in a position to give them a deadline.
Yeah.
And so, when they are issuing them, when they get to a place where they can issue them, we will give it a 60-day grace period for licensing to do their work.
We're agreeable to that, and thank you for that. We think that's a great development. Thank you for that idea.
Just to clarify, 60 days from today or 60 days from the date of receipt. So in other words,
The latter.
anybody who has it,
Mm-hmm.
they have 60 days from today.
Okay.
Anybody who doesn't have it, they have 60 days from receipt.
Okay,
Just
I
to
understand. So that's how
clarify.
you're addressing the whole state while also addressing New York City. Okay, I understand.
Yep. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, members.
Donna Raftery, Chair of CB2's SLA Committee. I'm going to let Carter Booth have something to say on this. 60 days sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, so we certainly don't speak for all community boards, but I'll give you an example. We have 547 pending applications, just to put this in perspective. So for us, these dates are very important because, as you know, the significant number of licenses in our community board, we have a lot of stipulations, which is how we find an agreement, and quite a few of them restrict outdoor dining. We're very willing to revisit them, but we just need time to get this right with the applications.
Yep.
And the 60 days seems like a reasonable amount of time. We've been discussing how to do this, but we keep waiting and waiting and waiting for the applications to come. And I think that seems like a reasonable
Thank you.
accommodation. And
So let's just also make clear that it's 60 days to file. And if we hear from the community board that you have issues, we can kick that out. If there is a disagreement, it will become, that alteration application becomes a full board item, and you will come here and address it. It will follow the same process that you do. So 60 days on the applicant to file is not for you to finish your process if you need more time. Because this could be happening in the middle of the summer, the way it's going, and there are many boards that just generally don't meet during the summer, and we would not want them to lose their opportunity to opine on applications.
And a little bit of an anomaly, which is not your issue, but it's our issue, is that the 30-day notice is not required to be approved by DOT to provide us with notice of the changes. So if an application is, or an applicant or a licensee is familiar with their existing circumstances, they can approach us prior to even being approved by DOT to begin this process, but we have yet to do that yet. So I think everybody's willing to work through this, but
We've been encouraging that.
yeah, and we've been trying to encourage that. So I think that's
Yeah,
reasonable.
and we would love to hear what it's like. As far as I know, we have one application.
Can I just ask one?
So thank you.
If I could just ask for one clarification on the point about them coming to the full board, I understand what you just said. If there's disagreement with the community board, it goes to the full board, all right. But so long as the applicant has submitted within 60 days, then if it takes more than 60 days to get to the full board, the applicant can still continue to serve alcoholic beverages.
I'm not going to make that commitment. That's an enforcement issue that I can't comment on.
Well, I'm just trying to understand then what's being approved. So you have 60 days to file with the agency, and this is supposed to be an expedited process. That's what we were told last time. And so what happens if more than 60 days elapses from the issuance of the DOT permit and we still don't have approval from your agency because it's going to the full board?
The requirement of the 60 days is only about filing. It says nothing about enforcement.
Okay, but people don't want
To be honest, as of right now, every single person who is serving outside is violating because it's not.
No, because you gave till January 1st, so that's not, I mean,
no.
you gave till January 1st, that's why the compliance date was January
Max,
1st.
we're not going to have this debate about enforcement here.
Okay, we just need clear rules, that's all. I mean, we just need clear rules. People want to follow the
The
law.
rule is to file within 60 days. If there's a community board disagreement, then it will come to full board. That's where we're at.
Okay.
I vote for the 60-day extension.
And Commissioner Maya
Yes.
and Chair.
I'm just going to clarify a little bit that instead of the deadline of January 1, 2025, full board is now agreeing with each other to extend the requirement for alteration applications regarding outdoor dining to be 60 days from either today in the event that they already have a municipality permit in hand, or 60 days from the date of when they receive it. That's the adjustment. There is no actual deadline.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a great innovation, the 60 days. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thanks for waiting. I'm sorry.
All right, next item with community board present is number 49, Mama's Cooking 2 LLC.
Fish market, right?
Fish Market, yeah.
All right. So.
Are you gonna speak?
Fish market
So
is
just when you go up
40.
and speak, tell them you have stuff.
40,
49.
49. So, Mr. Flynn, did you
Yeah.
get the investigation report on the measurement?
No, the measurement, I
Wait,
believe,
why didn't we call the other ones that Carter and them are here for?
I had mine.
No, you gotta call, it's 16 and 59? No, it's okay. Well, let's finish this and then we can go to that.
okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. Are they still there?
No, they're still there. They're over there. It's 16 and 59. All right. So did you get the report?
No, I didn't get a report from them.
So our investigator went out and it was found that the church is 74 feet from the premises on the same street.
No question about it. But what the issue was is the church is there illegally. That's not a legal church. And we gave the information before. You can't sit there and reward somebody who's illegally using the purpose of the building.
I don't know. We have an advisory that says that we don't care about certificate of occupancy, so I think it's a non-issue.
For a license application, but you can't say.
This is a license application.
If you let me finish, Chairman. If someplace is going to be called a church, it should be a church in all legal capacity. This is clear. They applied trying to be a legal church in 2013 and were denied. We gave you a record of that the last time we were here. In fact,
I dug out from the Department of Buildings afterwards, I have the actual letter which denies their use and tells them they cannot be a church. That's the city of New York telling them they cannot be a church. They can be a church somewhere else where it's legal, but they cannot be a church here at this location.
And you submitted that letter, right?
I submitted you the building department records. This, I
Right.
actually got the
That's
physical
actual-
letter.
that's different.
The physical letter. yes.
All right, so I'd like to see that. You also told us that someone had made a bed bug complaint back in, was it 2018 or?
Somebody made a complaint.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, thank you.
That somebody made a bed bug complaint, and I guess the theory there is that there's a tenancy in the building.
That's the theory, but I think the stronger argument is
Mike.
Yes, somebody made that, but I can't tell you who it was. It was done in a way where we
I
can't
don't know
tell.
if that tenant is a member of the church.
I do not. But what I can tell you for sure is that this church is not supposed to be here. And this
I
letter,
understand, but that's not what the case law says.
well, if there's a case that says you're supposed to reward a church that's illegally there, I don't know of it. I don't know of any such ruling under New York State law that says that you should acknowledge a building when it is not there legally.
I understand.
Can a place be a place of worship without any designation, any specified designation by the city or?
No,
Or any denomination or anything?
I don't think so, and the reason for that is there's safety concerns. It's public assembly. People are coming into that building in church. They're coming to gather in a space that has to be set up to protect not only the people who visit that space, but the public at large. And if they're not using that space legally, which this letter is clear that they are not using this space legally, that they were
It says
denied.
it cannot issue a letter of no objection. It's
Right.
like a triple negative here.
No, it doesn't, because if you read the next sentence, in all due respect, it says presently space is commercial use group 6 only. It is not for religious purposes.
I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
get any
I
clearer than that.
understand what you're arguing. I'm just not sure.
Has this been complained to? Like, have you reached out to the city related to this?
To the building department, this is their letter, this is still, if you look at all the records, I gave you all.
2013 though.
No, I understand that, but there's no such, the records I gave you before this had every index card on the file from the building department. Everyone shows the chain as commercial space. I also gave you the records from the building department showing what applications were made for the location. And after this 2013 application, no other applications were made. They were denied that use. They apparently just said, we don't care, and just went and did whatever they wanted to do.
So you're saying they're calling themselves a church?
Yeah, they're calling themselves a church, like a storefront church. They're calling themselves a church, but they're not permitted to operate as a church at that location. If you wanted, Chairman, I know you have a very busy day here, so can I make a suggestion? You said that there was law that said that it doesn't matter. Can you put this over to 1-8 and give us the opportunity to brief that issue? You can listen to them now, but the issue we're only here twice. Because I know of no case that says you should reward somebody for being illegally in a space.
You know that doesn't exist. That's not how, no one sues when they get a license. That's not how it works.
No, it is how it works. If you don't have.
Yeah, let me hear the protest.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks for coming again, guys.
So just a couple of issues on the church. Use group 6, a church is a permissible use. Even though it's use group 6 is a commercial use, a church can use a commercial space. If you know the Lower East Side at all, we have dozens of storefront churches. Also, the state.
How do you know that? Just.
Oh, I've lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years. My colleague here works for a non-for-profit that surveys storefront spaces in the Lower East Side. So we have a lot of these. I also provided evidence that the state of New York gives this a full property tax exemption as a church. Why would the state of New York not want property taxes on a valuable property on the Lower East Side if it wasn't operating as a church? And they've given it year after year after year after year. There's also a deed that conveys this to Alpha E Omega Iglesias Church. And if you look at the deed, it says the purpose is a church. So this is a church.
Did you submit the deed? Do we have the deed?
I submitted all this in October, and then I brought it the last time we were here, and you adjourned because they measured the wrong church.
Yep.
So, I mean, we have a lot, we don't believe this should be approved because we don't believe it's in the public interest for a whole host of reasons. But our opinion, and we believe our records show that this is a church, not some signing from 12 years ago by DOB. So,
Is there anything you wish to say, ma'am? Or is that covered?
Yeah. Did you see the deed?
yeah, but do you want us to speak just to the church or anything else?
Sir, do you have the deed with you that you spoke of? It's either that or I'm just not picking it up immediately. And I'll tell you why. I want to see who the grantee of the deed is.
The grantee is
it-
Alpha
is
E.
it- Is it a corporation?
Yeah, it's Alpha E Omega Church, a not-for-profit church. That's what a church is.
I mean, does it say Inc. or Corp?
I could, maybe, if you give me a few minutes, I could
That's
open
not
my
up to me,
phone
but
and see.
Yeah, that's my question right now.
But this was, I'm sorry, this was submitted several times.
I didn't see it.
Do you have a deed, sir?
We were
never given a deed.
It was in the package that I sent for the first hearing,
I'll look again.
and then I brought it to this meeting. I can, like I said, I might be able to access the documents on my phone. So if you want, I could step aside and do that.
I don't even think that they need anybody else to say that their church, other than people get together.
I mean, I don't think the church is the only reason not to support this license, but there is a deed. I'm not making it up. It's one of the reasons this space has not been licensed
Yeah, I
for
understand.
a long time.
Okay, do you have something to say, ma'am?
So I was going to also speak to the public benefit, or do you want me to you want to just leave it at the church? I don't know.
You can speak to the public benefit if there's anything to add from what you already said last time.
I submitted another package. I don't know if you got that on Thursday. I also have it here.
Okay.
So, I mean, basically, my position would be, since this business opened, they have not adhered to the hours that they posted. They have not adhered to the hours they applied for. They were denied twice by the community board. The administrative law judge found no benefit. They're barely open. They're open from like 4 to 10:30. So they have barely any customers. So issuing a license to them is just basically issuing a license to a business that has done nothing to even try to make a go of it with beer and wine, where there are numerous businesses in the neighborhood that have, by opening for breakfast, by opening for lunch, by opening for dinner. They have multiple TVs. I sent pictures showing that like every season when there's sporting events going on, they're never open. They're closed over the entire Thanksgiving holiday, which was surprising because I testified that they're closed over the holidays. So our opinion is they're not even trying to make a go of this with a beer and wine license, doing nothing to try and attract
Yeah,
customers.
but it's hard to convince us that they're a disturbance when they're not open.
Right,
So which one is
so you're saying, I believe Commissioner De Leon asked about no adverse issues. Well, there's no adverse issues when there's nobody in there. And there's nobody in there from 4 o'clock to 10:30. But their other place is a full-fledged sports bar that's packed and, is known to be a little bit rowdy. So you're just upgrading a license to a business that hasn't even operated with the one they have successfully or even tried.
You said they have tax exemption as a church.
Yes, full property tax exemption, and that was also in the package. I hope you have these.
Send you what he's talking about right now.
Oh,
via
you can
email.
send it?
Yep.
It has the deed and it has the property tax exemption. It has everything.
Guys, we don't have any of this shit.
I know, I didn't see it.
You don't have any of this?
I didn't see it, no, that's why our secretary is getting it out. Now, you don't have a hard copy that you could hand?
No, because I sent it twice.
Okay.
And I brought it to the last meeting. I would have loved to, should have thought to bring a hard copy, but I thought because I turned it in twice. But again, I could go look it up on my phone.
I think your colleague wanted to be heard.
Sure.
So if we can hear from her.
Sure.
Then I'd like to go back to council.
Thank you. I'm Laura Sewell. I'm the director of the East Village Community Coalition. You know, we've long worked with small business services, just more local independent businesses in the East Village, and I do maintain a database of storefronts in the East Village. So storefront churches and community organizations are extremely common on the Lower East Side. There are 11 houses of worship within 750 feet of this location on the SLA lamp, most of which you would not recognize as a church walking by. This particular church is a Pentecostal church. It's been there I'm a longtime neighborhood resident, and it's always been at this location. You can see it on Google since 2007 with the name of the church there. They definitely, they put out their sandwich board on Sunday.
We have something from the senior vice president of Housing Works that says it's been a church.
That's Andrew who just spoke.
It's been a church since 1970.
Yeah, so the rector and her family live upstairs. You know, we hear this from the neighbors who live next door. I mean, this is just general knowledge of this place for us. It definitely curtailed its activities during the pandemic. My understanding is they are doing a lot of what they do on Zoom these days, for what that's worth. The idea that a church is only a church if the congregation can afford a standalone rectory and a steeple is economic discrimination.
I'll interrupt you. That's my question, and I don't know this answer.
Yeah.
There's the Religious Corporation Law in New York.
Okay.
Is it a church under the Religious Corporation Law? Now, if there's common law that makes it a church, I don't know that answer. Somebody would have to brief us or tell us. But I don't know that.
Understood.
But the first check off in the first thing I'm checking off is under the Religious Corporation Law, is this a church?
Understood.
Otherwise, I don't want to bar over there. I rent out a place and we're a church. That's a little bit facetious, but
No. I appreciate that. I'm simply speaking to my longtime knowledge as a neighboring resident, as well as my involvement in the small business part. So.
Can I just say before that, I do have a copy of the deed in front of me now. It's a transaction from it's hard to read, looks like Jesse Ortez Pacheco to the Iglesia de Dios Pentecostal. That is the deed that I see right now. And I also see the code 25116 indicating a religious tax exemption. So I do see that now.
I don't need to find it.
He's got it.
We have it now.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
And then just briefly to speak to Commissioner Fan's, very valid point that typically if a restaurant operates without a complaint history for a period of time, CB3 commonly recommends upgrades to full liquor if the restaurant requests it, and the neighbors typically do not object. The objection here is that when these applicants first came before CB3, they wanted full liquor. Their other establishment in the Seaport is a sports bar. Their Instagram says classic hole-in-the-wall dive bar with a twist, authentic Malaysian home cooking. That application is too much in the area where they wanted to go in. It's an oversaturated area with a club next door, a lot of bars and full liquor licenses in the surrounding areas. The area of Avenue A between 10th and 14th Street became highly oversaturated, and the community board and the community have long worked to kind of keep a lid on it. And it's actually okay right now. We're attracting non-alcohol businesses, and we have a lot of early closing restaurants serving beer and wine that serve both the community and people coming in. This is not what we see here. There are no complaints. There are no delivery bikes. There are no people picking up takeout. There's very little business. I don't know how many covers they're doing, but I don't know how they're hanging on, honestly. That's really all I have to
Do you
say.
have any knowledge of actually services being held in the building?
Yeah, they
Put a sandwich board out. I have a picture of that. I can,
we have a picture of it. They do services on the weekends and during the week.
Can I state?
And I live across the street. I see people coming in and out of there on the weekends like most churches.
Okay. But for the record, I have now looked at the deed that was sent. And it's to Iglesia de Dios Pentecostal Alpha E Omega, comma, Inc. And then it says a religious corporation having its principal office at such and such. So my first checkoff indicates a religious corporation. I will say that for the record. I don't know if it's an exclusively used premises or not, but my first checkoff happened, so.
yeah, again, typically we do have some storefront churches that are in a large condo building. We understand in CB3 that is not an exclusive use, and we don't object to those. We don't even bring it up. This is used by the church and the family of the pastor.
Let's let council.
And then the other thing I want to say is that we fully support CB3's recommendation and the ALJ's determination of finding that issuing this license is not in the public benefit. Thank you very much.
The building department records clearly have, right on the building department record on the CFO page, has the language that the New York City DOB Commissioner's denial of the use of the first floor church as they seek to legalize this non-compliant occupancy. It's non-compliant. It also, on the building department website, indicates that just because it shows a building's tax status, which is not the same as the legal use of the structure. So you can file and give all the paperwork you want with regard to the tax status to get your not-for-profit use as a church. But if you put that church in a building, and I'm not saying it needs spires or anything else, I'm saying it needs to be approved for that purpose and use. And what they've done in this case is they took,
I don't think that follows. Go ahead.
Well, I'll explain how it follows. I can take a religious corporation, file for my tax status, and get my tax status. But if I then take it and put my business, I'm supposed to have the legal use of that space for a church. This space is not used for a church legally. The DOB records are clear. They are in conflict with the tax records, but what goes in this space legally is decided by the building department of the city of New York.
But even if we accept your argument,
Yes.
even if you say that the building is being illegally used, it doesn't mean that the building is not being used as a church. And I'm a little concerned to have government tell us what is a church or what isn't a church. It's the same as I would be concerned if somebody questioning whether or not what your faith is. Your faith and people gathering to worship is a church, whether it's in a building or in a lawn. I understand that gets a little farther away from what we're talking about, but that's kind of how I see it. I understand your argument.
I
that the
agree with you
building
on
is
that
being
point.
illegally
Right,
used.
I agree with you on your point. I don't say you have to be in any
It's
building.
not a church.
But
And
when-
for us, the standard is it a church?
Well, if you pick the building, doesn't the building have to be used for that purpose? You're gonna reward, whether it's a church or not, you're gonna reward
Rewarding
somebody?
the church, that's not how the 200-foot rule works. I don't think the church exists there to stop him from having a restaurant like that. You're like.
Well, it does statutorily, I'm not turning it around, because statutorily, if you decide a church is in a location, it should be legally in that location.
It should be.
Okay,
But-
well.
Right,
our
but if it
information-
isn't-
have to be.
Our information suggests that this is exclusive use of the church. It's within 74 feet of the restaurant front door.
I was gonna say, you could be-
I am,
It'll make a great seven.
my hands are tied. This is,
Sir, do you have any questions about whether it's exclusively used as a church? Is that a question at all that you're prepared?
That was a question, except when we approached the pastor wouldn't talk to us about anything. So it was impossible to determine. We did speak to a mailman off the record, but I can't give you a statement from a mailman off the
Members
record.
are gonna be ready.
Well, I'm answering the commission's question.
If you look at the report is saved in the shared drive, and the investigator did speak to the pastor.
Yeah.
And the pastor stated that it's been a church at that current location for 60 years. that she has been a pastor for 8 years, and that the church owns the building that is located in, that one of the pastors lives in the apartments above the church, and that no one else other than one of the pastors lives in the building, and no outside events take place there.
Okay.
Exclusive use. All right.
All right.
Let's go.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, well, first of all, there's been a lot of work put into this. I appreciate the presentations from both sides. I've seen the deed. It was transferred to a religious corporate entity. I've seen the tax documents that indicate that it has a religious church status that is exempt. I accept the representations that were made by the Vice President of Housing Works. I've looked at the signage of the church, which indicates that when services are held. I give you a lot of credit, Council, for raising the arguments that you raised. They just do not resonate with me. I have a problem with the city of New York saying what is a church or what is not a church. As my understanding is, a church can be anywhere where people come together and express their faith and pray. And I think that the evidence indicates that that's the case here. Now, they may be doing it in an illegal building or when not a building is sanctioned by the city. That's another issue, and that's not exactly, I think, the issue that's before me as a commissioner here. So with all that said, and also the findings of our investigator that it is within the, I think it was 74, I'm going to have to deny.
Commissioner Maya.
Well, as I stated a few minutes ago, it seems to be a religious corporation, so I have to stop there. It also, I don't have any proof that it's not exclusively used. So I can't, there's no exception that I see from what I've heard. I hear council's argument regarding the zoning and the use of the property, but I think that would be for another forum or a declaratory judgment, another forum that doesn't present here. So I just think that just checking this off, I will have to agree with Commissioner De Leon and deny it.
Thank you all for your time and
I
have a
haven't
very
voted
nice
yet.
holiday.
I'm
Oh, I'm
gonna,
sorry, I thought you voted first.
I'm going to vote to deny solely on the 200-foot issue. And you can ask for reconsideration if there's no evidence on that front. I'm not denying on fitness of character.
Thank you very much. Have a nice holiday, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, next is 59. It's a declaratory ruling for 113 West 13th Street, New York. I apologize. I was told they were members of Community Board 3. That's why.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan members.
Where are we?
59.
Okay, thanks.
Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky. This is a request for reconsideration of a ruling that we had originally requested back in July of last year, 2023, that the premises at 113 West 13th Street are grandfathered under.
Why are you coming back
505.
now? I mean, that was a long time ago.
We're coming back now because, first of all, the license was approved and was issued. We're coming back now. Well, we made the request for reconsideration back in March. So at that point,
But that was
our
9
principal
months out.
concern was that we may not be approved in time to be open and we needed the temporary permit. But one of the reasons, and I think maybe the only reason that was stated at the full board meeting when you considered this, and I can only go by that because there's no written decision yet on the request for the ruling, was that the request was not made by the landlord, which of course is not required, both the
So
So I just want to add to that point, to satisfy you, even though it's not required, the landlord is joining in this request. And for the landlord, it is important for them to know that this space is not subject to the 500-foot law, whether there's a new application down the road or after the current licensee leaves. So we think this is still a relevant issue. The original request was not that this application be grandfathered, but that the premises be grandfathered. So we think it is still relevant. We have provided some additional information in the request for reconsideration, including a letter from the
you already
landlord.
have your license?
That is correct. Nevertheless, it still, we believe, should have been we believe that the request for the ruling should have been
You have
granted.
stipulations with the community board?
Yes, this community board supported the license application. There was no issue with that. This space has been licensed for 70 years, since 1951, and we believe that it is grandfathered. The only issue is the gap of 2 years and 5 months from the time of the last license. Now, you have issued advisories and other rulings where if it's a year or less, it seems to be a no-brainer. If it's vacant during that period and there's no intervening use, there are many
I saw the photos. It
rulings
looked
on
like
that.
this was a gut renovation.
So there are a couple of things, yes, and
So
other issues.
can we just vote on reconsideration first?
Sure.
In my opinion, this was decided a year and a half ago. At the time, we made a decision based on what was in front of us. Every application is different. This is a restaurant that is in the basement of a residential building on a very residential street. I think the situation there has changed very significantly from 50, 60 years ago. I remember having those conversations. It's almost traumatizing how much of this is in my brain. I actually think that since you already have the license, this is a moot point. I mean, this board is not operating, in a vacuum here. We look at the applicant, we look at what is being presented by the community board. It's not, it's almost a disrespect to everybody here to just apply for something to make a point, because
Well, can I just address that, because I don't
you already
wanna be
have your
disrespectful,
license,
but
so
you have to-
nothing has changed.
Well, you have to remember, we made this request in July of 2023. It is not our fault that it's taken us until December 2024 to now get here on the request for reconsideration. That's not, we filed this request before this application was ever filed with the authority. And it took a long time, and I know council's office had a lot of issues with staffing, that they couldn't get certain things. I'm not casting any blame, just telling you what the facts are. When this was denied, we think that the basis for denial, the only basis that was given, two bases. One, the landlord wasn't a party. As a matter of law, that's not a valid basis. The APA and the SLA rules say any person can make a request for a ruling. Nothing requires it to be made by the landlord. The second statement, along the lines of what you just said, Chair Fan, is that there have been changes. The community board should have input. The grandfather provision is a statutory right. This is not just something that is totally discretionary. The statute says that a premises can be grandfathered under the 500-foot law if it is continuously licensed since prior to, I think, December 1, 1993.
But you're not aggrieved. Your client is not aggrieved. You have a license. You're
It's
operating.
not, I don't think it's a matter of being aggrieved.
To reconsider this, which I am not going to vote to recon, but I don't vote for it. I am not 3 votes. I will still not choose to issue this declaratory ruling because the license has already been issued. If you don't have the hours or method of operation that you want, you need to operate properly and then go to the community board and apply for a change in method of operation. This is a backdoor way of saying we should have had what the people before us had. I understand, like, that's what your clients want, but that's not the purpose of this exercise. And it's unfair to the community to do that. You don't, if you thought that you could get 4 a.m. and the method of operation you want based on the current conditions, then go apply for that. You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand. I appreciate what you're saying, Chair Fan. We are making a request that this premises are grandfathered under the 500-foot law. I do not think that is a
But the
moot point.
reason why we have a backlog is because we are buried with work. For you to do this, and then we have to get people drafting for a thing that is moot, it's not fair to our staff. And at some point, we have to say no.
I respect what you're saying, and I respect the work that you and the commissioners and everybody at the authority does. But again, the timing of this is such that it's now putting us in the position where we're coming back a year and a half after
I
our
understand. It
original
was your
request.
choice to file it. You have a right to file it, but we also have a right to say we're not going to
Well, we did file
issue
this
it.
request for
So let's just
reconsideration
vote
back in
on
March.
recon. Let's just vote on it.
Commissioner De
Any
Leon.
reason to hear from the community board? You're standing there. Is it on another case? No.
We're ready to argue the merits of this.
I don't think we.
agree with
I don't think we need it.
I don't think we.
Chair, but
Commissioner De Leon,
Voting, yeah, okay, so I'm going to deny reconsideration. I think the matter is moved.
Commissioner Maya,
I'm gonna deny.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration
Thank you.
because the issues have already been the license has already been issued.
Next is 15 and 16, 182 West 4th Hospitality LLC.
All right. The PARKGATE.
What number?
15 and 16.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is an on-premise license application that was filed for about 14 months ago. The applicant appeared with me in front of Community Board 2 where we signed stipulations.
Where's the applicant?
The applicant is not here today, but this is an application where we signed stipulations with the Community Board. They've been operating on a temp for many months with no issue. I think you're going to hear from the Community Board shortly that they still support this application with the stipulations. The issue before you is a 500-foot rule case where a judge felt that this was not meeting the benefit, the public benefit rather, for two reasons. Number one is that there was an error in the stipulations provided, and to the Community Board's credit, they changed that almost immediately, and we were able to get that into the authority to correct the record. And the second issue is that we mentioned that one of the principals has bars in the UK for generations. The judge thought that us not indicating that those bars were in good standing was us hiding that they were not in good standing. I'm happy to put on the record here that it's been over 100 years that they've had these bars in their family, and there's never been a violation or an issue there. So
How many clients do you have?
Excuse me?
How many clients are there?
How many principals you mean?
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 people total.
Okay, with a 500-foot, negative decision, you didn't think it was important to bring one of them or a manager or somebody?
I thought considering the process we went through to get the temps issued, where we did have client involvement, I thought that kind of sorted it, and this was just a formality, frankly.
Really?
Yeah, I did. So it's on me for not bringing them, especially because the Community Board's here to reiterate their support for the application. I didn't really think this was going to be.
Okay. All right, Community Board.
Yep, I'm Donna Raftery, Chair of CB2 SLA Committee. I am here to reiterate our support for this. They have signed stipulations. One of those stipulations is that they have outdoor dining under the temp program till 10 p.m., but they come back to us for the permanent program, so we will have them back to us for the outdoor seating, but the stipulations, everybody is in agreement with
Okay, and the
us.
stipulations are 2 a.m. across the board, no dancing, no live music, no third-party promoters, security guard as needed.
Correct.
Okay, and outdoor dining according
Background
to
music, you said that, right? Background music everywhere. They have a DJ downstairs, but it's background piped through their system.
background music only.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Are you guys ready to vote? You okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve with the community board stipulations.
and Commissioner Maya,
I vote to approve with the same.
and Chair.
All right, I vote to approve. The temp has been operating in compliance as far as we know. 2 a.m. across the board, no dancing, no live music, background music only, no third-party promoters, security guard as needed.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is number 10, SLUG Wine Beverage Worldwide LLC. So Romano's gonna think about making some community board members mad, just so he can get, so he can get here earlier.
Happy holidays, Carter.
Yeah.
Robert Romano, I'm
Hi,
here.
Donna. Happy holidays.
I am thrilled to present to you Sarah Velasquez, who is the sole principal of SLUG Wine Beverage Worldwide LLC. This is to be a wine store only, and it is less than 290 square feet of retail, extremely small. Total store is 361.9 square feet. This store is going to carry only biodynamic and small batch wines, all organic, through, which I've come to learn has planting calendars, soil supplements, limited sulfites. Ms. Velasquez is an environmentalist her whole career, and it's a very special project for her to do this. There is a store very close to this store. They had originally, when Ms. Velasquez contacted me to represent her on this, I told her I didn't think she would be getting an approval because of the proximity of the next closest store. She then produced a letter of recommendation from that store. They understand that store knows that what she's going to be doing, she'll stipulate she will not be applying for a change in class to a full liquor at all. That can carry down the license, generationally if it need be. And there was subsequent to that letter of support, and after we had the application in, the partner of the woman who co-owns the next closest store had, unbeknownst to him, this was only a wine store, he submitted a letter of objection. Ms. Velasquez then approached him and discussed it with him. He then retracted his objection. So there are no objections that we are aware of.
I do not have a retraction of the objection, do you?
I have it too.
WLMC, they retracted, they rescinded their objection.
Michael rescinded his April letter?
Yes.
I mean, July 24 letter?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a copy if you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't know why I didn't.
So without any objections, given her,
So define small producer.
Yeah, producers that are smaller families, not
There are a
size-wise.
lot of smaller families.
Yeah. Probably under some of the producers I've
Many gallons of
studied are
production.
like 8 acres to between 2 and 8 acres, producing on smaller farms in smaller quantities, like 1,000 bottles or less.
1,000 bottles a month or 1,000 bottles a year?
A year or
Oh,
less,
wow.
some of them. Using organic.
How are you going to source these products?
Yeah, there's a couple of distributors that I really like that work closely with small batch wine producers.
Okay, and you're going to continue your current occupation?
Yeah, I work for a company that's remote and they're willing to adjust my hours. So when the store is closed, that's when I'll work my job and then.
And you're only going to be open 5 days a week?
Yeah.
This is also.
Are you going to be shipping?
Potentially, that's not my immediate goal right now. My purpose is to get open and potentially ship down the road, but haven't given that much thought yet.
There is a high-end cheese shop located directly adjacent to this store, and she thought it'd be a nice compliment to that store and feed customers.
So you'll be willing to commit to, obviously you're applying for wine only, so you're committing to not upgrading to a liquor store and selling products that are biodynamic and I don't even know how to frame it, smaller producers.
Yeah.
Small families.
Yeah.
Small families.
I've been.
Define small family. Are they related? Okay. It's a very small store. It's very close. There's no protests from the closest store. So. Go ahead.
I'm ready if everybody else is.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I note that the opposition here has rescinded its opposition. The gross sale figures are projected to show an increase. This is a very interesting project that you're embarking on. I wish you all of the luck in the world, and I do vote to approve. I find public convenience an advantage.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm going to add something here. Hopefully I don't get in trouble. Initially, you had the nearest store with one of the 50% owners objecting and the other 50% owner supporting. Since we're at the liquor board, that was kind of, and then later on, they both joined you, so that's great. So here's where I'm going to get in trouble. They had kind of a half-cocked objection to you. So now that they don't have it, I'm fine with the yes. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
And Chair.
All right, so I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. Biodynamic wines only, no upgrade to liquor store. And you can't carry products that the other store sells.
That's.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner De Leon, you agree?
Yeah, I approve with those conditions.
And Commissioner Maya?
I'll just give a blank yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down here. Good luck.
Next is 54, KETSIE Grocery Inc.
54.
54.
Coming.
54?
Yep, she's coming right here. Robert Romano again. I'm here with Alexandra Guzman, who is here she's submitting an offer of $12,500 for 3 sales to minors. However, I would ask this board to please consider a substantially lesser amount, given the fact that there were 3 sales to minors. We acknowledge that. The sales to minors were all done by the same individual. She was never notified about the first 2 sales until after the 3rd sale. At which time she immediately terminated the employee. And in over 10 years, she's never had 1 sale to minor prior to this individual. So she got rid of the bad egg, has been operating fine since. But to give her
I know, I think that council's office already taken that into consideration. If we
And-
really go all out here, it should be 18.5.
I mean, to me, it's the same as if you have 3 sales to minor in one night,
No, it's not.
because she had no
It's
idea.
actually 3 different dates over 3 months, which is actually really bad.
No, I know, but after the first sale, she was never told. She never got notice until after the 3rd sale of all 3. And so the individual who made those sales kept making those sales unbeknownst to her. And as soon as she found out, she took action and she terminated him. She would have terminated him after the first.
All the 12.5 that you offered?
Well, no.
Okay.
I mean, and the other, they've already taken ATAP courses. Can she get the 25% reduction on the ATAP on the full amount?
No, the person who made the sale have to submit the ATAP certificate.
They're terminated. They were terminated immediately.
That person was.
I get it, but if you get one more, you're looking at cancellation.
But again, I do feel that you should treat an individual who, upon notification, immediately terminated the individual who made all 3
If it was
sales.
3 sales at the same night,
No.
like we do give that.
But she had no idea that he was breaking the rules.
Yeah, but when I see 3 sales like this over 3 different days, spread out almost 3 months, given your argument that she didn't get notice, first of all, as you've heard me say before, the owner, the licensee is always responsible. They can relinquish their authority,
Correct.
never their responsibility. I've said it already a number of
But I
times.
mean, she had over a decade of clean.
Secondly, I'm looking at 3 sales, but then I see the offer that you made. I say, okay, this is serious.
Right.
It's a serious offer. I'm gonna take that offer seriously. And then you come in and you say, well, don't take that offer seriously.
Well, no,
That's hard for me to accept under the circumstances. I appreciate that this employee is no longer there. There's information here that you attempted to purchase an ID scanner. Do you have one?
She has purchased it.
Well, good, then there won't be any problems in the future, but I hope. But, I just don't get this, you make a very reasonable argument in recognition of the gravity of it, and then you kind of take it away here. I don't know. I'm inclined to accept the 12.5 if that's still your offer. And whatever my colleagues decided to stay the same. 12.5.
Okay,
I'm at 12.5, thank you.
okay. All right, thank you.
And I want you to understand that it's already been discounted, we're not trying to be aggressive here. If it were, according to the books, without ATAP certificates, it would have been 18.5. And the next one would be a cancellation, so I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
happy
you.
holidays.
Next is 57, 50 Van Cortlandt.
57.
57, 50 Van Cortlandt Meat Corp.
There we go.
Sorry, didn't hear me.
Thank you. Robert Romano again. I'm here with Roberto Espinal, who's the principal of 50 Van Cortlandt Mead Corp. We came before you last several months ago to get a temporary permit approval. We were disapproved based on Mr. Espinal's previous availing, which is now taken place, I believe, over 3 years ago. And we ask that he can tell his 15 employees at this premise that they will continue to be employed, as we're optimistic that you will allow him to once again get a new license. He is currently licensed elsewhere, and obviously there would be no further availing.
Whatever you ask. What I have is the prior license at this location was canceled for availing their license to the current applicant. And then reconsideration was denied April 6, 2022. The applicant was also disapproved for 2 other licenses at 2 other locations for availing at those locations. Now, I think.
We fully admit that.
This is what I think I'm seeing. The applicant is a businessman and apparently a savvy businessman, and he makes purchases of businesses, but before he actually gets the license, he continues to operate those businesses as they are. Do I have it right?
No.
No? Okay, then correct me.
It was a completely misunderstanding in my license, the last one. 50 McColland, I'm a busy guy, so I always pay somebody to do this license for me. So the mistake in there was that I thought that we was operating on a temporary because both of the corporation, they similar name. So I'm not in the store 24/7, I mean, every day. I have the store to run. And then when the inspector came, I explained to him that's my temporary, and he said, no, it's not. So that's when we find out that we didn't have it there.
I'm a little confused in following that. I mean, this is the 3rd time that I say that this has happened at 3 different locations.
Like I say, it's, I guess bad luck for me. The 2 other stores was purchased together, so it was the same mistake. I had a lawyer that died, and it was a trouble there too, but it's not like 3 different locations. I mean, I consider that both of the first stores, they was purchased together, and then that happened. And then the second thing happened with the 50 McColland.
You didn't check out?
I mean, now that I trying to do anything illegal, I've been operating a store for a long time and never had a problem with minors or anything like that. So
It's over 30 years of license experience. Without, I think you had one set, maybe one. I don't even know if you had one sale to minor.
No,
But
never.
that really gets me, because if you have all that experience, you know what it takes to get, to get a temporary license. You know if you have one, if you don't have one, and you can't avail at 3 different locations.
I mean, ultimately, yes, it's his.
I mean, I see that there's a significant investment here. These are supermarkets.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm really left with the impression that a purchase is made, and before finalized, we just kind of continue to operate that old business under that old license before I can get my own license, so I can
That's
keep
not
bringing
happening
revenue in.
anymore.
That's kind of how it appears to me. I see that you got some support from an assemblyman and 2 assembly persons, Alvarez and Denowitz. The temp was denied August 16th, 2023.
Right.
What was that?
That was a temporary.
No.
Oh, where's the
What
note?
was the question? What do you want to do?
Members have any further questions?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying a person with this amount of experience not knowing when they have a temporary license and
Well,
availing. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say I had voted yet. I'm saying I am not buying it. There's a significant investment here, and there are 15 employees. I hope that if you purchase another store, I don't see the same scenario, because I gotta believe that I know what's going on here, and it's not right. You know better. I honestly believe that you know better, sir. I'm gonna let this go through. I'm gonna vote to approve. And I hope that I do not see the scenario play itself out again, because I will not forget, sir.
I make sure that doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm right about what's happening, and you should not do that.
Commissioner Maya?
Yeah, I will echo the sentiments and statements of Commissioner De Leon. And I find it really strange how you allow that to happen. But I will also say that if something like this happens again, and I'm here, I'll remember it too. So I'm going to prove it, but watch
Appreciate
yourself. Watch yourself with that sort of stuff.
Chair?
I'm gonna vote to approve.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you, Your
nice day and a happy
Thank you.
holiday.
I am pulling one because I think she's just here to request an adjournment. Number 11, PEEKSKILL Food Mart Corp.
Should we call the ones that are going back to council's office?
All right. So can you actually go ahead and put your name on the record?
Good afternoon, member. My name is Berkey Rivera.
This is number
I
11.
am over here in the representation of PEEKSKILL Food Mart Corp., 925 Washington Street, PEEKSKILL, New York, 10566. License is
She's not actually the
00812310.
licensee. The licensee is out of the country. You work for the licensee, the owner,
Yes.
right? But the owner has an attorney that has asked to adjourn it till February 20th because the licensee is out of the country. And she signed in for this, so I didn't want her to just.
Okay, we kicked this over last time. Why? Because the licensee was in Yemen.
I
He's
guess
still
he's
there.
still there.
Yes,
His father is running the business.
yes.
Was back in October.
20.8 cartons flavored fade.
Cigarettes, flavored products.
So also the attorney also said that, so the person that showed up, hold on, let me get the actual email, because I think the attorneys knew, they got new representation, Daniel Weberman, saying that the person that showed up last time was not
I was gonna go on.
the spokesperson calling in person. Oh, that was you last time, right? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find my email. That was you
What do
last
you want?
time.
What do you want?
But the attorney is new, so,
Were you going up?
yeah, it's a new attorney.
It's new attorney, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know enough about this stuff.
That's illegal entirely.
I don't understand it. Not my generation.
It's outlawed. The flavored ones are bad. Nicotine is allowed. It is, yeah. Well, also, the funny thing is that if it's flavored with cannabis, it's allowed.
But not with.
He said,
Not with, it's like the chemically strawberry flavor. I don't know. I don't run the Department of Health.
How would you want to?
I mean, she's been here twice. I mean, we can just,
I'm just telling you, they got a new attorney also, so new representation. I don't know.
I
It's
think
not
we
up to
just
you
vote
or
on
not.
it. She's here.
That's not actually the licensee.
I think we're gonna be taking the offer anyway.
All right, yeah, I'll go with 5,000. That was the offer. I'll accept.
Yes.
All right, I will accept 5,000.
Okay, yes, I understand.
Sir.
I understand 5,000.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for coming.
Okay.
All right. No, not, but it's 20 cartons.
It doesn't apply.
clearly a
It doesn't apply.
And the flavor fade.
I didn't know what I was.
Yeah, no, that's okay. At least you're trying to address that delegation. The point is to know that there is a delegation.
Yeah.
That's the part you need to learn. It took me a long time to.
Do you want to do it back to council?
Yeah, let's do the ones that are going back to council's office right now, because this is too long.
Wait, what?
We're gonna call a couple that is going back to council's office because they're just waiting too long.
So, which one?
Let me just see. 26. And you guys said that 40, yep, 40.
26 is one.
And 68 J and K is off the calendar,
Yeah,
right?
they already know.
It's off the calendar. Okay, all right.
But is it a withdrawal or back? Or
No,
not
what-
back to
so
council?
It's going back to, it should be at licensing board, so it's going back to licensing board first. And then it'll come here again if it needs to, right? Maureen?
I'm sorry.
It's going to licensing board and then if
Yes,
it
and then
needs to,
it'll
it'll
come
come
back to
here.
the members. I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, that's
I checked in the examiner and they.
All right, so call 40 and 26.
So 26, Variety 57th Street Holdings LLC.
Jackie Flug from Green Spoon Martyr for the licensee, Variety 57th Street Holdings. This is a CNC that we have worked out with counsel's office. Are there any questions from the members?
So who is with you?
I have the general manager. Let him introduce
Good
himself.
afternoon, board. My name is Alberto Lasso. I'm the GM for the location on behalf of Variety 57th Street Holdings.
And the location is called The Strangers, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're gonna send this back to counsel's office.
Because
They just need to, there are some concerns from our prosecutor, so we're going to send it back.
Ms. Marsico will be in touch with you.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Marsico will be in touch with you.
Okay, because as of yesterday, there were no concerns from counsel's office.
There are now.
Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon
Back to council.
and Commissioner Maya.
Back to council.
Next is 40, Principessa Soho LLC.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, so, because that, we had an episode before. Right. What number are we on?
40.
Yeah, okay, 40.
Hi.
Hey, so we're just gonna send this back to counsel's office as well.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong. We're just gonna look at something again.
No.
No, counsel's office is requesting that it goes back, so it's
Okay.
going back.
No problem. And just for the record, I offered to lay this over because of the confusion. So no problem. No
Commissioner
no
De Leon?
objections here. Thank you.
Back to council.
And Commissioner Maya.
Yeah.
Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is number 9, Plum Restaurant and Lounge LLC.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss, and with me are two of the principals on the license, Mr. Tyrone Aarons and Mr. Caron Craigwell. This is a pending application for a license for a restaurant, a full liquor license. The Community Board, Brooklyn Community Board 15, is requesting denial of the application. I don't see anyone here from Community Board 15. And in that vein, Community Board 15 never, in all this time, reached out to tell these gentlemen that they were getting noise complaints about their premises. The first time we found out about it was when the memorandum was published along with the agenda for this meeting. So
Do you
they,
want to take an opportunity to go meet with them? Because they sent us a letter in June recommending denial, so.
I mean, since then, they have no problems, no interaction with the 6-1 precinct, no violations from the SLA. They have soundproofing. They are replacing the windows with double glazing. This idea of fights, there is no record that 6-1 precinct ever responded there for a fight. They have security staff that ensures good order on the premises. And then they talk about smoking pot in a driveway. They have no access to this driveway. It is no access to them whatsoever. It's not used for parking, and it's adjacent to a smoke shop. So maybe the people from the smoke shop are smoking pot back there.
Do you have a temp right now or no?
Yes,
temp?
they're operating under a temp.
I thought it expired in September.
No, they renewed.
They renewed the temp, so there was a lag, I believe.
Yeah, I had that it expired September 21st.
Yeah, but they have another one.
Yeah, they
and
did apply
there's
for
a
another one, and it was issued. You operating during that time when you didn't have a temporary? There was a lapse in your temporary?
No, they didn't operate, well, they didn't have a temporary. I mean, these things happened this letter came in last June. I mean, since then, everything has been fine. I mean, these are really unfounded complaints. And if they had been told about them, they would have addressed them immediately.
Yeah, I know, but they're now being told about them, and so I suggest you go address them with the community board and get their objection removed. So I'm going to give you some time to do that. And
Okay,
keep
could I
it
have-
temporary active through the holidays.
January 30th?
January 30.
30, yeah.
I'm going to, you know, I want to make sure you guys can operate during the holidays, but just make sure you stay in compliance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon
1:30.
and Commissioner Maya.
1:30.
Next is 68L. It's a request for a declaratory ruling for Zachys Wine and Liquor Store, Inc.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Dano. I'm here with Connie Omla. She's the acting CFO of Zachys. Excuse me. Zachys is seeking a declaratory ruling. It's been in business since 1946. It is one of the preeminent wine auction houses in the world. It's been operating for more than 60 years. It is taking on a new investor. The new investor is not a United States citizen. They are a subchapter S corporation. Subchapter S corporations are not allowed to have a shareholder who's not a United States citizen in order to accommodate the IRS, the Internal Revenue Code. They have to change to an LLC. They do that, excuse me, they do that by way of a merger. They are applying, and they have applied to the Liquor Authority for permission to do the merger, for permission to have the individual become a shareholder. We're not talking about any of those things. All of those things are going through the regular Maureen Hughes' department and the regular operations. The question here is the liquor law provides that in order for a person to have an auction permit, they have to have been in business for more than 10 years, licensed for more than 10 years. And when they do the merger, I want to make sure that the Liquor Authority then doesn't say, well, you haven't been in business for 10 years because you're now the merged LLC. Now, the law of the state of New York, we have two statutes that, federal statutes, I'm sorry, state statutes, not alcoholic beverage statutes, that are applicable. One is the LLC merger law and the other is the business corporation merger law. Both of them provide that when any merger or consolidation shall have or become effective under this chapter, for all purposes of law in this state, all of the rights, privileges, and immunities, powers, and purposes of each of the domestic limited liability companies and any other business entity that have merged or consolidated, and all the property, real property, and mixed and tangible and intangible are vested in the new company. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. I did supply it to you. So I think it's clear that when you have the merger, and by the way, they're keeping their EI number, when you have the merger, that it tags together, that it's the same business with all of the privileges, and that they should have the right to continue to have their auction permit. But it would be foolhardy to have them do it and then come ask. So I'm asking in advance for a declaratory ruling that when they do the merger, if it is approved by licensing, that they won't lose their right to continue to operate the way they've been operating since the auction law began. They're one of the first people to ever get an auction permit.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the thoughtfulness and forward-thinking strategy here. We certainly respect Zachys' position in the New York alcohol industry, and I vote to support this declaratory ruling that Zachys can continue to retain the auction permit following the reorganization.
Commissioner De Leon
I also vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya.
Vote to approve.
Thank you all, and I wish you all a happy holiday.
Happy holidays. I'm sorry you waited so long, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you have business.
Oh, we have business. It just, I wish I billed by the hour here. Or by case, actually, that would be better. All right.
Next is 30 Evolution Entertainment, Inc.
Good afternoon. Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi for the applicant. With me today are the two principals of the applicant, Herjan Hoxha and Zuhair Aslawi. This is before the board. The community board disapproved the application. I want to state, because they believe that the licensee was operating illegally and was closed down by the police. It appears. I want to state unequivocally that, and my clients will attest to it, that there has been no sale, no service, nothing to do with alcoholic beverages at this licensed premises. And also, Ms. Zuhair spoke to the community board very recently, just the other day. They advised them, no, they're not going to rehear. We thought they would just put it back on. They're not going to do that, apparently.
But they continue to have an objection on the record. That's
And they can speak to it. I didn't speak to anyone at the community board. They were told, well, just go up. It's going to be on the liquor authority. Go, full board, go up and, resolve the matter there. The only thing, I mean, they hired, the only thing that, and as I said, there's been nothing, absolutely nothing at this particular location. Mr. Hoxha owns 350 feet away from this location, a similar type of business, Zarielli Enterprises. He's owned that since 2021 without incident. He has another license that he's owned elsewhere since I think 2023. He has had without incident. In fact, the liquor authority just inspected Zarielli premises about 2 to 3 weeks ago, found no issues. The fire department was just at Zarielli and did an inspection a few days ago, last Friday, I think it was. No issues. The only thing that the licensee has done, I mean, the applicant has done to date is it did hire a marketing agency, a push brand marketing agency. They thought that this process would be a bit faster than it's been. They hired push brand marketing agency to start marketing this club, which is going to be an LGBTQ club for the LGBTQ community. And they started marketing it and putting out information. They've gone to, the marketing company went to other venues, other clubs, requested that the DJs talk up. Spot nightclub, which is Evolution. But that's the extent of what it was done. This was marketing.
Okay.
This was marketing done online and at other clubs where the DJs would try to talk up, Spot nightclub would be opening soon.
So there was a recent submission from the community board.
They told my client that they'd be submitting something to the
that they did. So, either guys print it out for them and you can come back up again, or you can move until next time. What do you want to do? It's significant what they submitted, so I want to make sure you see it before we.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd like to continue on because there just has not been a sale.
I know, but you're gonna
What's
get a
that?
no vote based on what they submitted, so I don't want you to waste your time.
The community board says it's willing to rehear the application. I think.
Can I say something? I'm sorry. Before we sign the lease with the landlord, I'm part of the nightlife and the 115 precinct, and they have in the thing that's care rules go back together. So we went to and we used to do monthly meetings with all the business owners, and I spoke with the CEO. I spoke with Frank from the
Taylor.
community board, and I had the gentleman who did the introduction was from the community affair police. I brought them to the place with the permission of the landlord. We showed them before it used to be after parties. They used to have gambling and prostitution, room. So I asked them very nice. I said, listen, we want to invest in this place. We want to make something for the community. This is the thing. We're gonna move everything out. What you guys think about it? And they told me, listen, if you move all the rooms that they had built illegally.
You had the place, sir. How long have you had the place?
Like over a year now?
Over a year.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the month that you had the place? When did you start? The month and the year?
Don't remember.
You're talking about this location, Commissioner?
Yeah.
No, it's been closed. It's been like over a year. Over a year. Like a year, 4 or 5 months or so, I think. I'm not sure for the date.
I think you really need to talk to the community board based on what we got today.
Yeah, I don't know what you've got. I know what I did supply to you is my clients went and asked me to shoot an email to the police department, and you have that from us stating that.
You have the place for over a year.
Yes.
Yes,
No temporary license.
correct.
Not opening.
Correct.
I mean, we can show you a video. You see how the place looks now. You can see from literally from the camera, the dirt and the stuff in the floor, because we're not cleaning it now. We don't know what to do because,
The only thing that they've done was hire a marketing agency to start marketing the club.
Well.
And they told us the day of the event.
To try to get a little buzz, to try to get a little interest going, thinking that this would have been coming around a lot sooner.
Let me tell you that what we got today, just a little while, is concerning. It kind of looks like, I'm not saying it's the case, but it looks like things were going on there without a license.
Yeah,
that's a concern.
No, that would be a concern to me too, Commissioner, but absolutely nothing has gone on at this club. Everything is marketing.
I'm looking at things that indicate that possibly that wasn't the case.
Okay, all right.
The thing is,
we've been trying,
Business was the same name or not the same name?
it was the same name. I mean, we didn't change the name because people knew it for it since he had it before. I mean, he used to be Amor, then the people that took it over, they called it
Well,
the
you just
spot.
said that you're gonna try to change it, but you want to use the same name. That's kind of hard to believe.
But you
You
the
understand?
debate, I mean, we left it because we figured out, it's a known spot, and then be closed for 5, 6 years. Whatever had before us did have the after parties, it did have the thing, but it had nothing to do with us. And we never were involved in the lease or the rent when this thing was happening.
Yeah, but you can't tell me when you took over the property?
No, by date.
I mean,
You
you
know
can
what?
look at the lease
So you
to
guys
get a
are both here,
specific
but
date.
no one knows when you took over.
Look, it's been a long
Been a
time,
long time.
Chair. It's been a long time.
If I spend money on anything, I think I know when it was. I just
I just have to look at the lease. If I have the lease with me, I don't know. No, I don't have the lease here. So I can't give you a specific date of when the lease was.
All right, sir, why don't you, request this information that came in from community board. I'm sorry it came in late. We will hear this again on January 8th.
Okay.
You want to make a written request? Is
make
Donald
a
just going
FOIA
to send it
request.
over or?
Do FB supplemental.
FRB, oh, you want me to make the request though? All right, I mean, you do have my submission with the police emails.
We do. But just take a look at that and then,
Yeah.
and show me the lease and all that, show me the dates. Because you can't seem to pinned down when
Look,
you took over.
Chair, it's been a long,
was
so
18 months
to just
ago.
come up with the date, I'll look at the file and I'll,
Understand, because
the lease speaks for itself.
well,
Yeah.
I know, but when you're spending money, you have to have some idea if there was snow on the ground or it was a hot sunny day when you took over.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it gets you around in the neighborhood of when you took over. These gentlemen can't say that now?
No, I mean, it's almost 2 years. But, I mean, I would know a date, you know.
Look, we'll give you the date, it's on, I'm assuming it's on the lease.
That's gonna be important.
It's definitely on this.
Okay,
Board info, sorry, I said.
yeah, board, not supplemental,
Yep,
board info.
yep, yep.
All right, so you're putting this over to the 8th?
Right, January 8th? Yes.
8th, yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Happy
All right.
holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays.
Next is 6, KJUN LLC, number 6.
What is it, 6?
Six.
I do not know when you took over. I find that.
It's like so hard to believe. Good afternoon, members. My name is Samuel An of An and GLLP.
Oh, this is the bathroom waiver.
Yes, yes, Commissioner. To the right of me is Jay John.
For the bathroom.
To the left is Neil, the manager. We're asking for a waiver under the travel advisory 2022-24.
The shoe repair next door is gonna allow you to use.
Yes, Commissioner, we have a letter and from the shoe repair as well as the landlord that was before you. And we diagrammed the actual steps.
I saw the pictures of the store and the shoe.
Oh,
repair.
thank you,
I can't tell how
Commissioner.
big the shoe
Yes.
repair is,
Thank you.
store From the inside, but,
Yes.
that's different, okay.
We're sticking. The store, how big is the store?
It's small.
Our restaurant is about 600 square feet. About 300 of that's usable for guests to dine. The shoe repair store, I would say total square footage, about 400 feet.
How wide is it?
I would say that our storefront is 20 feet wide. Theirs is a little bit narrower. I would say between 15 and 18 feet.
You're saying it's like 20 by 15?
A little bit longer, including storage space that they have in the back, but I would say less than 20 by 25. So somewhere between 20 by 15 and 20 by 20, 20 by 25.
Is there any compensation being offered to the shoe repair for allowing them to use the bathroom?
We have a close relationship with them. We both have very small shops, shared landlord. Every day we eat family meal together.
He gets free lunch, Commissioner.
Yeah, that's true. We have great
Free
working.
lunch at a shoe repair. This gets
No, we take the lunch to the shoe repair guys. So we have close relationship with them. We've talked about formalizing all of this and they're on board with it. So I think whatever, if they wanted compensation, we're willing to work with them on that.
Yeah, that was my next thing. How long is the shoe repair gonna be there? I mean, do we know what their lease is? What happens if they go out of business? Or if they
Commissioner, the
close
shoe
down?
repair shop has been there for 30 years, owned by the same guy. And their lease right now has 7, 8 years left.
So you
And
would hope he'd be there another 7 years?
yes, and the landlord has agreed to insert language into the lease where,
This really should be a public place that you're using. It's one thing if it's a public place,
Yes.
like, a public,
Yeah.
that you can walk into a
Mall,
public space, a mall or something like that, right? Like I'm thinking of the old time Warner.
Yep.
And not a private entity like
yeah,
this. that
we
God
understand,
knows what
Commissioner, but this shoe repair shop being there for 30 years has allowed a lot of customers and people on the street to use the bathroom. So even though it's not a public place, he has made it sort of a quasi-public place for the neighborhood.
That's like being a little bit pregnant. You can't be. You
Yes,
need a
yes,
horror,
Commissioner.
you need a horror you want.
Have you considered building a bathroom?
We don't have the space right now currently. We've talked to our landlord about trying to expand, and the space would probably expand into would be the shoe repair store. But
You go back?
not the construction of the building, there's really no space at all.
Back between the customer area, the consumer area and your workspace.
There's no room,
Push that back?
Commissioner, there's a wall there, there's no room to go back.
What kind of wall is it?
It's a brick wall.
What about the hours of operation? When do you operate? What are your hours of operation?
We start open at 11:30 and then we close at 9 p.m.
And the shoe repair?
Same hours. They open earlier. They come in the morning.
And he's there till 9 o'clock at night?
They're on the record that they're willing to agree to that in writing to match the same hours as ours.
I have a letter before you, the commissioner.
I know. How many employees in the shoe repair?
They currently have 3, 2 that are there full-time and 1 that seems like maybe seasonal or when they have more business.
And you're open until what time?
We close at 9, ma'am.
You close at 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody out at 9?
We try to have that. We live down the street and I like to be home on time. Doesn't always happen, but that's what we aim for.
I have a real concern here with setting a precedent going forward. You know, this could really open up a huge can of worms, and that is a real concern. I get that you've tried to cross as many of the T's and dot as many of the I's as possible, but I just don't think that it's something that I feel comfortable approving.
I understand, Commissioner. It's just that this is a special request. If you were at the premises, you'd realize that it's immediately adjacent to this restaurant. We're talking about literally going out.
The same landlord?
Same landlord. I have to,
Just throwing this out there, have you ever considered just switching space?
oh, the premises, the shoe repair shop is so small that it doesn't accompany a
But it's the
kitchen.
same building. It would
No,
be
but
back
it
the
does,
same-
no. The shoe store is much smaller.
But there
Commissioner.
is a bathroom in the back of your own kitchen.
Yes.
And that's not the one the customers are using.
No, we can't because that's nearby the kitchen area, Commissioner.
I mean, under the law, that would be allowable. Like,
They can't go through the kitchen.
they can't go through the
Yeah.
kitchen.
Get a
That's-
door on the outside, they left the premise, goes around the back, they could use
Yeah.
the bathroom, that would be fine, that would be a waiver.
No, this has to go through the kitchen, Commissioner. That's why we're coming here for the special request of the adjacent bathroom. And this is, has severely impacted the operation of their store,
No,
restaurant.
but you chose to open a restaurant in a place that doesn't have a bathroom. Like, you choose that.
They didn't know, Commissioner, when they opened. This is Jay's first restaurant and it's a small operation. And she started with this with no money and
But you understand that if we approve
Exactly.
this, if, you understand the implications of it? And how it could open up a huge can of worms? I understand this is special to you. They're all special. They're all special.
Well-
Everyone here has a vested interest in their business, and we want to support those businesses. But I do not feel comfortable allowing this situation, endorsing it, because there are going to be others. It's going
Yes,
to
Commissioner.
really change things.
I think if you realize that the closeness of the two businesses and any other situation arises with other applicants, I think special consideration should be given to those other cases as well. This is really close, Commissioner.
We've opened up the can of worms, and then it no longer should be a public place. And now we have private entities working all kinds of arrangements for bathroom use that could be compensated, could not be compensated. The hours of operation have to match.
But Commissioner,
Proximity to each other.
yeah, but we did take the step of speaking to the landlord. We did take the step of talking to the next door shoe repair shop. It's the same landlord. We're talking about the same landlord.
I understand.
Is their bathroom, is the other bathroom on the same adjoining wall as yours?
No, it's on the other side, yeah, Commissioner.
You have all sorts of variables, okay.
I mean, this is unusual. We have seen this situations like this, but even if it's a private matter, it's a private bathroom, it's usually, as you said, like in the same building, like shared with other offices or something.
If it's off of your
It's never
premise.
inside of another business.
Right, it has to be a public restroom. If you're directing people to use a restroom next door, down the street, whatever, it has to be a public restroom.
We do understand this is an unorthodox request, one that commissioners are probably hesitant to grant. Jay started by herself selling food on Instagram. She took over the biggest space she could afford with her personal credit. I started working as a manager later. We realized that liquor, the profit margins drive the restaurant industry here in New York. We don't want to sell a lot of drinks. We want to sell the food. We would like to do this for 6 months to a year until we can afford a slightly bigger space with a proper restroom. An extra $1,000 a week lets us pay another cook, provide another job to the city of New York. You're right, there is some, it's a slippery slope. You'd have to grant this to everybody. I think that in the commissioner's power, you could make this a really narrow waiver, grant us something for 6 months and a year while we move to a bigger space. We tried to do piece by piece. We found a vendor that we could afford. We jumped at it. We found some customers that liked our food. We try to capture them as regulars. The space, you're right, it was our choice to take a space without a working bathroom. We're just doing the best we can one day after another. Coming here was a long shot, but we thought we're not going to lose anything just by going to talk to people. So I understand the position you guys are in, and I do thank you guys for your time and your consideration.
Is there another business like close by that has a bathroom, like a Starbucks or something?
Madam Chair, there's a hotel across the street with a lobby that we've usually been sending customers to. To be quite honest, the shoe repair store is so much closer that when we were kind of brainstorming, I thought maybe this is a better idea. We'd be happy to use any kind of public accommodations that are in the neighborhood. We're happy to work with any.
Is the hotel posing any objection?
Not at all. We have great relationship with everybody in the neighborhood, with the community board. Jay's personally friends with the bartenders, the staff at the hotel. Definitely an unusual request because we were kind of out of ideas.
Is the hotel considered public?
Not really.
The hotel is not public, but it would be in the same vein of like it's in the same mall. There is a bathroom. Like
There's a public
said yes to
restroom
that.
about 3/4 of a block away. I think would be the
Shopping
closest public
centers
restroom.
that have office and
Public restroom.
But is it
Yeah.
across the street?
The closest public restroom, yes. Yeah, correct. Yeah, public restroom in Manhattan can be difficult to find, something I've struggled with.
It opens up a can of worms.
I think it opens up a huge can of worms.
I'm Jay, and I'm a chef and owner of a KJUN. I came to America to go to the culinary school in 2009, and I spent 5 years in New Orleans. And after that, I moved back to New York, and I spent about 8 years working at Michelin-starred restaurants, Le Bernardin, Café Bleu, the Nomad, you name it, I worked there. Until the COVID, I did. And during the COVID, I started this pop-up that has been on my heart for 10 years. And I started cooking from my apartment. I cooked, packed, and delivered. I did all by myself. And then I started to gain some followings, and my customers have found this location, and I was very excited and passionate about it. During then, I did also wrote the cookbook, and I appeared as a contestant on Top Chef Season 19. All my guests often say that the dinner is great, the food is very unique, but it feels a little incomplete, and how nice it would be with just a glass of wine. And my goal is not to sell so much alcohol, and I just want to offer everyone a great experience in a safe and happy level. And I wouldn't do anything that hurts my reputation, because that's all I have. That's all I have to say.
You have a very, very compelling story, and you're sincere, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. You have to understand our position. I'll speak for myself, my position, and the responsibility that I feel to the agency, to the law, to the greater community. This would set a precedent in my eyes. Once we approve this for you, there'll be many, many others coming forward asking for the same thing. And how do we deny them? And how do we draft rules that apply? How do we guarantee that the restroom's going to be open the same hours? How do we get a private person who has nothing to do with your business to comply with rules that we have to put in place? Your story is compelling. It should be a movie. But I just cannot approve this request. I just think it's a dangerous step for us to take as the commissioners of this agency. That's my opinion. There are two other votes here. They may feel differently, but I respectfully have to deny the application.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I looked at the advisory 2022-24.
All right, let's just.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm also going to deny, but I appreciate the candor and the honesty of both of you. I mean, sorry that your space is so small that you can't reconfigure it in any way.
Is there any way we can get some time on the license and they have it expired so
Do
we
you
can
have
find
a
it?
temp right now?
They had a temp that expired in May, Commissioner. And so.
Expired in May.
Yeah, May of this year, May
Why
or June
didn't
of
you
this
renew
year.
it? Why didn't you renew the temp?
Oh, it was rejected.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
all
it
right,
was-
because you asked for reconsideration.
Right.
Your application was denied,
Right,
you asked for
right.
reconsideration, I got it.
And then I jumped in as an attorney and I saw the advisory 2022-24. I read this and I did some research and I thought that this advisory would help them get the license. The advisory says that it's an approximate to the licensed premises available to the patrons thereof. It doesn't say anything about public, it doesn't say anything about private. I went in person and spoke with the landlord in person with the shoe repair shop, but I'm not.
You did a great job, and there's a compelling story here. Sometimes we can't always do what we might wish we want to do, because we have other considerations, not just the considerations that you have. I appreciate the effort that you made. I really wish you the best. But I think that we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a dangerous thing to do for us, in my opinion. So I've already voted and.
Commissioner Myers, can you?
Well, I agree with Commissioner De Leon. I wish I could say yes. I don't know how I could say yes. It needs a bathroom. And I've tried to suggest alternatives, moving next door into the shoe store, pushing your customer area, pushing your kitchen area back to build what do you need, 8 by 8 feet probably, or less. I have to say no to this.
Commissioners, if we approach the hotel and got you a document with the hotel, would that help anywhere?
I can't change my vote. I have to say no because the law is requiring me to say no. And I would hope that you could have an alternative, and that exploration did not assist us today.
Chair?
I would have voted to support this just because it's unusual to have the cooperation from the landlord and the business next door to say that they will do what they can to support her business, but I think it's denied.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. But the reading of the advisory makes it very confusing because I thought that I had a good shot at this by looking at the advisory.
They voted.
Why don't you try to address the advisory, try to ask for reconsideration, and maybe we can look at it again
Yes, Commissioner.
with
I'll do
the, arguing the law again, and maybe getting something from the hotel across the street will help you. I don't know if there are other businesses, usually, I will just say that for me, having been on this board for 7 years, what I have done is require them, or I would have voted yes, but require them to put up numerous signs to direct customers so that they know exactly where the bathroom is. That's essentially the best we can do because we are in New York City. There are places like sandwich places like delis and stuff that I have done that, directing people. But with all that, I invite you to ask for reconsideration. I'm sorry.
I think the real problem is you're trying to get two independent persons going forward to have two different companies to operate in sync. And there's nothing that we can do when we have jurisdiction and licensing over one to get the other to comply. If the shoe report changes his hours, if he decides, I don't want to work till 9 p.m. anymore, I want to leave at 5. Okay, now we have a problem. Not to mention,
You take the bathroom.
But the hotel would be open, right? So they.
Host of problems. Really, again, I really appreciate the effort you made.
The temp has the same rules around it.
Yeah, it would be denied.
I can't, I'm not changing my vote, but have you thought of this? Because I've seen this with my own eyes. You take out your bathroom in the kitchen, and then you just reconfigure your kitchen a bit and move the kitchen behind your counter there. Or put a bathroom behind your counter. Take out your bathroom that you have. I would love to say yes. I think people in this room probably know that I like the word yes.
The realities of construction costs
Yeah.
in New York are that's not
Yeah,
feasible.
okay.
We would go
I'm
out of
sorry.
business.
I'm sorry.
So I think that's what we've been trying to do is employ
Yeah.
as many new New Yorkers as we can. And it's unfortunately regulations like this that I think keep more New Yorkers from being able
Well,
to.
we have to look.
The landlord should have known, I will be honest with you, they should not have rented you a restaurant that eventually will serve alcohol with these conditions. They should have known better. So maybe you can try to get out of your lease with this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
You
guys.
have other people. Thank you so much. Next is number 8, Lenny's West Indian Cookhouse LLC.
Mr. Roper, what's the number? I'm sorry.
Number 8.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Matthew Leone for the applicant, and this is Lenny Goberdan, the applicant's principal. This is an application for an upgrade from a restaurant wine license to a full liquor license. There's a 500-foot issue here, and there are some other issues that we may need to address. But in any event, it's our position that the issuance of this license will benefit the public interest. This restaurant has operated with a restaurant wine license for 4.5 years. And there is a lot of public interest in the restaurant having a full liquor license. The customers of the restaurant over the years have requested Mr. Goberdan or asked Mr. Goberdan when or if he would be getting a full liquor license at the location. There's a lot of customers who want to have a cocktail either before dinner, after dinner, with dinner, and have a full liquor drink. There are other neighborhood residents and businesses right on the street that support the full liquor license for this restaurant. The community
Why are
board,
you applying for a new license?
well,
Didn't he have a restaurant wine before here?
he does. He currently has the restaurant wine license. It's a very good question. Back in kind of like in May and June of 2023, when we were preparing this this application, I believe at that time the licensing commissioner had I think at that time was of the opinion that a class change wasn't appropriate from going from a restaurant wine to a full liquor license. I think the position was that even though it's called a class change, that it's really for license changes within the same class. So in other words, like going from a tavern wine to a restaurant wine, or from a tavern liquor to a restaurant liquor, that was the appropriate use for the class change license. But initially, we actually wanted to do the class change, but we were influenced to file it as a brand new application. In any event, the community board supports the application. Since there is a license here, the issuance of the liquor license won't have any negative impact on the noise or traffic in the neighborhood. This is a restaurant. There's no live music, no dancing. There's no outdoor area. Mr. Goberdan did have an outdoor area initially with this, well, not initially, but during the COVID, he had some outdoor area. He's done away with that. It's a small restaurant. There's 8 tables, 32 seats. There's 8 seats at the bar. In the 4.5 years that he's operated, he hasn't had no noise violations, no disorderly premises, nothing affecting the safety, health, welfare of the community. There are 2 violations that he's gotten while he's operated this restaurant. One was in August of 2020 that concerned employees not wearing their masks properly during the COVID era. And there was also in May of 2022, a bartender sold cognac to what turned out to be an undercover investigator. Mr. Goberdan has, he paid civil penalties on that. He has not had any violations in the last 2.5 years.
So you were already selling liquor before you had this upgrade, which is now showing up as a new application?
So it was, apparently a bartender, one of the bartenders that.
Okay, be careful
that
with
he had.
that, because it's hard, again, this has been argued before, and there is someone who was up here earlier that have been here many times and struggled to get the upgrade exactly because of that, where they did not take responsibility when they were caught with doing something and they try to blame it on the employee.
No, he's certainly, I understand that.
Whose cognac was it?
And he's not doing that. I think, Mr. Goberdan has always taken responsibility. He understands it's his restaurant, that he's responsible for what happens there.
So he was selling liquor before he got this upgrade? That's what you're saying?
He's not contesting that it was sold at his restaurant and it was his responsibility.
Okay.
100%.
Fair enough, Mr. Leon.
I know the 500-foot hearing determination was not positive in this sense, and the ALJ cited the desire to have more information regarding the disciplinary violations. I think the 500-foot hearing questionnaire actually did specify these two violations that happened at this restaurant, and there were prior violations at a different location that Mr. Goberdan had owned over a 20-year period of time that we referenced, and there was a cancellation of Mr. Goberdan's previous license, but that happened in 2019. And after that cancellation, Mr. Goberdan was here before the board on the restaurant wine license, and he was issued the restaurant wine. So we're, based on all of these factors, we are asking the board to grant him the full liquor license so he can operate the restaurant. It will not only help the bottom line of the restaurant, but it certainly, offers the community another option to have full liquor, and it really helps. It really helps everyone. It allows him to keep the employees that he has. It allows him to pay the landlord on time. It allows him to pay the vendors. It allows for increased sales tax, and the community board does support the application. They issued a letter in May of 2023 supporting it, and they reissued. You don't have it. I have a copy here. They reissued the letter on Monday supporting. It's the same letter, but Mr. Goberdan spoke to them and asked if they would be willing to reissue the letter so that there was a more recent support. If you care to see the letter, if you allow me to put it in the record, I have it here. And Mr. Goberdan is here. Okay.
Community Board 10, no objection to the class change. No objection, 2 a.m. No outdoor.
Oh, that's right. Part of the hours, Mr. Goberdan is also asking for 2 a.m. on the weekends, 1 a.m. Monday to Thursday, and midnight on Sunday.
And it's background music only.
Correct.
All right, Donald.
Members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Yes. Thank council for the presentation. I have concern here regarding character and fitness. We know that now liquor was sold before this upgrade was granted. We have a disapproval for failure to comply back on June 7, 2024. The ALJ has recommended a denial, and the applicant had a prior license canceled with a $10,000 fine that he never paid. That's $10,000 belonging to the state, belonging to all of us as taxpayers, that was never paid. Meanwhile, he continues to make profit from his business. I find these things to be an issue, and therefore I vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya.
Just, Commissioner Daley, I understand that you voted, but if I can just, if I could just address two of those issues, the disapproval of this application for failure to comply. What it was a deficiency letter. There was an item on the deficiency letter which had to do with the lease. There was something in the lease that needed to be changed, and we weren't able to supply that to the liquor authority on time. A lot of that was because we were waiting on the landlord, the landlord's attorney, and Mr. Goberdan's other attorney who dealt with that issue. So that was the holdup there, and then we were able to provide that information, and the license was the application was reinstated. And then in terms of the prior cancellation, there had been disciplinary matters. Mr. Goberdan was trying to actually close the business, sell the business. We negotiated a settlement, and then as it turned out, Mr. Goberdan was not able to come up with the funds for that. So that settlement, the monetary, the disciplinary part of it, the monetary part of it was modified to a cancellation and a bond claim. It wasn't because Mr. Goberdan was trying to game the system. He wasn't trying to get out of it, paying the fine. He just could not come up with the funds for that fine at that time. And you know, we spoke with the with counsel that was handling the matter for the liquor authority, and decided that you know, we could modify that to a cancellation of the license. So that's how that came about.
Right. Okay, I appreciate everything that you've said. I had already cast my vote.
Yes.
I think to move these things along, it would be a good thing to, once we vote, we vote. And
Okay.
we don't continue to have the debate.
Okay. Commissioner Maya.
Okay, I'll vote to approve based upon the community board's recommendations. They apparently de facto are familiar with the community. I'm deferring to the community board rather than the ALJ on the 500-foot hearing. That's the basis. There's just some disturbances stated by Commissioner De Leon. And sir, if you're not complying with things, you should be. Because I'm a bit hesitant to say the yes, but I'm going to. But yeah, I'm going to say yes because you've been there previously. So I'm not changing my vote. I'm giving you an explanation that I think you're playing around a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve with the community board's hours, Monday to Thursday, 1 a.m., Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 a.m., background music only, no outdoor service.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, and happy holidays and a safe and happy new year to everyone.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 48 Bodega Inc.
45.
45.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you?
Are you the licensee?
No, I'm the manager of the
The
promise.
manager? Can you put your name on the?
Mujahidar Dai.
What number?
It's 25.
25, okay.
25, 48 Bodega Inc.
25.
He is the manager.
25, not 45.
25.
Okay. You see, guys, this is 8.9 cartons. Flavored vape, 7,000. You see how the 5,000 was low? I'm gonna accept 7,000.
I'll 7,000.
Commissioner De Leon.
Second offense, 7,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 7, Eris JFK Inc., DBA VIP 1.
Good afternoon. My name's Uria. I'm the executive manager for the entity. This is the applicant and my liquor consultants.
You are the executive manager of the operation.
Correct.
Okay, and the landlords are not represented?
No.
Okay. So
The JFK.
you know that there are two rules that are relevant here. One is that if the landlord is a municipality or a nonprofit or port authority, et cetera, you can pay rent more than 10%. In this case, you're paying 19.5%. To Port Authority and this other for-profit entity, a limited partnership called Terminal One.
Correct.
There is also a rule that says that if a for-profit entity is receiving more than 10% as a third-party beneficiary of the business, they need to be on the license. The fact that the 19.5 split into half, unfortunately, based on the way we read it, doesn't get you out of having Terminal One on your license.
So I understand that that is the case on your end. It's that there's 50 concessions or more within the terminal, right? And this is an airport environment. So the high percentage rent is for the fair market standards of an airport concession and its operational advantages, and because it's the business norm to offset high costs in such a space like a terminal, the airport. So we have a crazy amount of volume of passengers. It's never been heard where the terminal becomes a co-licensee of one of their concessionaires. That we have been operating in the JFK airport environment for 20 years, and this is the first time we've ever had an issue since we have other entities within the airport as well.
I know that is set up like this.
That the Port Authority, as you know, is a government agency and would never show up to be a co-license to one of their concessionaires.
I understand, but it's Terminal One that has to be on because that's a limited liability. That's a limited partnership.
But their portion of the rent is less than 10%.
That they're receiving based on our gross
No,
sales.
but that's, again, I'm telling you that like, from a business standpoint, it makes sense. From a legal standpoint, it just doesn't pass the test. And it may be that everything at JFK needs to be relooked at. I think we need to pull all of those applications.
Agree. If you would be able to provide us location, serial numbers, we could take a look at a couple of them to see. I mean, we can't speak for them now because we don't know how they're licensed and we don't know who the applicants are, but I mean, that's something we really should take a look at.
I mean, my question is, even if we're reporting our monthly sales to the Port Authority and to the terminal that clearly identifies every single transaction that we've ever had throughout the month, and then we split those sales between the Port Authority and Toga, they're receiving 9.75%. And we have records of that, and we are 100% sure that we are abiding by this lower than 10%, as well as the fact that Toga amended it for us.
Doesn't it go up?
It does not go up because we're not an airline. So any changes in percentages only applies to airline entities.
Is it authority, right?
Yes.
Terminal One, is it separate from the authority?
Port Authority and Terminal One are separate entities, correct?
And Terminal One is a
Limited partnership.
Limited partnership.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and your agreement is with Terminal One?
Correct.
Okay. I thought what I read, correct me if I have it wrong, was depending on the sales, the amount that they would get for quote-unquote rent would increase.
No, that only applies to airlines. It does not apply to concessionaires. And I can get that for you in writing if needed.
Why was I reading that then if it doesn't?
I don't know, maybe they have a master lease and they
They-
closed it out. or
Yes,
whatnot.
that's probably exactly what it is. Yes.
I understand where from your point of view, you feel like you're only paying them 9%, but from our point of view, you're paying them 19.5% and they happen to be splitting it with Port Authority.
It
If
is-
this was an actual agreed upon lease amount and has nothing to do with the percentage, this would be allowable.
Yeah, I mean, our guidelines are 10%. Or if the problem is that the two entities, one is an authority, which would be allowed to 20%. The other one is a profit organization. And it's 20%, and that's how we view it. I mean, again, we can't speak on how the others are licensed. You know, we certainly wouldn't mind taking a look at some of those, but.
So I'm not gonna shut you down, because if I deny this, if we decide this today, your temp is getting canceled. It's getting rescinded today, and that probably would be against public interest. So what we generally do in this scenario is we give you time to go do a little bit more research and talk to your landlord, and we will go back and do our research as far as other concessionaires that are operating in the airport, and we'll come back again. So I'm going to hold this over to May 14,
Okay.
just so that you have a lot of time to try to figure this out. And in the meantime, you can talk to Maureen, our licensing staff, but we got to figure this out.
Yeah, send us the other licenses in the terminal.
And we have experts that do this, and they would know how maybe you can renegotiate with the landlord to try to make this allowable. And it's actually not the end of the world for Terminal 1 to come on the license as well. There are a lot of, people that I think at certain train stations, et cetera, the landlord is on the license along so that they can benefit from the 20%.
My email,
And it's neither here nor there on that one.
And just to
Commissioner,
clarify,
just
the
go
payments, monthly payment is divided into two. It doesn't, the 19.5% is not going to go directly
I get
to
it.
TOGA.
I understand that. I understand that, but
Partially
it's like,
to PA,
you
the
understand from
port.
our point of view how that's like sort of skating around the 10%, because
I mean-
they've obviously figured out that it's 10% and they are, they're taking advantage of you in that way. They're saying, oh, we're only taking 9.75, but to us, it's almost 20% to a private entity, even though it's split up. I understand why you think, and that's why I'm giving everybody time here to try to address it and see. And again, you can amend your application to add Terminal 1 on it, and that will be fine.
So that is your best recommendation, to add Terminal 1 as
Yeah.
the co-license?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's still your responsibility. And if they're taking almost 20%, even they are splitting it, they should be on the license. That's what our advisory says. You can look at our third-party vendor
Have you reviewed that advisory, the third-party provider?
Yeah, we.
provider.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Commissioner De Leon, are you okay with the,
Absolutely. Ms. Hughes has provided her email.
Here.
and
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Maya?
Okay.
Yeah, May 14th is great.
May
all
14th.
right, if you need more time, you can certainly talk to licensing and Donald about it, but try to address it and see
Okay.
how we can figure this out here.
Okay.
In the meantime, just keep renewing your temp. I don't know if you've renewed yours,
Yes, we have.
so just keep renewing that until we figure this out,
Okay.
okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next is 48, Los Muchachos Restaurant Corp.
Where am I into the AC? 48.
What number?
48.
All right, here we go.
You can go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fan and Commissioners. Ben Sharav, Officer Victor Molina for the applicant, Los Muchachos Restaurant Corp. And I'm here with the applicant, Carolyn Almonte.
She's the licensee?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you had this business?
Since 2020.
Okay, so you did a corporate change, someone owned it before?
Yes.
Okay, so that disorderly was not yours?
The disorderly in 2022?
No, there's one in 18.
No, that's not.
Okay, all right, it's not hers.
What steps have you taken to prevent something like this from happening again? We have a stabbing June 12th, 2022. We have 2 persons shot September 10th, 2022. We have a massive brawl on November 13th, 2022, and shots fired 8 times on that date. What steps have you taken to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
So I want to say I sincerely apologize for the disorderly event that happened at my location. Currently, we are no longer working with any promoters at all. We have strengthened our relationship with the community as well. Since then, there has been no disorderly conduct at all. There has been no complaints at all. Doing community events, going to all the nightlife meetings as well. Also, we got the stereo sound limiter in order to regulate the sound, and just nothing disorderly that can disrupt the community at all.
It's been 23 months, just about 2 years since the incident, and they've been perfect with no complaints, no incidents. So it seems that what they're doing is working.
Well, this is a request for reconsideration first, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'll vote to grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya
Yes.
and Chair.
I'm going to grant to vote for reconsideration because I believe we voted last time without the licensee present. And we weren't really sure what was going on. So we, instead of accepting a $7,000 CNC, actually voted cancel and bond. And so, yes, I will vote to reconsider.
And
Would you like to vote on the actual?
So I think the offer now is 10,000, and ultimately it's not about the money. Honestly, it's about whether the violence is going to stop. No promoters. Do you use DJs?
No, currently no.
No DJs. And what time do you close?
So in the weekdays, 12 a.m. and then weekends, 4 a.m.
Okay, so are you against me putting some conditions on your license? That would include no DJs, no dancing, no promoters, 12 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m.
That's perfect.
I will accept 10,000 with those conditions. And if within another 12 months go by and you are still doing really well, you can come back and get those conditions removed.
Thank you so much.
By applying for a method of operation change.
Commissioner De Leon
I'll accept 10,000 with the conditions specified by the chair.
and Commissioner Maya.
Except with the conditions of Chair Fan.
And you guys accept that, right? Now, you're okay with the 10,000 and the conditions? You're okay with that? Okay.
Do you need the conditions again, or are you good?
I'll probably come back and watch it after the meeting, but if you want to read it
Okay,
off.
it's background music only, no DJ, no dancing, no third-party promoters, security guard as needed, Sunday to Thursday, 12 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m.
No.
Is that good?
Yes.
All right, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was number 48.
All right, here we go, let's go.
68A, Dafflo Wine and Liquors, Inc.
68A. Oh, my back hurts.
HIJK. Hold on, I have this right here.
Timothy Allenwick for the applicant, Dafflo Wine and Liquors. Good afternoon.
All right.
Oh, no.
With me is the principal,
Are we on
Mr. Singh.
68A.
Hey, yeah, this is, Okay, guys, this is a recon on the liquor store. Obviously, we have protests here. I'm sorry, you guys, that we waited all day for this.
Okay.
You're aware that there is, I'm asking you, that there is supplemental materials submitted, that we got a letter from the school, and we got a letter from, we got 2 letters from 2 different assembly members. Did you see that?
No.
Okay. Do you want to see that?
If I could, yes.
All right, 8A.
Withdraw their
So
support.
So this is one.
There's one that says,
Yeah, and then there is one other that wanted to support.
Oh, God. Everything's going slow for.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what I mean?
So that's the recension letter that I just gave them.
Yeah, this letter from the school.
Well, not from the, I don't have this, haven't.
Yeah, there is one from the, there's one from the school. You need to print that for him. All right, let's get this sorted out. Let's call the next item and then they can come back. Because he needs to see the letter from the school as well.
Next is 37, Boca Restaurant and Steak House Corp.
What number?
37.
37.
I'm trying to figure out to print it out and I'll let you know.
I think the SLA did a fantastic, the ALT did a great job.
I know, I agree. No, it's gonna say that. So the first thing I'm gonna do, Donald, is to dismiss 8 and 13.
I think it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 13.
Yeah, let me just dismiss those 2 because they were duplicative. Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elliot Halleck from the law firm of Paris Beach. I have the pleasure of representing Boca Restaurant and Steakhouse Corp. and also Emmanuel Corella, the principal, who's here with me today. First of all, I want to thank the members of the authority for their consideration and their time here today. I also want to thank Judge Nina Keller. Throughout the process, we have always thought that she was fair, she was attentive, and she really tried to get it right. And we are here today humbly asking that the authority accept her recommendation that the appropriate sanction for the violations that were found be a civil penalty. We understand that mistakes were made at the inception. Mr. Corella and Boca Restaurant have never tried to evade or avoid responsibility for that. We believe in accountability. We believe in responsibility. However, I think it's important to look at what Judge Keller found as to what's happened really in the last 5 years. And Boca Restaurant is not an entity that just has the support of law enforcement. Law enforcement is publicly promoting the public to come to Boca Restaurant for the events they have. They are choosing Boca Restaurant as their preferred location to host their own events. There was testimony at the hearing that if Mr. Corella did not go in the restaurant business, he would have made a good law enforcement officer himself. He's earned the trust of the local precinct and law enforcement. He's earned the trust of the community board. He's earned the trust of a lot of the community leaders and all the support that has been provided here at the proceeding. Mr. Corella hosts a lot of charity events. We do backpack giveaways for children at the start of the school year. We do Halloween events. A week from today, we have law enforcement hosting their Christmas party at Boca. He was the first restaurant or first location in the Bronx to provide an on-site COVID vaccination clinic at his restaurant. This is a good operator. Just to quote from what Judge Keller said in determining that they had the character and fitness to hold an on-premises license, she had said, Mr. Corella in Boca has also presented compelling mitigation evidence of his dedication to a place which has had a positive presence in the community and which helps the surrounding neighborhood. The tribunal also noted this type of business is important to people who work there and the residents who live nearby. That's what this has always been all about for Boca and Emmanuel Corella. It is about the community. It is about giving back. It is about partnering with law enforcement and the SLA and the community board and his people. He has over 50 families that rely on his restaurant for their livelihood. They have been devastated by the pandemic and the post-pandemic climate. He's doing everything he can, hanging by a thread to keep this place open. Like I said, we understand that things happened at the outset. I can assure you, sitting here today, it was not intentional, but we appreciate that mistakes were made. We appreciate that there need to be consequences. But I think it's important that in all the time we spent with the administrative law judge, getting to know Mr. Corella, getting to know his character, getting to know Boca, that this authority take into consideration and follow her recommendations. Because I do think, you know, with
I
regard.
understand, but you went to hearing.
Yes.
You went to a 19-day hearing and spent a lot of our resources trying to do what? Convince us that there was no misleading, or was it just, you know, you have a right to a hearing, but you're saying both things right now.
Well, we respectfully disagree with certain of the findings because we do not believe that there was any intention by Mr. Corella. Look, he would give anything in the world to go back and have done this right in 2017 when this application has been submitted.
Okay.
But we think what's important.
So, how do you want to clean it up now?
Well, with regard to the application, that's been cleaned up already because there's been multiple renewal applications that have been submitted. The last one has been approved. All of the information in there is 100% correct. You know, the issues that were had with the application, those were in 2017 when the application was initially submitted. Everything since has been correct. So the only thing really to clean this up now, and again, you know, we do not disagree that the appropriate penalty should be a fine. We have read ABC Law 17, Section 3. It says that there should be a civil fine of not more than $10,000. We're receptive to that. You know, we understand that this is serious. Mr. Corella is here. He's sorry for the mistakes that were made, even though they were not.
I think the law is $10,000 per charge.
Our understanding is different, but what we're here today asking
You've got
is
12 charges.
we agree with an appropriate fine. We would ask that it not be a devastating fine. We are here to try to move forward, and as we have in the past 5 years, move forward as a friend, as a partner with the SLA, as a partner with the community board, as a partner with law enforcement who obviously place their trust in Boca. They rely on Boca for their investigations outside of Boca's operations. They use his surveillance, they use his stadium lighting to help them investigate the problematic park that's across the street, other activity that's going on in the difficult neighborhood that they're in. These are all things that Mr. Corella would like to do. This is his background is in security. Again, there was testimony that he would have been a good police officer had he not gone into the restaurant business. We are receptive to a modest fine, but this restaurant and the restaurant industry, particularly in poor and minority neighborhoods, has been devastated. This place is hanging by a thread right now. You know, We're fine with something appropriate, but we would ask that it not be devastating because the whole purpose of this is to allow him to continue to go forward on a better path.
They won on the focal point.
Kind of stuff bugs me.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's, yeah, that's fine.
counts.
Go ahead. All right, so Donald, we're going to dismiss 8 and 13, and then agreeing with the ALJ's decision to dismiss 6, 7, 9, and 11. Sustaining charge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. I'm going to set the fine at 5,000, and I'm going to also ask licensing to take a clearer look at what is in our records, just to, in case that we need more information that is part of that condition, they're going to reach out to you and you're going to, I just don't know what's in the record right now.
Okay.
You know, the renewal is not a time to change things. So if they need you to change something, they're going to reach out to you.
Whatever needs to be done, we will make sure that's
where I'm
correct.
Take a
Absolutely.
look at the history and. Or
$5,000, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, the first thing I want to do is commend the ALJ on this case.
I agree.
She did a fantastic and very, very thorough job. And I really, really appreciate the work that she did. The allegations are dated somewhat.
Yes.
Allegations of false material statements on a number of occasions is very concerning for me. But I do note the support that you have and the remedial steps that have been taken. The stadium lighting, the cooperation with the police, very important. And also the comments that the ALJ made are taken. You made an offer of 10,000, and I'm inclined to accept that. The chair has lowered it to 5. I think that's very low, but I will go with the chair's recommendation at this time. I hope it is sincerely appreciated, and I hope we don't see things like this again.
I only put it at 5 because you did go to hearing and then got the focal point dismissed. So it really is a paperwork issue, and I'm gonna go with the judge's appreciation of fitness and character and your contribution to it and to your community here.
Commissioner Maya.
Okay, it's Corella?
Yes.
Okay. Attorney Halick
Yes.
did a very good job for you, in my opinion.
Thank you.
After reading everything and hearing him today, so I'm gonna go with 5,000 as well.
Sorry.
And good luck to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Happy New Year.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much.
So next,
That was interesting.
are you ready to come back? If you're ready to come.
All right, are you ready?
That's so 68A, Dafflo Wine and Liquors, Inc.
I mean, there's no information, I guess.
This is the package store.
Yep, 68A,
Yeah.
Dafflo Wine and Liquors, Inc.
Do you want me to address the letters, or do you want to start with the opposition?
No, so let's just start on the recon first. What's different, sir?
So it seems that it was really disapproved, I believe, because of the school. And also there was only 2 votes, so it was a tie at the time. And the school in question is a preschool. It's more than 200 feet away. It doesn't show up on the proximity report, so I think it may be at least 500 feet away.
No, the school is like less than 100 feet away. It's not showing up in the report because the school is in the same building and upstairs and not in an isolated building. So
it's not exclusively used as a church, that's why it's not showing as a school. But there's also, their main entrance there's an entrance on Fort Hamilton, but the entrance where the students come in is really facing 61st Street. The other end, the completely opposite end from my client's store. And I would submit that, currently there is a 24-hour store at in my client's address that has a beer license, right? There's an opportunity, to me, there's more of an opportunity for a problem with the students with a 24-hour store, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning than there is with this package store that can open at 10 o'clock. And these students at 4 years old in at preschool are being either carried in or being, holding hands with their parents, walking and coming from their cars on the complete other
Did you
end.
see the letter from the school that said the opening of a new liquor store in such close proximity of our school will increase the homeless population by our school entrance, which is unsafe for children, parents, and staff?
I don't understand that. I don't understand. Why would it increase the homeless population? Again, there's a grocery store that has a license that can sell beer at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, you're
And if
people
people,
not be acknowledging that like there's a reason why there is even a board here or an agency that controls the flow of alcohol, right? I mean,
no, I understand that. No, but
you can't just ignore those public safety and temperance issues just for sake of your client.
I'm not
It's-
ignoring it. What I'm
You're
saying
telling
is,
me you don't understand it, which is.
do you understand my point about a grocery license being there already with beer?
Liquor's at a higher
Liquor is
standard.
different.
And
A
and
liquor
a-
store is certainly different from a convenience
But
store.
but I
that
would
sells
also,
beer.
but also a bar would be even worse, because then you would have people there.
It's not a
I don't-
bar application. I would say no to that too, probably.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. So, but if it's not, my understanding, it was more than 200 foot. When I watched the video, and it's not on the
Did
report.
you see that other letter where there was assembly member who basically measured it himself and said this is 94 feet away? You saw the bottom of that letter, right? Now we have an
I
elected
don't
who
see
is
it.
doing
Where- I'm
measurements
sorry.
on
That's
his own.
page 21 in the sub. It's December
also?
3rd, 2024.
Look at the bottom of the letter from the assembly
From
member.
Simcha Felder?
Chang.
Chang.
You might not have, that's probably not the one I gave them.
All right, so I don't have that one. Can I see that?
Hold on.
Guys.
Yeah, I thought is that not the one I
Give
gave
me
you?
Simcha Felder,
Oh, is that?
where he had given us a letter in support and he's rescinding.
Yeah, he still supports.
I just gave you that letter. I just gave you the Chang letter. I
Can I
gave
see
it
the
to you
letter?
this morning.
Assemblyman Chang has rescinded their support. They gave support, but then they rescinded it.
Oh,
See the letter.
that's the wrong rescinding letter. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, you can have that one
In the supplemental.
because that's still, yes. I thought that was the one they were talking about. I'm
I
sorry.
did see that.
Yeah.
I did see that. I remember the letterhead. Okay.
I got confused
I
over,
remember this.
I didn't know there were two rescinded letters. I only gave
I'm
them
gonna
one
need
of
to
them.
talk to council for 1 minute, though. I'm gonna say that.
What is the other, what is Selma?
Yeah, I'll be above. Okay.
Right, and now he also disagrees, right? Okay, so it's not great.
Chair, may I just, I need about 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
With council.
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
ask for
And,
that.
and he's gonna print something, so.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go on a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, do you need us or you're good?
We're back on the record after a conference with council.
I didn't ask him.
All right, here we go. Okay, so I reviewed the other letter. I would point out there's a couple of minor misstatements here, that it was refiled for the third time. I mean, it's a reconsideration. He says he measured it. I don't know if it should be measured to the Fort Hamilton door or if it should be measured to 61st, because my understanding is the main entrance is really on 61st. And it is not exclusively used as a church. I do have a photo here. I'm sorry, school. In that, I think there's a senior center on the first floor. I think there's two stores underneath the school. So there's roll down gates along underneath where the school is. So the school's pretty much on the second floor.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. All right, so that's why you're asking for reconsideration?
Well, so we're asking for reconsideration because the focus was on the school, because it's not exclusively used as a school. To me, it shouldn't be considered. What I would say based on this new information is my client could open later. My client could open at 12, and they could submit to not selling the cheap 1 ounce bottles. That if the concern is about, the homeless population.
Don't you think 12 o'clock is when early childhood centers is doing pickups? Like, I don't know what their operation is.
I think the drop off that I saw was, they might start pickups then, but it's not. It would at least avoid the beginning of the day. It would just be at the end of the day. There's a large bus stop in front of my client's store. I don't think that the parents are walking right in front of my client's store. They're all the way at my client's on 60th in Fort Hamilton. Their really entrance is on 61st. And I don't think the parents are passing in front of my client's store. But I think if they opened at 12, that would solve a lot of the issue, I think. But again, they're saying they don't have a problem with people hanging out at the grocery. I don't know why they would have a problem with people hanging out in front of the liquor store.
I don't know that the letter says that. The letter says that they don't mind people hanging out at the grocery. I don't think it says that.
No, I'm saying my client says that his grocery, there are not people hanging out in front because it's so busy with the bus. And they don't have homeless people hanging out in front of their store, so they don't think it would increase it for the school. So yeah, that's not in the letter. That's what my client's telling me.
All right, let's vote on reconsideration.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
I mean, could I talk about some of the other issues?
No, we have to vote on recon first, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner De Leon.
I already voted on this. If anything has changed, it's been in the negative. I'm gonna vote to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya
I'll vote to grant it.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration. I agree with Commissioner De Leon that it's not helpful that now we're getting more negative letters to say we don't want this business. So you're appropriate candidate for a liquor store, just not at this location. So find a different location that's not where it's at.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, everybody. I know it's been a long day.
Good hard work, Mr. James. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Good work, Don.
All right.
I'm sorry, guys.
Next is number 3, O&A Hassan Corp.
And this one is the same applicant as 4.
Oh, that's
So
correct.
3 and 4
Yep, so
together.
number 3 is O&A Hassan Corp. And number 4 is S&Z Bay Ridge Farmers, right?
I'm waiting for my lawyer. He's
Oh, you're lawyers?
Thank you.
All right.
Timothy Allen for the applicant.
Our three.
So this is a reconsideration that was granted in June or July for the temp, and it's been operating with no problem on the two temps.
The questions the same?
This was a previous availing, and now he's going on the record, but the previous availing is elsewhere. No violations.
Both cases are on the calendar.
Yeah, I know.
One
Where are you at?
with the availing and the other one without.
Okay.
So which one did we call?
Well, I mean, both, but well, I guess if you want to vote, go in order with three first on how you want to vote or how you want to
Sure.
listen.
Do you want to want to ask questions? Okay, we're good.
For number three, Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve number 3.
All right.
Thank
For
you.
For number four, which is S&Z Bay Ridge Farmers Market, Inc.,
I also vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya
I vote to approve also.
and
I
Chair.
vote to
That's what it
approve.
shows.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Take care.
I'm sorry you waited all day. All right.
Next is 52 El Patron Steakhouse, TRATTORIA, Inc.
52. Okay.
52.
52.
Yeah. We went there. There were no violations.
52.
You don't like this? Okay. We went there, no violations.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy holidays.
Hello, how are you?
This is, my name is Gene Anton for the applicant. This is a new on-premises restaurant. I see the notations and the concerns of the commissioners. I'd just like to point out that since that time, Mr. Luna had operated another restaurant in Long Beach without any incidents. That was from 2014 to 2016. He's been operating the current establishment under a temporary with absolutely no incidents. I understand the mistakes that were done on the application. And a lot of times with these applications, unfortunately, the accountant or the rep or whatever doesn't quite go through the entire history. And, they mention, you ask the background and stuff like that, and the client signs off and they submit it. But we know with the liquor authority, you can't hide anything. So there's nothing that was willful or anything like that. And again, I like to point out that he's been operating without any issues. He has the support of the community board. I think I also wanted to point out that he's going to require every employee to do ATAP, including himself. He's going to do that. And we can make that a condition of the license.
I mean, you've been operating under a temp. If you want to do ATAP, you could have been doing it already. It's not a commitment in the future to do something. He's been dealing with us since the early 2000s.
That's true, but that's the recommendation I made to him. And I think that's something that every owner should be doing. Maybe he was not aware of it, but I brought that up to him and make that a requirement for him and every employee.
Pretty hard to earn this record here. This actually takes work to create all of this here.
We're looking at these things that were done going back to 2005 and 2006.
Yeah.
Right? They're almost 30 years. And since then, he's had a pretty good record.
That's true.
I think the last is what, 2012?
What are the hours?
12 to 12 daily.
It's background music only?
Yes. It's a small restaurant. I think it's 40 max seats, and I think 7 at the bar, something like that.
You grew up? You done partying?
I'm getting old. I mean, I'm old.
Oh, we all getting old.
Yeah,
That's why
but,
12.
You know, these days, before was different story, was bar business. This is restaurant business, and I'm always there in the restaurant.
Okay.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Commissioner David?
Are you really closing at 12?
Yes, actually, right now he has to. He has a temp. And he's
Okay.
going to maintain those hours, 12 to 12.
All right,
We went
public
12 to
records
12.
have to reflect that, sir, okay? It's background music only?
Yes.
So background music only, closing at 12, no dancing.
No dancing. It's a restaurant. It's a small restaurant.
Place.
It's a restaurant now.
It's a
Yes.
restaurant business. We have pictures and we want to see it.
No, they're in the file.
When's the last time he had a violation? Because the record here, as the chair said, is not good.
I see
It was
2012.
long time ago.
2012.
There was, it looks like it was 2012. I don't even know for what.
Extensive adverse history, disorderly police attention, has had 2 previous licenses revoked, non-bona fide, false material statement, assault, someone shot in the leg, police attention, fights, failed to disclose much of this on this application, said he had resigned before those revocations, but he was still listed as a sole principal, and no corporate change had been filed.
And you see that a lot, right?
No.
No.
Well, today we saw it a lot.
I see enough of it.
We definitely see enough of them, right? Today we saw a bunch where, the business was sold and the current owner is operating and availing. This is a situation where he's not the operator. So he's technically not the one even doing that. And the rules are very labyrinthine and sometimes they're not getting the right counsel and but
We all had a wild side at one time, and I think he's lost his, right?
Yeah, long
Days
time
are
ago.
over? Because I gotta tell you, when I saw this record, I was inclined to deny the application. But you said some things, and Commissioner Meyer pointed out that, these are dated. And also the changes, the 12 o'clock closing, the no promoters, the no dancing. You're a restaurant now.
It's a restaurant
That
business.
makes
It's
a
just,
huge difference. So if my colleagues are ready to vote, I will
I'm
vote
ready to vote.
with those conditions. I will approve with those conditions.
okay.
next commissioner.
I approve with the stated conditions.
And Chair?
Yeah, I'm going to approve, background music only, no dancing, no third-party promoters, midnight closing. I said no third-party promoters, right?
Yes.
Background music only, I said that right. Midnight across the board. If you do well in a year, you can come back for more hours.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next is 19 and 20, 161 Part 2 LLC,
19 and 20.
19 and 20.
Yeah, 19 and 20. Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is was an on-premise license application pursuant to an asset purchase agreement. The applicant is currently open and operating. They've been operating on a temporary permit for some time now. This application was approved by the community board. Stipulations were signed by the community board. As I understand it, the reason that we're here today is because one of the principals on this license application has a record which causes the members to call him in for any application that he is a part of. He is a 10% owner here. He is very much in the background, taking a back seat. He is not on site operating every day. He's very much in the background, but he's here nonetheless today. And we're here before you to answer any questions you might have.
Where are the other owners if he's 10%?
They are not here today.
But But they run the club?
They are there every single day, every single night. I did not have them come here today. It seemed like the scope of this was really to talk about them. And again, we have a community board
It's
stipulation.
not, it really is about the operation. It's actually not about him so much, even though that's what triggers this.
Sure, this space has been licensed for many years. It was an asset purchase agreement. It's been running cleanly with no violations whatsoever, no complaints. We went back to the community boards, met with resident groups many, many times. We had a lot of support from everybody. They were happy actually to see these operators coming in and the ones who were there who had problems from time to time leave.
I heard that the conditions have not been finalized.
The conditions have been finalized as far as the community board's concerned. With us, we signed stipulations.
What?
Oh, conditions maybe on the conditional letter of approval, which I don't believe we've gotten yet because obviously we're here.
Security guards.
40 employees?
It's 2 a.m. during the week, 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I believe.
A couple of things I just wanted to ask about, but tell me whenever you're ready. Now's good?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, forgive me if you already addressed this, the DBA.
We have one now, so if there's not one on there, it'll be a condition, I'm assuming, of approval, in which case we'll file it then.
Okay, the other issue we're seeing with respect to enforcement is reporting related to not being open to the public. So they're indicating there and basically mostly event and guest list venue.
They are supposed to be open to the public, and when I've checked in, they have been. Maybe they're not operating fully yet because they don't have their full license yet, but I mean, I've walked in there before, so I know it's open to the public because
And
I
their
went to go check
intention
it
is
out.
not to be a social private
Absolutely
club.
not. No.
Are
If we
they
were,
They're
advertising
advertised
that way
as
there?
such.
They're advertising that way.
well, then that's something I'm gonna have to talk to the team that deals with that stuff about.
Do you want to come back with the manager next time and just keep on the temp and keep going for a bit? Because I think we need those questions answered. What we found is that it's guest list only, and I don't know that operating on a temp is an excuse on that one. So
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses for them. I know that sometimes on the temp, people are sort of like rolling out what it's going to look like when
yeah,
it goes
but then in
live.
clear violation of the law would not be a good idea.
Well, of course. But, a lot of places do have guest lists, and as long as they're open to the public as well, as far as I understand it, that is a legitimate way to operate. If you'd like me to bring back the operator so you can ask me these questions.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not operating, so, right? Unless he
Correct.
can answer it.
I don't know if you can.
Folks, I've been there a total of one time. I'm not the operator.
So
You were
again,
getting into bed with people like that?
Well-
Why would you?
well, I
All
mean,
right,
they
He's
have.
only
a
been there once. All right, so he's not answering questions. 1-8.
Okay, fine, no problem. I'll see you 1-8. I'll bring people back to answer those
Okay.
questions for you live on the record.
All right.
January 8th.
I'm sorry, if I can, before we continue, there is another question to be considered. And again, from my seat, I'm looking at the scope that I see on the detailed memo provided, which is kind of how I prepare for these things. I look at the questions you guys are looking to ask. And there is one question that I'm wondering if we can deal with today, which is the third question about this gentleman who is here. And whether there's a need to bring him back here for every application he's on. If you recall, we were here a month ago doing kind of a pretty long, drawn-out experience of looking into places that he operates and his involvement in places. And there was a determination made by the members at the time that he's a licensable person.
A consultant or an owner of many places.
Correct.
At 10%.
Exactly. So in this instance, he's an owner at 10%, which we disclosed on the application. There are other places where he doesn't take an ownership stake, where he is just a consultant or a manager. We provided a thorough list of that to the members. It's been investigated by enforcement multiple times. I understand there's a question here about whether he should have to come back based on the fact that we've already kind of fleshed this out. And I'm wondering if we can deal with that today because he is here
On
today.
best, he does not have to come back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Come with the other manager. All right, happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Bye.
Next is 58, which is a request for declaratory ruling for 880 Woodford Avenue. 58.
Hello, everybody. Matt Colton with Hellbound Levy. 58.
50A?
58.
I'm sorry. I've asked you.
It's been a long day, everybody.
I'm sorry.
It's been a long
I'm having trouble today.
Okay, this is over 200
I'm having
feet,
trouble today.
so-
Great, yeah, it was really just close. The landlord, out of an abundance of caution, didn't want to make any licensing decisions. So we did our own survey. I'm sure you all did measurements yourself, so I can here answer any questions.
Yeah, we measured this over 200 feet.
Okay, amazing. All set?
Yep, I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah, I'm good.
We decided that it was over 200 feet because enforcement came back with the measurement saying that it's over 200 feet.
Okay.
Is there a declaratory ruling? Yeah, we're gonna vote in the affirmative. I'm sorry.
No worries.
We're like, yeah, good, 200.
Yeah.
Donna was like, what are you talking about? We are gonna vote in the affirmative that this school is over 200 feet away from the proposed premises and that the door in question is not used on a regular basis.
Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Yeah, I'm good.
Next is number 2, King Sagittarius Inc. Number 2.
Is this it? This is the last one?
It says I have one.
You guys have something else? You have something else?
Yeah, he's over.
There are
Yeah.
a couple more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sam Parks representative. I'm here for King Sagittaria. And
Okay, your other client, because the interpreter left,
I see.
yeah, next time you gotta come when the interpreter comes, which I know it's it's a crapshoot.
I know. I understand.
But she's gonna come back next time.
Yes.
I'm sorry we decided to send her away because she.
Yeah,
she was
I
leaving.
met it outside.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
that's good.
So I spoke to him.
Okay, good.
already. So I just want to correct it for the first. The El Maya Taban Co was canceled by the cancellation order by January 17, 2023, but which is my applicant is the surrender liquor license 2022 April. So this is actually no cancellations. And other the El Mazorca Bar Grill and also All Nation Bar is nothing related with my client applicants. It's nothing related.
I have quite a repertoire. Extensive adverse history, police attention, 2 previous licenses at location have been canceled. Principal of the previous license is also the same principal listed on this application, Johnny Ariza. Numerous police referrals detailing physical fights at the location. The SLA has received police referrals while operating with a temp license, including a stabbing. There was an assault on January 28, 2024, patron hit in the head with a bottle. There was another assault on February 4th, 2024, 2 victims stabbed. There's a video showing police leaving the bar after 4 a.m., moving in and out. And April 28, 2024, a victim leaving the premises was assaulted and robbed. Employee was hit in the head with a bottle. This is a place with a maximum of 183 people. Johnny Ariza and Monica Ariza have a joint account on August 2nd, 2023. There was a disapproval for failure to reveal a misdemeanor arrest. There's a certificate of disposition in that regard. But there have been numerous police reports on file.
That's, okay. Can you want to explain to first one?
My name is Johnny Ariaza, as you know. Good afternoon to all. In regards of the matter where the
January 28th starting.
January 28th, where the individual got hit over a bottle, that was actually a jealousy act between 2 ladies over one guy. We tried to escort the lady that basically hit the other lady as fast as possible. We were the ones that actually called the ambulance on our behalf. I actually personally gave the footage to the police officers, so I was helping to comply with that incident.
In the February 4th, that's a stabbing for, it's nothing related to our restaurant. That's actually the outside for people. So just the undercover just came to our restaurant and then asked about the footage. So my client is to just give us all the videotapes footage to that.
By the Lieutenant John Jada, he also suggested for me to close at 2 in the morning, which we were doing for about 3-4 months. So everything that he suggested, I was basically also compliant, as well as going to the nightlife. And I pretty have a good communication with him till this day. And we've been pretty good and solid for the past 6-7 months.
Members have any questions?
Oh, you want that?
Okay.
Just wanted to know how you're.
Yeah.
Are the members ready to vote?
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. That is quite an extensive record. And based on that record, it's impossible for me to approve this application.
Commissioner Maya?
Deny.
Sorry, you said deny?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Chair?
Yeah, this location has been the focal point for police activity during the temporary permit. This is why we ask, businesses to really stay in compliance during the temp period, because while we can't charge against them, it does create a track record. Queens in this area it's under a microscope right now. As you know, the state police has extra, focus on trying to stop illegal activities in the area. So this location, certainly by our records, is presenting a compromise to safety of patrons. And I have to vote to deny as well.
All right, the application has been denied.
And the temp is going to be rescinded as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Immediately.
Sorry.
It'll be disapproved.
All right, next is 51 H&R Management Enterprise LLC. The same licensee also has number 68. So 51 and 68. These are both defaults.
51 and 68.
Yeah.
Good evening.
51.
For 51, the law offices of Donaldson Chillis PLLC on behalf of H&R Management Enterprises LLC. And I'm sorry, I don't know which of the two is which, but I do
You are
know.
the lawyer on it.
Yes, I'm just by the number 51. I don't know which is,
51 is the H&R, that's right.
but they're both H&R.
This is the default
Oh,
at
this is
hearing,
the-
case number CS-23-101.
These are both defaults. Do you want to return these back to counsel's office and make an offer? 'Cause-
With regard to both, Judge, I was going to ask if we could return them back to council and make an
Yeah,
offer.
because
Wait,
this is,
they weren't, it wasn't that it was already, no, okay,
they're
sorry, never
both
mind.
defaults.
Yeah, I
So
forgot.
we got to send this back if you want to make an offer, because this is getting canceled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Commissioner De Leon.
Back to council.
Council.
Okay.
All right, we're good. Are you
Thank you.
done?
Yep.
You in?
That's it. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
Mr. Levy likes to hang out with us at the
Do
very
you have
end,
another one, or
so-
you good?
No, he likes to hang out with us.
He just wants to hear the trauma of the people, the last minute slaughter that happens here.
All right. Number one, So this has been adjourned to January 8th. The licensee is
Number
out.
one? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I have that.
Number 5, we did receive an adjournment request to January 30th today. The applicant was having car issues and. the
Number
attor-
5.
Number 5.
1-8.
They asked for 1:30 because the attorney is not available.
1:30.
Is that okay?
1:30, yes.
Okay. Sorry, let me write it down. 13, we was withdrawn by email yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
14 was held over to January 8th. A lot of overs. 21 was adjourned to January 8th, 2025, because they received Mr. Levy as an attorney.
Okay.
22.
21.
Yeah. 22 is a no contest default at pleading.
I'm at 10,000. The very brand new license.
10,000. 10,000.
23 is an offer of 2,000.
Guilty to town something. I'm at 5,000.
All right. 5,000. Wait.
Maya?
Just one second. Is there a delegation?
Not for this.
What's
No,
that?
not for noise.
Not for this?
What the conduct is.
I don't know the context of this.
Yeah, it's noise. It's like summer party noise.
It's.
They have a history and they have a record that they haven't
Okay,
paid yet.
All right, 5,000.
I'm gonna counter at 5,000.
24 is an offer of $1,400.
I think that's on council, right?
Yeah.
I'll say 1,400.
1,400.
27 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Mr. Maya?
Cancel and bond. Sorry about that.
That's okay. 31's been adjourned to January 30th so they can meet with the community board. That's 31. 32 is adjourned to January 8th.
32 is?
Yes. Am I wrong in that? Yes, 32. That was included in an email
Okay.
because the attorney is not available. today,
Okay.
Or the rep. 33 is an offer of 2,000.
What's the lowest on that? That's council, right?
This is the sangria.
Oh, the sangria?
Oh, this is
what's the lowest-
pre-mixing.
what's the lowest one?
Pre-mixing. What do you mean by the lowest?
I'm sorry, just give me 1 second.
I mean, the,
Delegation.
this is failure to display the signs.
Oh, that's their offer?
Oh, that's
They-
the offer, yes.
Okay,
It's
okay,
CNC.
2,000, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, you thought it was a default?
Yes, I thought it was a default. Okay, yeah, 2,000. I'm sorry. to delay you.
2,000.
34 is an offer of 2,500.
2,500.
2,500.
36 is a no contest plea.
This is extension of premise because they
were at a music.
no, they started a stand 150 feet
Yeah.
away with a different DBA. Yeah, we're on the same page. Go ahead.
2,000?
2,000.
2,000. That's the delegation is 2,000? 2,000.
39 is an offer of cancellation for the record.
Yep. Cancel for the record. The bond was already taken.
Mr. Maya?
This is
Yeah,
another sale to
cancel.
minor from a liquor store.
41 has been, 41's been
So
adjourned to
These
1:30.
are very serious, so I'm at cancel and bond for all these three.
So,
What, 41, 42, 43?
no, we already granted their adjournment technically.
Oh, we did on three of these?
All three of that. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, before we start.
The one
I didn't know that. 1A?
1:30.
1:30?
41 is
Who's the rep on this?
So what's going, so
What's going
Guy
on with this?
Parisi has he said he has medical appointments, long-standing. That's the rep. And the other two want to be heard with that one, so they all agreed. They each have different attorneys and representatives. So.
How convenient.
Yeah.
So it's all gonna be, what you say, 130?
That's what I told them, 1:30. For 41, 42, and 43.
No.
40, 44, 45, and 46.
That you love so much.
It's adjourned to January 8th.
I'm sorry, what was that?
44, 45, and 46 is adjourned to January 8th.
We got so much done, but my God, this whole stack. Almost all the items are
Let me
getting.
back up here. 41, 42, and 43, all January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, now we're up to 55, right?
55, adjourned to 1/8.
1/8.
55 or 55 is?
55.
Okay, sorry.
And 62 is a no contest plea.
55 is adjourned, right? I'm sorry, you just said that. Why are they keep adjourning this? This is already been, they needed more time or something?
So this one's a little different. So this one was adjourned by us because Commissioner Maya wanted more information regarding the first charge.
And
And
what
then
happened?
the representative is Ms. Tavares, and she's not available right now. She's also trying to get in contact with the licensee.
Let's see if there's any reduction. How long is it?
Okay.
Person is less- at least
62?
5 years, 18
62 is a no contest plea.
Yeah, take 5 off, 500.
3,500. Oh, but it's
Number
more than 5
62,
years.
I say do 500
I
off.
say 3,000.
They have
So
a,
we're changing,
You can do 3,000 if you want, but it doesn't.
they've been
But they
licensed for
also
more than
do
5
no,
years.
yeah, license for more than 5 years.
62, I say 3,000.
Yeah, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
63 is a no contest, default at pleading.
Cancel for the record. This is already canceled.
Cancel for record.
Oh, it's scheduled. The bond was available.
At the time in second adverse history, we're scheduled for the bond was available.
The
upon
bond
claim
was
payable.
available. The complaint was submitted for the first item. No, it's not available now.
Because we've taken
Just
2
cancel for
bond
the record.
claims. 64 is a no contest, default at pleading.
I'm canceling bond. I don't know, maybe I'm going crazy here.
Failure to post suspension notice.
Yeah, and sale during suspension period. And then there's a default. I don't know, maybe not, I don't know. Where you at?
I don't know how to figure out the fines, actually.
That's not the right number, 64.
66.
Oh, no, 64.
64.
Oh, 64, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, let me catch up. Oh, no, 64, I have to recuse on 64.
Oh,
Yeah, I recuse on 64.
he's recusing on 64.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cancel the bond.
Cancel on bond.
All right, 66 is a no contest, default at pleading.
66.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. 66, okay.
This is cancel on bond as well.
I got canceling bond.
You got cancel on bond? Okay.
Commissioner Maya?
So it's gotta be cancel and bond.
Okay. 67 is an offer of 2,000.
Change in ownership. Need to file corporate change. Are you at 2? Where are you?
2,000.
2,000.
That's their offer, right?
And corporate change.
The next one is
68C has been adjourned to January 8th.
adjourned.
68H. So we received an adjournment request for this one. The applicant is unwell. This is new. An attorney doesn't know when they can appear. So no date was given.
This has been adjourned nonstop since October. I assume that these people are operating on a temp and they just don't want to give it up because they're getting.
What number is this, Jay?
This is for the temp?
H.
Where you at? This has been adjourned 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gonna be the 5th time.
Denied.
Application
5th time.
can come to the full board.
I would grant an adjournment, but
For the 5th time.
We also don't have a date.
yeah, this is since I've.
They
been
also
here, right?
don't have a date of when they can come.
Okay, all right, I get it, yeah.
So it seems like they're not available to
Are
run
they
this
able to
business.
apply again?
Yeah, this is a temporary
temp.
permit.
Okay, okay,
Maybe it'll come back to the,
okay,
on Wednesday.
all right, so then deny.
Deny on the temp. The real application can come to the board.
All right.
Spring Valley PD protests on this, so make sure that is in the record. Maureen.
68I. This has actually been withdrawn.
Oh.
Okay,
68I.
And then just for the record, 68J and 68K, that's been withdrawn by the SLA because it was added in error. It'll come back to the full board meeting when licensing is ready for it to
Yeah.
come.
with 44, 45, 46.
Well, do you
They
want
were
to say it
put
on
over.
record or do you
Yeah.
want to adjourn?
What is that?
I don't know.
They were put to the third.
That was adjourned.
I have it.
What
It
happened?
adjourned, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I
wait,
thought that
wait,
was
I've
adjourned.
got
It
it,
was
I've got it.
adjourned to 1/8.
1/8.
1/8?
Yeah, 1/8.
I have nothing else.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meeting's adjourned.